creating local TV that matters to your community. Shaw TV, your local voice.
Calgary, steeped in history, difference makers, motivated, and determined. Feel the energy of Canada's longest running marathon. Last year, the light shined brightly for a select few. Success for last year's half marathon winner, Thomas Toth. How about the determined presence from the men's marathon winner? The Kenyan's Jonathan Kipchirchir Chesu returns to defend his title. Then, the dominant Albertans. She blistered through the quiet and remote streets of Cold Lake and succeeded on the streets of Calgary. Emily Setlak, winner of the women's half marathon. Andrea Glover of Okotoks, capturing the women's marathon.
I did it! I finally did it!
When did you realize that you were leading the race?
Well, I passed the first place girl at about 11 miles.
That's all right.
And then I just knew I had to keep my pace so nobody caught me.
Daniel Kipkesh of Lethbridge with a brilliant run in the men's 10K. And Jessica Mueller of Calgary, capturing the staggering women's ultra marathon. So brilliant a venue. So brilliant the moments. They are stories that inspire. Chris Cook, overcoming personal challenges that continue to inspire others.
We were trying to do the LA half marathon relay, and it didn't work out. And then everybody here really awesome about giving me the shot to prove that doing it on the logboard was a viable option and a viable mobility aid.
They are superheroes, superwomen, superfoods, and superhuman. Oblivious to obstacles, whatever they may be. They're a hidden community of one, reaching for impossible goals, even if their goal is to run the marathon in firefighter gear. Impossible? Maybe. Achievable? Absolutely.
Darcy, what a story that was. He fought some demons today. His wife was really worried. One of his co-workers from Old's fire department, they were waiting at the finish line, but they knew what he needed.
This is where the passion for run begins. Kids of all ages are welcome, even if they may need a helping hand. This is the event and place where dreams are realized. The 53rd running of the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon begins now on Shaw TV.
Welcome to the pregame show, or the pre-race show, if you will. Live from Stampede Park. Yes, it's the 53rd annual Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, and an event like this doesn't just happen. Kirsten Ellen Fleming, executive director of this great event. Hey, the sun is out. What a great day for a race.
It's 5 years in a row, so I can't complain. We've had picture-perfect weather all day yesterday and today, because this isn't actually the pre-race. Phoenix, they've been at it since 6 o'clock last night.
Well, let's talk about that. The 150th running, 150 years of Canada's birthday, and here we are doing something very special. Explain.
Yeah, so the Confederation 150 started last night at 6 p.m., and we've already had some great success stories and a little bit of heartache. And the 150Ks, they still have got half an hour to come in before the 7 o'clock race starts. And they're going to be going out for the last 50Ks. So the Ultra Confederation 150, we saw 63 solo athletes start and 36 teams. And they were having a party at Pump House Theater last night. So it was a pretty festive place. I had FOMO when I had to go home and get some rest. And they are already coming in here this morning, and runners are showing up, and everybody's got the pre-race jitters, and we are ready to rock.
It is just the start of what is going to be an incredible day, because not only is it the 150 and the 50 Ultra, but there's also other events as well.
Yeah, so we have runners of all abilities that are going to be taking to the start line here at Stampede Trail today, from the 5K, 10K. The half marathon is the national championship, so there's big prize money and glory on the line. And then, of course, we've got our marathon, our premier Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, and the 50K Ultra, and the little kiddies. You're going to see that
Which
later.
is always fun.
It is hilarious and amazing. It's often their first introduction to big races and health and wellness, so we hope it helps them on a lifelong journey of health and wellness. And they start off at 9 a.m., so there's so much happening here today at Stampede Park.
Your crew's ready?
We're as ready as we're going to be, because
There you
it's a train. It's going to go whether we're ready or not.
That's right. Thank you, Kirsten. And it's a live train as well, too. And as we continue our live broadcast here, come on over here. Let me introduce you to this young lady. Sally Powys-Campbell. Hi.
Hi.
Mindfulness, something we've heard over the last, well, a couple of years. Explain mindfulness to us.
So mindfulness is basically being present in the moment with what's going on within us and around us.
Wow, wow. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand over this because people need to hear you. So let me put this over on your head so that everybody can hear what you're about to say. Now, we have a group of people in front of us, and you're going to walk us through a mindful session.
I sure am.
All right, the microphone's yours. Go ahead.
Okay. So, runners, you've spent hours, days, weeks, perhaps months and years preparing for this run. You've been preparing your body, but let's prepare your mind. Let's find a moment of stillness before movement. So join me, let's ground our feet down, arms at our side, allowing our legs to just ascend as if roots of a tree. Closing our eyes. Come to your breath. Inhale deeply in through your nose and out through your nose. Allowing the body to relax as best it can. There's likely a lot of anticipation and energy flowing through your body. Just relax. And now bringing your awareness to the soles of your feet, your connection with the earth. Notice the sensations in your feet. And now scan your body from toe to head, head to toe, noticing how your body feels, just as it is right now in this present moment. Taking a moment to just scan your body. And now bringing your awareness again to your breath. Allowing your breath to clear away any distracting thoughts or unwanted feelings. Just like the clouds clearing out of a blue sky Calgary day. And now, with that space you've created with your breath and your awareness, fill it with gratitude. Gratitude for yourself and the commitment you've made to self-care and training for this race. Gratitude for those who've supported you along the way, for race organizers, volunteers, and all the cheerleaders on the course. Bringing your awareness to the strength, relaxation, and gratitude you now embody. Open your eyes. You're ready to breeze through this run with mindful awareness.
Sally, you are amazing. I'm going to take you to every race that I have. I'm going to grab that headset from you again. That was fantastic. That was amazing. We are going to enjoy this and enjoy the race, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Sally, and thank you, crew, over here. So as we continue our coverage, we're going to go over here, too, and talk to Jessica Jansen. Jessica, here, I'm going to give you the headset as well, too. So here we go. You are going to be fulfilling some needs for us on the sidelines when people come across.
That's right. I'm really excited. I'm down here at the start line. The energy is absolutely electric. We've got everybody warming up over here. You can see the runners just sprinting through. We've got the sunshine. It's going to be a fantastic day. Thanks so much. I'm here with Blaine Penny. This guy is amazing. He's attempting to break a world record today with the Guinness books. Blaine, talk to me about your crazy idea. It involves a lot of people and some rubber bands.
Yeah, we're with Canada's 150th this year. We want to do something really special and bring people together to raise awareness for mitochondrial disease. So yeah, we're going to be attempting a Guinness World Record for the most runners linked to complete a marathon today, with 113 people linked together.
113 people are now linked together. I was walking through the parking lot and I see these rubber bands. Talk to me about the prep and also what your goal is for a finish time, because you got to get 113 people through the entire course the entire time together, correct?
Yeah, One of the big challenges we have here is everyone who starts has a finish. So we're only as strong as our weakest link. So this is true teamwork, and we're really coming together for this one. So yeah, tremendous logistics of, first of all, recruiting, getting everyone here, and just the overall setup. So a lot of thought's gone into this. We feel like we're ready. Everyone's all signed in now. We've got all of our witnesses over there overseeing and collecting all the Guinness evidence that's required for this. So we're set to go.
Well, you have the whole entire city behind you. I know that Mito's an extremely special thing towards your heart. Why is this charity so important for you?
Unfortunately, my son got sick 9 years ago, and it took a year, and it was a long journey and odyssey to get his diagnosis of mitochondrial disease. And when we had heard of that disease, there was no organization, and there was very little information about that. So my wife and I, along with some other families, got together and we started Mito Canada to focus on raising awareness for the cause and providing support for families and to raise funds for research.
Which is fantastic. Like I said, the whole entire city is going to be cheering you on. I cannot wait to see 113 runners banded together in rubber bands crossing that finish line. So we're with you. Nancy, let's talk about that. It's Canada's 150. We have the entire city. The vibe is electric. What does this mean for a city for you?
Well, you know, this is exciting every year to be here at the marathon. 12,000 runners, people coming together in community, pushing themselves, which is so great. But this year for Canada 150, it's so wonderful, and the folks at Mito Canada are doing this amazing thing. That is so cool. You know, I go to a lot of runs and races. It's, as you can tell, it's a big part. It's a big part of my summer every year. And I always see those 4 letters, MITO, and I'm like, where did these folks come from? And now we know they came from right here, and they do incredible work to bring awareness to that disease. But there's about 50 or 60 other charities out there that people are also raising funds for, and that's one of the things that the Calgary Marathon has always been amazing about.
A fantastic event here. We're looking forward to that. It's Canada's 150. We're going to be breaking world records, and now to open up the ceremonies, we have the Broken Knife Singers. And they're going to be doing a traditional flag song to celebrate the flags as we bring together everybody. Let's take it away, Broken Knife Singers. I need my clipboard. Over to Phoenix after this. Thank you so much, Broken Knife Singers. Amazing tribute for Canada 150. And now to salute our military.
I'm celebrating Canada's 150th birthday by traveling all across the country and getting Canadians to do the Participation 150 playlist. Can I play too? It's the ultimate list of your favorite physical activities. Loving pickleball. All right, this is a new chapter of my life, and I'm ready to give it a go. Are you ready? I'm doing every single activity, and I want you guys to do them too. So sign up online and let's get started. 150 activities? No big deal. Huge deal.
When the party's over and you need a friend, who's it likely to be? Who's the first one you'll see? Probably me. Probably me.
Learn how you can help homeless animals find their forever family. Visit arcs.ca.
Whoa.
If I had a birthday wish for Canada, it would be for us to continue to stay active, to eat right, and to give back to our communities.
My birthday wish for Canada in the next 150 years would be to eliminate child abuse in this country.
My birthday wish for Canada is that youth grow up in a safe place, they grow up with hope, and they grow into be the leaders of tomorrow.
Canada, my big birthday wish for you is that we're going to see no snow in the month of July.
Hey, Canada, happy 150th.
Happy birthday, Canada, from Akeem Haynes. I brought home a medal for you guys from Rio, but for now, I'm going to hang on to it.
Happy birthday, Canada.
Hey, Canada, happy 150th.
Happy birthday, Canada, eh?
Happy 150th birthday, Canada.
To Canadians everywhere, happy birthday.
Hey, Canada, happy 150th birthday.
The Calgary Lilac Festival invites everyone to their pedestrian-friendly, family-focused celebration. New bands, boutiques, and food draw you to 4th Street on the 4th of June. Visit lilacfestival.net for details.
Well, after 365 days to heal the aches and pains from last year's run, we return to the 53rd running, the annual Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. Hi there, my name is Phoenix, along with Dan Ouimet, and over to my right is Trevor Hoffbauer, who's an elite runner. Dan, I should say, is the current president of the board of directors of the Calgary Marathon Society since 2007. Dan, we were here last year.
Yes.
About the same time, same weather conditions.
Yes.
Wow, let's explain this, because we see blue sky, we see people who are excited, but this is probably, and Trevor, you can probably back me up on this, an ideal situation to run a marathon.
Oh, this is fabulous weather for running a marathon. We couldn't ask for better weather. The skies are clear, the temperature's around 10 degrees, so the runners, when they start off, they're going to be in a very comfortable state to head out for whatever distance they're going, 21K, 42K, 50K, and even the 150K runners who have been running all night and are now just hanging out, waiting for the start gun to go off to finish their last 50K. So it's a great morning for racing.
Trevor, as an elite runner, you would concur with Dan.
Yeah, I fully agree. The weather conditions are perfect out here. It's not too warm, not too cold. The wind is fairly calm, so should produce some fast times today.
As we were walking through the crowds a few moments ago, you also see a number of people, of course, in their short sleeves and their short shorts. Some of them are just doing one of these little shaky moments. I don't know how you really prepare for this. I guess you have to keep looking at the weather forecast and just hope for the best. But so far, as we can see the crowd right now just gathering at the start line, that they're trying to stay warm. They're trying to do their best to make sure that they'll be ready for this race. Okay, let's just talk about this, guys, because this event
hallowed in history. What is it about this event that has drawn so many of these wonderful athletes from not only across Canada, but from around the world?
Well, I think one of the things that we have is that Calgary's been a long-time marathon. We've had some really great volunteers over the years. We have a great core group who has put together a plan year after year, and we've been executing it excellently over the last few years. So I think from our perspective, we're gaining a very good reputation in the running community. And you know, we just chatted about the weather. You know, the Calgary Marathon has been on a great weekend for weather year after year. So if you're looking for a good race to do, this is a great race to plan on from an organizational, from a logistics, from all sorts of different angles. It's a great place to be.
You've run this race before, Trevor?
I have, yeah. So I ran back here in 2015, and it's marathon course is fairly quick. There's not a lot of ups and downs, and it's just straight away, so you can produce a fast time. And given the weather conditions over the last couple of years, yeah, it's definitely warranting a fast time.
There are some challenges to this course. I know you say it doesn't have too many ups and downs, but there's also an altitude factor. So folks who are coming from maybe British Columbia or the much lower altitude are going to feel it today.
Yeah, so the altitude of Calgary is at 1,000 meters. So for 30 minutes of work that you do out there, it's going to bring your time down about 17 seconds per 30 minutes. So that'd be based off of your personal best time at sea level.
Yeah. And one thing that we found too, that a lot of these athletes take a moment and they go, oh my goodness, I wasn't sure I was able to handle this. So some of them are going to be surprised today, Dan.
Yeah, it's of course you're going to be a little surprised when you're taking on a challenge of that magnitude. You've got a lot of miles to cover. You've got a lot of training that you've put under your belt, and you know, little things can go not according to plan. And the best thing as a runner to do for a marathon or any distance, frankly, is to anticipate that something will be not exactly as you're anticipating. And being dynamic and being able to adjust and being able to roll with the punches, so to speak, is definitely the way to approach this sport, because everything changes every day.
So yesterday evening at 6 p.m., Dan, you and I were hanging out at the start line of the 150-kilometer run. Now think about that, over three marathons, but you and I were watching about 70 some odd athletes take to the streets, and all night through the streets of Calgary, it's been occupied with runners who are going to be joining this marathon.
Yeah, it's a monumental event that we decided to celebrate Canada's 150th birthday. We would put on something special, and you know, a group of us got together. We schemed up an idea, and we had a great team, as I say, that put the plan together. And it sounded like it was executed excellently last night, and the transition was a fabulous party zone last night as well, from what I hear.
Yeah, a party zone maybe for some, but for others a daunting task ahead of them. Trevor, I know though, as an elite athlete, you have seen a number of courses, and explain the intimidation of running 150 kilometers. Explain the mindset of what that does to a person. As we look at the start line, we are about 6 minutes away, by the way, to the start, but explain that mindset you've got to put yourself in to achieve this accomplishment.
Yeah, so with the 150K race, I know that Dave Proctor, he's doing that right now, and the mindset that he goes in is looking at it like a box of matches. So he doesn't want to go out there and burn all of his matches right off the bat, because then he won't finish the race. So over time, it's kind of a slow burn. You burn one match at a time, and by the end of the race, you have no more matches. So you don't want to go way too quick. You have way too many hours out there, so that could prove to be not the wisest of moves if you go too quick. But for a lot of them, it's just a consistent slow burn throughout the race.
We're looking at a number of athletes on the start line. Again, we are about 6 minutes away from the start of the 53rd annual Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. Our broadcast location, by the way, if you are familiar with the Calgary Stampede, and of course the Grandstand Show, we are nestled on the Grandstand Show stage. A great vantage point overlooking the finish line of this hallowed event. And today, All will unfold in front of you live and only on Shaw TV. The schedule, well, there's a number of things. Not only, we've been talking about the 150-kilometer marathon, but there's also a number of other events, too, to keep these folks busy. In fact, at 7 o'clock, 4 groups will be leading off. Again, the start of the 50K ultra marathon, the start of the half marathon, which is the 21.1 kilometer course, the start of the full marathon, 42.1 kilometer course, and again, as we mentioned earlier, the continuation of the 150 kilometer marathon, which started again last night around 6 o'clock at Eau Claire Festival Plaza. Now, as we continue the schedule of events at 8 o'clock, that's when we're expecting the men's half marathon and the female half marathon to be wrapping up. At 10 o'clock, the conclusion of the 50, and then as we, excuse me, the 11 o'clock, the start of the 10-kilometer race. We have everything for everyone here, guys. We even have a kids race. Come on, a little kids race. Explain that one, because these kids do a marathon.
Yeah, what we do is we try to be inclusive to as many demographics as we can, and certainly we want to introduce people into the sport of running, and what better way to do it is then you start out having the kids run a kilometer through the course of their training, and it culminates with the kilometer to finish the marathon, the kids marathon on race day today. So even if you're a young kid, you get a chance to participate in all these.
Trevor, do you remember the first time that you actually ventured off onto a course and said to yourself, oh, I guess I want to keep doing this?
Calgary Marathon 10K.
That was your first race?
That was.
Come on.
Yeah, it was back when I was in grade 8. We were doing this really cool initiative at school called Run Across Canada. And during lunch every day, or on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we would do laps around the field and see how many kilometers we could tally over the school year in hopes of actually making it across Canada as a collective. So after that year, I decided to do the 10K out here, and I don't remember my finish time, but my first race was here, so it means a lot.
I know for you, Dan, you've had actually some accomplishments over your years as well, too. And one of them, if I'm not mistaken, you actually ran a 100-kilometer course.
Yeah,
what were you thinking, man?
I don't know what I was thinking. I've run through the Sahara. I've run through the mountains. I've run through the city streets. It's just such a fabulous sport. I enjoy getting out and running in any kind of circumstance and any kind of terrain and any type of weather.
I don't doubt for a moment that you were just champing at the bit, saying, "Man, I wish I was here right now on that start course."
It's one of the hardest things as a race organizer to be sitting here watching everybody line up. The athletes are warming up, and I'm unfortunately stuck by obligation. But on the other side, I absolutely love getting involved in the organization to try and improve the running community and work with the volunteers and to put on a great event so that runners can really enjoy it.
We should tell you we are just under 2 minutes away from the start of the 53rd annual Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, the 2017 edition. Trevor, put us in that moment, standing there, anticipating. Give us an idea of what that athlete is feeling right now, the elites especially. What's going through their mind?
I think for everybody there's a lot of nerves, right? Your heart rate is increased, you have the jitters going, the nerves are flowing, and for a lot of them they're potentially scared of getting out there, but I think the best thing you can do is just embrace your nerves and enjoy the day, because you do all this training beforehand. You're training for about 12 to 16 weeks of specific marathon, half marathon, 10K kind of training. So if they can take a look at the big picture, take a look at their training to its entirety and how it all accumulates to this one day, I think that's the best approach to take.
But you have to have confidence, though, Dan. Confidence that you have done the right training for this moment, and you prepared yourself with the food that you've eaten, with the sleep that you've gotten. You have to have that as well.
Yeah, and that doesn't just happen the night before the race either. As Trevor mentions, you got to have the right training program. You have to put in the miles. You have to be prepared, and it's not a daunting task, but you do have to stay focused on it, and you have to sleep and eat well in your preparation as well. And then when you get up to race day, you have to reflect back on that experience and know that you did the right things because you had the right program, you stuck to it, and you're ready to go.
Well, as we talked about it, they are ready to go, and off they go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the start of the 53rd annual Scotiabank Calgary Marathon 2017 edition, and the Sea of Humanity has has left Stampede Park. We have cameras following along this course. We have motorcycle cameras as well too following this route. But wow, what a moment. As you can see, these athletes, the elite at the front, are taking off, and the course is going to be magnificent. The day is already proved to be magnificent. For the next couple of hours, we will be here following this route all the way from start to finish. And what a moment for all of these athletes. Wow. We also want to keep in mind as well too, for today's event, Canada's longest running marathon is celebrating the sesquicentennial in style. This year, 150 years strong, the event organizers have partnered up with iconic Canadian artist David Crichton on event t-shirts that you'll see a number of these athletes wearing. And also, once they complete the course, a commemorative Toonie finisher medal. In the marathon, 50K and 150K are belt buckles as well that can be proudly worn come Stampede here in July. That'll be something. All right, we will follow this pack here as you can take a magnificent view of Stampede Park. We will follow this pack until about the 9-kilometer mark, where they will break off. And at that point, we'll follow the half marathon till the finish, men and women. And once the half marathon winners are through, we will then rejoin the full marathoners. Again, as you get a glimpse of the amount of people here, we're talking at least 15,000 people that will be participating today at the marathon. This is quite an event as we watch this crowd, this sea of humanity, if you will, going through Stampede Park. What an absolute sight. Gentlemen, this is quite impressive.
It's fabulous. It's exciting to see everybody launch off the line, and now they're running north out of Stampede Park. It's, you know, we're obviously biased here as organizers, but we think we've got a beautiful course that takes them through the city streets of Calgary and along some of the historical sections of Calgary and some of the most beautiful running places you can go.
Yeah, and I would have to agree with you there, Dan. Out of all the races I've done, coming down Memorial Drive is one of the nicest sights I've ever seen. Just with Center Street there, the Bow Building in the background, the Bow River's right there. It's gorgeous.
Well, we should also remind you, too, that on May 5th, that was about 3 weeks ago, the fastest marathon in history was run by a Kenyan, Eliud Kipchoge, who his time was 2 hours and 24 seconds. Gentlemen, are we going to see that today?
Nope. Probably not.
Probably not. That was quite an achievement. In fact, that gentleman smashing the previous time of 2 hours, 2 minutes and 57 seconds from another fellow Kenyan, bettered by about 2.5 minutes. Not officially, though. It was not officially a world record because of pacers and hydration. Maybe both of you can speak on that.
That's correct, yeah. What they did with that is controlled all the variables, and doing so, it made the record. It didn't break the official world record, but it was quite the achievement for that athlete. So,
yeah, it was a beautiful sight watching him run around the track, watching all of them run around the track in Italy. But yeah, at the end of the day, it was very manufactured, and which is, you know, it's interesting to see that somebody could run that fast, physically do it. But it's as Trevor said, all of the variables were controlled. So it at the end of the day, it doesn't quite match getting out on the roads with all the sea of runners.
Over 90 charities will benefit from today's run. Last year, over $1 million was raised for charities. This is a year-round event by organizers. The Calgary Marathon, by the way, is also an official Boston Marathon qualifier. Now, if you are between 18 and 34, the men have to jump in between just before 3 hours and 5 minutes. The women have a criteria of 3 hours and 35 minutes. The older men, I should say older men, 35 to 39, 3 hours and 10 minutes. And for the women, 35 to 39, 3 hours and 40 minutes. So there's a lot more at stake here, too, than just bragging rights. You're trying to aim for that goal because the Boston Marathon is quite a feather in your cap.
Yeah, for a lot of athletes, the Boston Marathon is their Olympics. So for them, number one goal is to qualify for Boston, is to run at Boston, is to get that finisher's medal. So I know a lot of Calgarians in particular want to get to that race. So for them, today is a big goal for them.
Yeah, Boston obviously it's the cherry of the running world for most runners. But there's lots of folks out there who are just challenging themselves on the day. They've put in a lot of hard training. They've stretched themselves over the course of their training, and now they're out there trying to prove something to themselves, not necessarily against the clock, but against themselves. And the charity, the Scotiabank Charity Challenge that you mentioned, Phoenix, it's beautiful that the runners of our community are so eager to give back, and that $1 million a year, we've been very successful, very well supported from our athletes and their supporters to be able to raise money for charities around Calgary and give back to the community. So we're very excited about that.
We are 5 minutes in, and we are still watching a number of athletes go past the start line. That's how many are participating this year. It is the 53rd annual Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, the 2017 edition. Our on-air crew, Dan Ouimet, current president of the board of directors of the Calgary Marathon Society since 2007. Man, you're keeping yourself busy. Also, elite runner Trevor Hoffbauer is joining me. We have a sideline reporter, Jessica Jansen, who you'll be meeting in about an hour or so. And as we continue to watch the final trickle across the start line, again, this is one of many other races we're going to be seeing as the course of this day progresses. Again, as I look at my watch, we're just after 7 o'clock. We are live on Shaw TV, and there are a number of other races as well, too. Some other statistics that you should be aware of, too, because this is, as some would say, the ultimate display of community. We heard the mayor talking about this as well, too. A community coming together. And as both of you two, Dan and Trevor, are running enthusiasts, you understand that part of a community coming together.
Yeah, Calgary has a very unique running community. Everybody is very supportive of each other, from the late marathon or from the late marathoners or the late athletes all the way down to the recreational athletes. Everybody supports each other. We all blend in, and it's a great community that we have out here. It's really grown over the years.
Dan?
Yeah, obviously I've been involved in the running community for decades in Calgary and across Canada, and Calgary has been is one of the most energized cities in the country that I've been lucky enough to run in.
Before we go to the course, I want to just show this group, the Mito group, if you will. You might take a closer look and realize they are all connected by a rope. Dan, explain this.
Well, the Mito group has been very integrated into our race over the last several years. They've attempted world records of running 10 men together. The fastest ever run marathon of 10 men tethered together, which I just can't fathom doing, having somebody 5 feet away from you for 42.2 kilometers. So that's quite amazing. And every year they do something new. And this year they're trying to set a record of the most runners tethered together to run a marathon, which they have about 110.
My heavens. Well, as we look at the lead pack, this is the men's right now. And as we mentioned to you earlier, we're going to follow this group made up of not only the half marathoners, but the full marathoners as well, too. Okay, we want to also give you an idea of what the course looks like. I know, Dan, you had a part to play in this as well, too. And when we're ready with that graphic, we'll show you as we continue to follow. This is the lead group of the men's half and the men's full marathon. We did mention that at the 9-kilometer mark, they are going to separate, and we will continue to follow the half marathoners. As we take a look at the course, it is a course that we are excited about because there's so much involved. And here we go. Starting off a little construction area. I like this, Dan.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're repairing the zoo bridge this year. As a matter of fact, they lifted it off its moorings yesterday. So we had to alter the course slightly this year. So we're not going through the zoo, which is usually a beautiful part of the course in Inglewood. But instead, we're doing a loop in East Village. And you just saw the lead men going over the bridge over the river, where they head down on Memorial Drive, go through the Bridgeland community, which is a very historic section of Calgary. then back down through downtown and into the Beltline area, where you get to run along 17th Avenue, which is an unusual occurrence for runners in Calgary. And that's where, Phoenix, you'd mentioned, where the runners from the half and the full separate. The marathoners will be heading down to southwest Calgary for a nice little tour of the city through Mount Royal and then back into 17th Avenue, where the half marathoners will have continued down to 14th Street, where they go north. They go across the river and they run down the section that Trevor was mentioning earlier, one of the most beautiful running sections in our city and the country, frankly, Memorial Drive, which is an area which is committed to the commemorating the sacrifices that the men and women have made over the years in wars to preserve our life the way it is. So it's a fabulous course. It's very energizing. The half marathon is smooth as silk. There's very little undulation in it. The marathon's a little tougher when you go up to the southwest corner of the city. You have a little bit of elevation to gain, but overall, from a challenging perspective, other than the altitude, the challenge is fairly minimum in the Calgary Marathon.
Well, as we see the lead group right now, again, mixture of the half marathoners and the full marathoners. Last year was quite a sight because we actually had a full marathoner leading the pack of the half marathoners. But this year, this group, we will see them separate in a matter of minutes, but we will make sure that we keep an eye on all of our runners. As you can see, traffic, yeah, Calgary's still movers and shakers here. We've got to keep this city rolling. Does that bother you much, Trevor, when you see the cars driving by, or are you in your zone? Are you focused?
For a lot of the athletes today, I think they're going to be focused in their zone. The cars being on the other side of the road won't affect them too much. But yeah, I think for the most part, they're just going to be in their zone, focusing on the race itself.
Yeah, and this is a great situation for the lead pack. There's a good volume of runners that are running together, which helps all of the runners in that pack. They're able to feed off each other. They're able to share the lead and have somebody else cut the wind when you're in the back. And it makes you a little more comfortable when you've got that volume of runners running together at the front of the race.
Well, you mentioned the wind a few moments ago at our broadcast location, again, right by inside Stampede Park here. Just on the grandstand stage, we don't really feel any wind right now. Yes, the sun has hit, and yes, it gets a little bit more intense, but honestly, guys, there's still a coolness to the air, and for a runner, I would think this is ideal.
Yeah, this is perfect right now. The sun will create a little bit of heat, but for the most part, no wind, calm conditions, it's perfect.
Yeah, and the temperature's set at this point. The forecast is for it to stay in a totally comfortable zone for the runners.
We notice a number of mile markers or kilometer markers, if you will, but they are different colors. Now, they're different colors for a reason, Dan.
Yeah, we have a number of races out on the course, and the different races share different parts of the course. So just to keep all the runners on the right page as to where they are and what their pace is and how far they have to go, each of the flag is branded towards each of the individual events.
Okay, we just noticed that they're passing the 4-kilometer mark. Again, at the 9-kilometer mark is where there will be a separation. So this group of, it looks about 10, 12 runners, very tight-knit. That is to your advantage, Trevor, or do you want a little early separation?
It's to your advantage. If you can work together as a group, it's going to allow you to take your mind off of the race itself, and you can also draft off the other athletes. So it doesn't allow you to exert too much energy off the start, and it can just keep you in the right mindset as well.
I notice all of these athletes are in a parallel line with each other. There is an advantage to attacking the course because you want to make sure you get the right angles as you go around the curves and whatnot. Maybe I'm a little surprised that they're not just literally one behind the other. Well, and as soon as I say that, that's what happens. Thankfully, they're listening. Good for you guys. Okay, we're going to take a look at some of the early leaders. And again, as we get them, we will display them on our screen as well, too. The separation will happen shortly as we see each of these athletes who are focused, some wearing hats, some wearing beards. It doesn't matter. They're all there and ready and excited to be, well, putting on a great show for you today. Look at this as we have some great shots here from our motorcycle cameras. The men's leaders on your left, the women's leaders on your right, and we will follow both packs as well. It's something that you have to say to yourself too, Trevor. you've got to have a strategy when you go into this. And for the most part, the strategy for the men seems to be, let's stay nice and tight, nice and close together. When do you think, at least for the full marathoners, that there will be some sort of separation?
So for the full marathoners, traditionally, last year and also in 2015, they pulled away from the pack right off the start. So they're racing for some faster times, and there's a little bit of a monetary incentive to that as well. So that's why I think some of those marathoners pulled away in previous years. But for this year, looking like the half marathoners, the marathoners are bundled up together. And being up here in Calgary and being a championship race, I think it's the best approach to have a tactical race and not really separate too quickly, because if you do separate too quickly, you might fatigue out really, really fast, and that could possibly lose the race for you. So for these guys, I think it's the best to have a tactical approach to it, work together, and then pull away towards the end of it.
We're watching the elite runners right now, but for those who are running a half marathon or a marathon for the first time, you can't help but enjoy the scenery, but realize you're going to be at that or this for quite some time. So not only can you enjoy it, maybe that'll take your mind off of the actual running aspect of it, the pain aspect of it all. But at the same time, though, they seem to be just enjoy the moment. If you're not an elite runner, just enjoy it.
Exactly. It's a celebration of your training, essentially. And being in this race, a lot of them are going to be grouped up together. So it's an opportunity to maybe look over your shoulder and maybe make a new friend, or just celebrate your training to its entirety over the span of 12, 16, 20 weeks. It's a great opportunity to do that, and that can also take your mind off of the race itself.
Adrenaline can be your friend, but adrenaline can also be your nemesis. Explain.
Yeah, it's adrenaline can definitely get the blood pumping, and if that adrenaline takes over you too quickly, then it could be detrimental to your race. So you really have to just embrace it, hold back all that, and just stick to your race plan. Some days you feel really good when you're out in the middle of the race course and you want to push a little bit harder, but some days you're not having the greatest of races. So you have to make adjustments throughout the race itself.
A lot of unknowns can happen on a course as well, too. Yes, there's going to be some spectators, but you've also got to keep in mind there's a little left turns and right turns, and there's different gradients on the ground, and there's the occasional squirrel that might run past you. It's the focus that is going to win this race. It's not being distracted by those little distractions, because it can happen. We look at the men's elite on the left-hand side of our screen, and someone could possibly hit your ankle, someone could bump your shoulder. It's the complete and ultimate focus. These athletes are in a zone right now.
They are, yeah, and if you take a look at the screen there, on the men's side you have Dylan Wykes, Jeff Martinson, Sammy Jabril, John Mason with the big beard there. They're all working together. And then for the women you have Emily Setlak, who won last year, and Rachel Hanna. They look like they're pretty close to each other, and hopefully they can work together for this race as well and not break apart too quick. But yeah, you just definitely have to be aware of where other athletes are around you, and just make sure that you're not bumping each other's legs or getting caught up with each other.
I would think so too, Dan, as we're watching these athletes, amazing athletes put on this incredible performance. I would also imagine too that getting out of that the start line, we're packed in like sardines, and now you can finally spread your legs and spread your arms and go, okay, now I can finally get into my pace, into my rhythm. But I know that you and I were talking earlier, it usually takes these athletes about 20 kilometers before they finally get into their groove.
Well, yeah, I think they can get into their groove much earlier, but the thing is that you don't want to be, you want to feel like you're not racing for the first 20, 30 kilometers of a marathon. You want to just kind of be out there, you're keeping your breath calm, keeping your heart rate low, and before you really get into the fight. And that's what starts to take place in the last 10 kilometers, if you're doing your race according to plan. If you start racing and getting heated up in the first few kilometers, it's a long way to go to get to the finish line.
All right, as we watch the women's leaders on the right-hand side of the screen and the men's, again, a reminder, at the 9-kilometer mark, these two groups will separate. The half marathons will go one way, and the full marathoners will go another way, and we will keep an eye on the half marathoners right to the conclusion here. Some of these runners, you know them, Trevor. Again, you must be champing at the bit thinking, man, I wish I was out there right now.
Yeah. Every day up to today, I've been hoping to be out there. But yeah, for them, I'm just happy that they're able to fly out to Calgary to experience the city, taking a little bit of the community. I know that when they arrived at the hotel, they had handwritten notes, so a lot of them really appreciated that. And it's the small details like that that really boost your morale before a race. And even right now, they're going through some of the most scenic parts of our city. So.
And Dan, that's as Trevor just mentioned, these are scenic parts of our city.
Yeah.
The communities they're running through right now are again hallowed in tradition, as is this run. Some of these areas that we're familiar with here in Calgary, that there's been a lot of growth lately. You'll see a lot of buildings that are being erected. You'll see a number of spectators on the side here too. There's over 150 communities here in Calgary. It must have been very difficult to decide which ones do we give the privilege, if you will, to have this run through.
Yeah, we started at the core, which was the Stampede grounds. We really wanted to get our race to start and finish here because it's such an iconic part of Calgary. You know, the greatest outdoor show on earth. It takes place here at the Stampede grounds. So it's an exciting way to start and finish for the runners. Right now, the runners, the female lead, are going through Bridgeland community. The men are going over the bridge back into downtown, into the East Village. And this is on First Avenue, the lead women. Talk about vibrancy, talk about history. This is a great, rich immigrant community in Calgary. Originally, it was Eastern European. Most people think it has an Italian history, the Little Italy of Calgary. Yep. But this was actually the bridge builders who came to Calgary to actually make it accessible from downtown to the north part of the city. And they opened up the city so that the city could grow back around the turn of the century in 1900. And so the Eastern Europeans slowly started to shift out of the community. It was a very transient area, and then the Italian community moved in, and now that's held that history and that richness to this day.
We are watching two different races right now, the women's elite and the men's elite, as we look at, just to the right there, that is Langevin School, and that bridge connects actually the parking lot to the school. Again, very, very clever organization of this community, and we, Trevor, Dan, and myself, we know these areas very, very well. And as you can see, there's some cyclists on the left-hand side here. Now, they're there for a reason. Maybe, Trevor, if you explain why they're there.
Yeah, so those will be the lead cyclists. So they're going to be guiding out the marathoners and the half marathoners at this point.
Pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, they should be guiding them in the right direction right now, hopefully. That's their job.
They don't know where they're going. Okay, we're going to continue to follow them there too. Some magnificent shots here from our motorcycle crew as well too, following these racers from start all the way to finish. There's one of the cyclists we were chatting about a few moments ago. They've got to be in shape too.
Oh yeah, they're cycling at a fairly brisk pace through the race, and as Trevor mentioned, when they're leading the athletes around, you need to really have your game on. You need to be focused on which athlete you need to be following, and there's a first, second, and third lead cyclist. So sometimes you get a little bit of passing going on, so you got to make sure you keep track of these runners so that they get where they're going, but also we know who's in the lead and who's in second place, etc.
There's also pace cars. We don't see the pace cars right now, but there are cars in front of them which have time indicated on there as well too, so at least the athletes know what their pacing is.
Yeah, for sure, and that will definitely help them out throughout the race. If they aren't wearing a watch, maybe it's for a reason that they don't want to know their time, but for the most part it will give them their time, and it can allow them to make race adjustments here and there if they're going out too slow, if they're going out too quick. It just allows for that to happen.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate with a fabulous sponsor that's been part of our family for a number of years, Centaur Subaru. With the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon lead vehicle, it's been a Centaur Subaru for the last number of years, and they provide us a lead male and a lead female car for each race.
Emily Setlag from Cold Lake, Alberta. This young lady took top spot last year. She is defending her title as well too, but she's in for a bit of a race here, a great pace, and she's got a few folks that are following closely with her as well too. But we will continue to follow this race. This young lady, an amazing effort last year, and Emily, I know that you know her, Trevor. She is quite a runner.
Yeah, so Emily won the half marathon last year. Previously, back in the day, she was running in Ontario, and I believe she has some OFSA medals, which for Ontario athletes, it's like winning an Olympic medal. So it's quite the feat. But behind her is Rachel Hanna, who won the bronze medal in the Pan Am Marathon a couple years ago in Toronto. She's also a multiple Canadian champion in cross country, and she represented Canada at the NACAC cross country championship this year. She was also in Boston a few weeks ago to run the marathon there, who was the top Canadian finisher.
So many running styles, very unique styles. We all have them, and sometimes we judge each of our styles thinking, oh no, she can improve on that. But boy, this young lady, she has the style. I mean, just look at her rhythm. She is focused. She knows exactly where she has to go. Dan, maybe just talk about her running style right now.
Oh, it's looking very smooth, very fluid. But, you look behind her and style's a little different, a little higher arm carrying. It's, it's obviously better if you can get a more fluid and more efficient stride, something that's smooth, something that's consistent. Swinging your arms like a pendulum is exactly where you're supposed to be. But you can look at somebody like Paula Radcliffe, who still maintains the world record for the marathon, who has got a very awkward stride and style to her. So, as perfect as your stride can be, you still have to be a very solid runner to be up there front. And the stride's going to help you a little bit, but it's not going to get you there.
Men's leaders on the left, women's leaders on the right. Picture perfect day today. Sunshine and a high of 22 degrees is what's forecast for Calgary. Currently, I'd say it's about 12, 13 degrees, ideal conditions. Some would say that as a runner, if folks are standing on the sidelines wearing a jacket, it's ideal situation for these runners. There are drink stations along the way as well, too. These athletes have to decide for themselves when they're going to reach for something. And if I'm not mistaken, too, gentlemen, that these athletes have already pre-planned what they're going to do at their drink stations, whether that they have a concoction for themselves or if they're just going to grab water. I'm sure you have to think about those things, especially when you're traveling a distance of this far.
Yeah, so for the marathon, I believe nutrition and hydration is going to be much more important than in the 10K and the half marathon. For them, the marathoners need to have some electrolytes, they need to have some carbs to intake so they can properly be fueled for the entirety of their race. For the half marathoners, it's going to be more of the water. So in their race, I think it's more beneficial to pour it on your head so it can decrease your body temperature over time and to actually consume the water. So for them, hydration isn't as important, but keep that body temperature down by pouring it on your head will do a little bit more benefit.
26 minutes into the race, 4 groups started off at 7 this morning. Yeah, what were you doing at 7 o'clock this morning? 50K ultramarathon runners took off. The half marathoners, the full marathoners, and the continuation of the 150-kilometer marathoners started off last night at 6 o'clock. They wrapped up 100 kilometers to finish off 50 additional kilometers this morning. Wow, can you just imagine? These athletes are so primed and so pumped, and they are so talented, and it's great to be able to show this to you live here on Shaw TV. The men's leaders on the left, the women's leaders on the right. Gentlemen, looks like the women's, we may have a race here.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's tight. 2 runners are running side by side. Right now they're going through the East Village. Actually, you can see the music center, the National Music Center there in the background, and they're going down under 9th Avenue. So the race is still early. There's still a long ways to go, but we've got a bit of a battle on our hands.
And that's what we love to see. I remember last year we had basically clear winners right from the start, and it took us right to the end. But there are a number of ups and downs and twists and turns on this course, and a little competition. Why not? Nice and early, as we see here with the women's right now. Again, a reminder, the 9-kilometer mark is when this group of gentlemen will split. The half marathoners will go one way, and the full marathoners another way. What we'll do for you, we'll keep an eye on the half marathoners until the conclusion, and then we'll rejoin the full marathoners to take you to that conclusion as well. City traffic continues in Calgary. Yeah, the city's alive and well, even on an early Sunday morning, as you see some drivers on the one side. Big thank you to the volunteers who put in not only the cones, but who are also getting ready for when the athletes come across the finish line. So much can be said about these volunteers.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We're so fortunate to have 1,000+ volunteers that join us in the week and day of the race. We have a very strong core organizing group, volunteer core organizing group, 30+ members who handle the finish line, the start line, the expo, the aid stations. So it takes a huge community put on an event of this magnitude, and we're so fortunate that we have the volunteers, that the Calgary community comes out. And you know, like you're going to see folks scattered through the city right now at aid stations, helping the runners, making sure that they're safe, making sure that they're successful in challenging their dreams.
It was an event that started in 1963 by a guy who was very insightful and thought to himself, well, me and these 19 other runners, we're going to start a tradition. And Doug Kyle was the one who won the first marathon, and it was a brilliant moment for him, thinking, where has this run evolved to? And this is where it's at right now, with over 13,000 strong here enjoying this marathon. The pace for the men, about 2:18 is what we're looking for. The pace for the women, about 2:50. Again, we're about 30 minutes into the race right now. And Trevor, to think back in 1963 that so many people would be involved today, when you've got 19 people who started in 63 and now close to 15,000 who are running today.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable how. It's quite remarkable how it's grown over the years, and just to see all the participants out there today, it's amazing. I really enjoy watching races, and I think it's even better to compete in them as well. So for them, they're really enjoying it.
A lot of people are inspired by what they see, and that's why they're here today, months and months. For some, years of training. For some, this is their first marathon. For some, this is not. So personal challenges, everyone has a reason to be here on the course. And for this group of elite gentlemen, they have a reason as well too. Again, what you're watching right now is a mixture of the half marathoners and the full marathoners. We'll get a more exact definition of who's in the lead for both of these categories at around the 9-kilometer mark, which is fast approaching.
So right now, you were talking about reasons of why some of these athletes are running. For Kip there, he's in the middle between Jeff Martinson and Dylan Wykes. He's running for his son Roy, who's going to be turning 1 pretty quickly here. And 2 years ago when he won the half marathon, he did that for his daughter at the time too. So there's a lot of motivation and inspiration for him to finish in first place today. But he's in for a challenge with those two guys. Dylan was in the Olympics in 2012 for the marathon. He's also Canada's 3rd fastest marathoner, and Jeff Martinson has been to the World Track and Field Championships in 2011 for the 1,500 meters. So he has a little bit of speed in the legs, and he's always a gamer. He comes out to race day with his game face on, and he performs. So he's in tough.
We all have reasons. We're all motivated by something, whether it be a personal challenges or maybe you're doing it for someone as well too. And there are a number of stories that we will share with you throughout the course of this race as we continue to watch the men's elite runners. The separation will be happening fairly shortly as we will follow the half marathoners to the conclusion, the men's and the women, and then we will relink up again with the full marathoners and take you right to the end of that race, as we have great shots here from our crew. 2 motorcycle crews, one following the men, and here's the other one following the women, and it is a race between these 2 ladies.
Yeah, I think for the most part, we're going to be seeing Emily and Rachel working together over the duration of this race, but also in the marathon, there are a few, or in the half marathon, there are a few other women, and that would be Colleen Wilson. She's currently living in Halifax, and Shannon Kelsey, who's from Burlington, Ontario. So a little bit more competition back there as well in the 3rd and 4th spots, potentially. And then Deborah Bueller's from Kelowna, BC. She's in there. And Melanie Morand from Quebec.
Rises and slopes, but relatively flat course here. Emily, who is on your right-hand side in the blue singlet on top, She is actually from Cold Lake, Alberta. She's familiar with the altitude here as well, too. She's probably no stranger to running the streets of Calgary, and that's one of the things you want to do, too. I'm assuming that before this race began, all of these elite athletes have probably been here for about a week or two, just getting used to the course.
Yeah, for some of them, Dylan flew in yesterday, so...
Oh, no kidding!
Yeah, so he's not really used to it, and I believe this is his second or third time in Calgary itself. So these are new sights for him, but some of the athletes flew in on Wednesday, on Thursday. Emily's been here last year, so she's definitely familiar with the course. Kip lives in Lethbridge, so he's familiar with a little bit of altitude change, but it's not too significant. And he's also run the race in 2015, so very familiar with the course.
We see a height difference between these athletes. Does that really make much of a difference, Dan?
In conditions like this, I'm not sure it's going to make that big of a difference. If it was a windy day, for sure, you don't want to be the tallest guy in the room. But on a day like today, the wind is fairly calm, and the temperature is just about right. So it helps to be drafting without question. So a little taller, maybe not so good, but otherwise today, I don't think it'll factor in too much.
It is starting to warm up slightly, at least from our broadcast location. When will these athletes really start to feel the heat, do you think, Trevor?
I think it's going to be down Memorial Drive. Just from past experiences, I remember being at about the 16, 17 kilometer mark, looking down the street, the sun is directly in your face, and that's where it starts to pick up. And then you come through East Village and back into the Stampede Ground area, and the temperature continues to increase. So it's going to be in the latter half of the race that you're going to be feeling the heat a little bit more than right now.
Behind these elite athletes are, again, other athletes who've been training for quite some time, and for some, this is their first marathon. To run your first marathon, to run your first half marathon, or to be involved in a race like this has got to be extremely exciting, not only to start it, but to finish it.
Oh, for sure, for sure. It's your first race of this magnitude is always incredibly exciting because you've got the challenge ahead of you. You're not sure what's going to unfold. You're not sure how. It's a fairly intimidating distance, the marathon, and even after your first time, but certainly the first time round, you're certainly looking at a challenge that looks quite monumental. But again, you just have to reflect back on all of the training that you've done and the work, and just be calm and enjoy the day because you've done all the hard work. Now you just got to sustain yourself.
Enjoy the day. Well, if your day started last night and you're a part of the 150-kilometer marathon group, I'm not sure what part of that you're going to really enjoy. Maybe when you're finally finished, but it's a testament to what people will want to do to their bodies and the challenge that they want to achieve for themselves. We'll jump into that again. The 150. There's a group of people, about 70 some odd folks, who took on a challenge last night at 6 o'clock. They said, we're going to go after the 150-kilometer challenge that the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon has thrown down. Some of them didn't make the cutoff this morning, but some of them did, and they will continue to run for the next 3 to 4 hours. It'll be quite an accomplishment to see runners who actually make it to the 150-kilometer mark.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a unique circumstance. It's unusual to have an urban set 150-kilometer race, and it's even more unusual to have an urban set 150-kilometer race that's part of a mass participation race. Typically, they're pretty lonely out there for the last 50 kilometers of their race, and that it can play some pretty tough tricks on your mind. But this way, we think that there might be a little bit more enjoyable, a little more energy of having other folks around. And hopefully that'll boost the folks that did make it through the cutoff to get through the finish. But, it's a long journey, and you go through some ups and downs.
Literally ups and downs. On the left, the men's leaders. On the right, the women's leaders. Their separation will be at the 9-kilometer mark, and we'll get a more definition of the half marathoners and the full marathoners. Trevor, you noticed some separation with the men's leaders.
I do, yeah. So Kip, Dylan, and Jeff are still in the lead there, and then in the chase pack is John Mason from Speed River in Ontario. There's also Sammy Jabril from Newmarket Huskies, and I'm just assuming it's Jerry Francois, who's also in that mix there. And then for the female race, you still have Rachel and Emily plugging away.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going under 9th Avenue right now, and they're going to be going up over the hilliest part of the half marathon, which is the bridge over the Bow River. And so they're well into their distance at this point, and looks like they're having a great run.
Okay, so are we past the 9-kilometer mark here yet, gentlemen?
Yeah, we're past the split, so we're definitely focused in now just on the half marathoners, and the marathoners are heading south up into the southwest portion of the corner of the city.
Okay, so what you were watching right now is the half marathoners. Emily Setlak, who is the winner of last year's half marathon here on this same ground here at the Calgary the Calgary Marathon, that she is currently in the lead and looks to be gaining some separation from her other competitor right behind her. On the left-hand side, it is a group of 3. Gentlemen, last year it was a group of 1. It's nice to see a little competition this year.
For sure, and there's also another variable to add to this race. It's not only is it the Canadian Half Marathon Champs, but with the IAAF World Half Marathon Champs taking part in March of 2018, this race can be a qualifier for that race. So if you win this race today, it will give you automatic qualification for that race in March of 2018. But you also have to go under the time standard of 106 for the men and 116 for the women to be qualified for that race.
Well, speaking of pacing, I know, Dan, we'll just rely on you on this one. I know last year it was about a 1 hour, 7-minute pace for the men, about 1 hour and 14-minute pace for the women. And so far we are 40 minutes into this race. On pace to keep those times?
It looks like they're going to be pretty close to that standard from last year. They're certainly at the right part of the course for 41 minutes, and they look like they're running in very good form. And the fact that there are 3 of them, that's going to provide a lot more motivation, a lot more energy, and a lot more of a push to drive them forward to that kind of a time.
For sure, and even taking a look back at last year, Thomas Toth ran in 107.27, and the year before, Kip ran in 106.39. So I think a goal for Jeff was going out hard in this race and hopefully going under 106 so he could get that automatic qualification for Worlds. And then same with Emily. She went under that 116 last year, running 115.44, and the year before, Lanny Marchant and Natasha Wodak went underneath that time as well. So it's definitely possible that they could go underneath those qualifying times and automatically qualify themselves.
Well, as we say, we have got quite a race here for the men's leaders. As you can see, it's a pack of 3 right now. Slight separation, but all these 3 realize they've got to stay with the pack, because the moment you lose some ground, you may not be able to regain it as the race continues. Again, 41 minutes into this race. 1 hour and 7-minute pace is what was last year, and they have got a great stride ahead of them. These guys look fantastic.
Yeah, they all look strong working together. Jeff, Dylan, and Kip, they're looking pretty smooth, and same with Emily. She has a good fluid stride and running really well.
And gaining some separation as well too. You can see that it was a 2-person race for a moment there, and now some big separation here. Emily is she's in the zone. She's on her pace. And you mentioned about having a watch on your wrist. She's so focused in front of her, I don't even think she'd have the time to look down at her wrist.
Yeah, I think that was
wait a minute, there's A&W, sorry.
I think that was her tactic last year. I don't believe she wore a race, and I remember reading something about that last year. So for Rachel, she's battling possibly a little bit of fatigue from the Boston Marathon, and she also did have a little bit of a foot injury before that. So don't count her out at all, because she is a world-class athlete, and she's definitely more than capable of catching up to Emily. But for the most part right now, Emily's looking strong, and she's running hard.
And this is an interesting part of the course, Phoenix. This is she's just about to go under 9th Avenue, which takes you down a little bit of a dip, and then you climb back over the bridge over the Bow River. So this is a good time to inflict a bit of pain on your competition. If you want to hammer up that hill, get over the bridge into Kensington area. You could certainly break your competition at that point and open up the gap that she's got. She could solidify that.
That's part of your strategy. I mean, a lot of these athletes, they know this course. They know it very, very well, and they know when they're going to make that point, that jump, that as you say, just separation from the pack.
Yeah, and if you separate yourself from the other runner, you want to make sure that other runner doesn't come back on you. So this is an ideal strategy, whether or not she's thinking of that. It's an ideal strategy for her to push down this hill and up the other side of the hill, and just get that distance opened up and break her so that she is not going to come back on him. Meanwhile, the men, now they're on Memorial Drive, and 3 of them tightly woven, and they're going to be going on an out and back here. There's a few twists and turns, so if they do manage to get a bit of separation, they could maybe open up a bit of a gap as well on the other runners. But it looks like these guys are tied together, tied at the hips, like our 110 marathoners are certainly out there.
Isn't that
on the
something?
course.
Trevor, any surprises?
Not really. I was expecting these 3 to be working together. I know for Dylan, he's not as serious with his training right now because he has his mile to marathon group out in Vancouver. He also has 2 daughters that he has to worry about. So he's a family man in that regard, and he's also a coach. He started up mile to marathon, and he's working hard with it. He has a big group, and he has Rob Watson as a coach and Kim Dirksen as well. So a lot of time has been put forth there, and it's compromised his training a little bit, but like, he has so much talent. He went to the marathon. He has such a fast marathon time as well that nobody should be surprised he's up there.
Yeah, Emily is just crossing the Bow River at this point in time, so she'll be heading down a slight incline into Kensington, and she'll turn right onto Kensington Avenue and towards 10th Street, where she'll turn onto Memorial Drive for that out and back.
At what point will she turn around to see who's behind her? Or is she so focused, so in the zone, that she won't care probably until the last 5 kilometers?
I don't think she's going to care at all. I think she's going to go straight out there with her head forward, and I don't anticipate her looking over her shoulder at all. Last year she won a very confident race, and she had kind of the same gap on Krista Duchesne at this point as well. So for her, it's the same experience as last year, almost, up to this point. But given Rachel's talent and ability, she could creep back up. And just given her caliber, Emily might pop over her shoulder towards the last 3 kilometers or so, because that's where you want to inflict some damage on your competitor. That's where you want to surge and really burn all of your matches, as I was talking about with Dave Proctor in the 150.
Inflict some damage. Spoken like a true runner. By the way, you can also follow us on social media using the hashtag #RunCalgary. Again, the hashtag #RunCalgary, and you can follow throughout the broadcast. Emily Setlag, commanding lead. But if you look to her left, you will see a young lady who is on her heels, realizing that this is the person that she needs to beat. This race is not over for the women, and by far not over for the men as well.
For sure, yeah. And with Emily, even this year, she placed 3rd in the Sun Run just a few weeks ago, and she ran 33:44. So a pretty good time from her. She's also participated at the NACAC 10K not cross country championships, but road championships in Guadeloupe. So she's quite a prestigious athlete, and just keeping on trend with last year. She's doing well.
Yeah, and she's taken down some pretty good competition right now. She's Rachel Hanna's a serious one of Canada's top female athletes, and last year Krista Duchesne, one of Canada's top marathoners for the last number of years. So Emily is she's setting herself as one of the leaders. And right now she's just turned into Kensington, so she'll run a little ways through Kensington before she loops back out towards the out and back. And the men are on their out and back, and they're on the out and back on Memorial Drive.
Yeah, so that's the part I was talking about that's very scenic. You have trees on both sides. The sun is unfortunately in your face, and for Dylan, he at least has sunglasses on, but for Jeff, probably squinting a touch. But yeah, it's beautiful down there. It's the most scenic part of the race, and it's just so enjoyable.
And to think a couple of days ago, talk about bipolar weather here in Calgary, we had a torrential downpour and snow in some areas about 4 or 5 days ago. And now we're looking at temperatures, again, about 14 degrees, blue sky, sunshine, ideal for running, and I'm sure these athletes truly appreciate this day.
And that torrential downpour was the day after 28 degrees.
Yeah.
So,
and then the next day was 22.
Yes,
So
what the heck?
there you go.
Ups and downs in Calgary. But, you know, fortunately for us, Marathon Day has proven to be quite a success over the last 7-8 years. We've had this kind of crystal clear skies and a super comfortable 10-degree start to the race. And it starts to heat up a little towards the end of the race, but you know, certainly for the average runner, you're going to get through this race in a comfortable temperature. It's the 5-6 hour marathoners that sometimes can be a little challenged by the heat towards the end of the race. But for them, they need to focus on making sure that they take in fluids and maintain a comfortable pace so that they're not overheating themselves.
Well, the men definitely have a race 49 minutes into this. And Jeff Martinson right now is currently in the lead. Kip Kangogo, I hope I'm saying that right.
Yeah.
And Dylan Weeks is in third spot. These are the three gentlemen who are in contention for the men's half marathon. Again, 50 minutes into this race. We're expecting a finish time around 1 hour and 7 minutes, give or take. So we are in the last probably 10-15-minute stretch of this race. Again, are these gentlemen running their race? How motivated are they to finish? As you can see, Dylan Weeks losing a little ground right now, but he has to keep the other two gentlemen in his sights if he wants to compete for the top two spots. We've got ourselves a race here, gentlemen.
Yeah, and you can just see we're going by the 16-kilometer mark of the half marathon, the National Marathon Championships, and they're on Memorial Drive. They just passed 10th Street, and they're heading back towards Stampede Park. So they're in the critical part of the race.
5 kilometers left in this race, gentlemen. It's quite a battle here. But as you can see, Jeff Martinson and Kip Kangogo are actually heel on heel. Neither one of them really is going to make a big move just yet, but we could see it in the last 1 or 2 kilometers. This is quite a race.
Yeah, you just saw Jeff kind of release his arms there to get some of the blood flowing. So he's looking very calm and relaxed. That's his typical stride there, and same with Kip. And Kip is a fighter. Since he's running for his children, that gives him so much motivation. So I don't think he's going to be dropping off of Jeff anytime soon. And he might even possibly outkick him to the finish. So we'll see what happens down the stretch. But for those two, I think they're going to be going neck and neck here.
What kind of kick do these gentlemen have?
So Jeff, he has his experience from the
You're laughing, Dan. You're thinking, wait a minute, they've just run a half marathon, and we're talking about a kick?
And they're running fast in that kick.
Yeah, so Jeff has gone under 4 minutes for the mile. Kip, I believe he has a little bit of track background. He does live down in Lethbridge, and he did train with, I believe, Lethbridge College for a period of time there, but he's known for running fast 10Ks and half marathons on the road. So a couple years back when Kip won, he outkicked Reed Colsat to the finish and made about 11 seconds on him over the last kilometer. So he's quick, and just with his adrenaline going and with the motivation, if you run with your heart, your kick is endless. So that's what we can expect from him.
Yeah, and I would say he's running with his head as well. He's being a little sneaky and just hanging out behind Jeff's back and enjoying the ride. You don't need to worry about your pacing. You just need to worry about what's right in front of you. And when you feel good and you know you're in that closing distance, you know you got the energy, you're able to break loose and put the hammer down. And Jeff, it's going to be interesting to see how he manages that, having led pretty much most of the race since the early kilometers.
Are we looking for these gentlemen to hydrate themselves before, or do you think this is going to be the final push?
I don't know if they'll necessarily hydrate. I think it would be in their best interest to take the water and just throw it on their head over that last little finish. But yeah, for the most part, I don't think a lot of drinking will be done.
We're also following the half
marathon for the women as well too. That is Emily Setlak from Cold Lake, Alberta. She dominated the race last year. She's dominating the race this year, but she has a little slight competition in that young lady, Rachel Hanna, who is right behind her as well too. That race is definitely not over. As we come to the conclusion of the men's half marathon, the leaders on the left, keep in mind, this is not the end by no means. We're also, after we finish with the racers of the half marathon, then we're going to the full marathoners. We'll catch up with them, and of course a number of other races that are happening here too, including at 11 o'clock the start of the 10-kilometer race, and at 1 o'clock we thought we'd bring you some fun, the start of the 5K family walk and run. A full day of running today here in the beautiful city of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And the men's is on the left, and we have ourselves a two-man race right now between Jeff Martinson and Kip Kangogo. Kip, I have a feeling, is, as you mentioned, Dan, he's stealth mode right now. He's waiting for his move. He knows that if he stays in pace with Jeff, that he can make his move near the end. I think we're in for quite a finish.
Yeah, they're absolutely getting to a critical part. They just passed under the Princess Island Bridge for those folks out there who are familiar with Calgary. They're just about to take a turn under the Centre Street Bridge, the historic Centre Street Bridge, into Chinatown and downtown Calgary, where they'll follow the river, and they're going to go through the East Village back into the Beltline and then into the Stampede grounds. And just a few seconds ago, we saw Emily do the turnaround on Memorial Drive, so she was out in the Parkdale area, and she is on her way back towards the Stampede grounds as well. And it looks like Emily's out on her own. Well, Rachel looks like she's not too far back, but it definitely looks like she's broken her. You never know. It's there's still a lot of time
a race
left
to be
for the
run.
team. Oh, certainly.
Men passing the 18-kilometer mark. This, of course, is a 21.1-kilometer race. Less than 3 kilometers left for the men's half marathon. And as we saw a few moments ago, this race is not over. But again, we see the separation. Dylan Weeks now in third position. You can see him there in the back, wearing his red shirt. But the two gentlemen we're keeping an eye on right now, because we have a two-man race here between Jeff Martinson, who is wearing the white top, and Kip Kangogo, who's right on his heels, literally and figuratively on his heels, as these gentlemen are waiting to make their final move, the final push. You're in this position, Dan. You're sitting there, and you are Jeff Martinson. And you know that someone's right on your heels. What are you thinking right now?
I'm sure you're thinking a number of things. You could be thinking, do I ease off a little to see if see if Kip does want to pull by and take it? And also, if you do that, you can preserve a little bit of energy for your kick. Although if he's feeling strong, if he's feeling good, he might just say, yeah, I'm going to take it to you. I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to slowly ratchet that pace up and see if you can hang on to me. But there's any multiple options here. It all depends on how he's feeling. They both look fabulous. Dylan is not looking quite as fluid. You were talking about stride earlier. He's looking a little more wobbly, not by any means. If you look at him, he looks fabulous as a runner, but you can just tell a little bit of subtlety in his stride has gotten a little off, and that right there, you lose a lot of efficiency, a lot of ability to respond, and he's slipped off the back. As they've just gone under the Centre Street Bridge, they're heading into the East Village, where they're going to do a little loop of East Village is fabulous because there's so much energy. There's a lot of people down there. It's a great party during race day, and these guys are going to get a little boost of adrenaline as they go by that crowd, and they know they're on the edge of the Stampede grounds right now, and they're going to be running in.
We just saw the 18-kilometer mark just a few moments ago, and again, that has got to motivate you as well too. That 18 kilometers, forget about it. Now you're looking ahead thinking, man, I got 3 kilometers. In 3 kilometers, I could win this race. That is quite a feather in your cap for these athletes. These two, this seems to be a two-man race right now between Jeff Martinson and Kip Kangogo. You know both of these athletes. I'm telling you, Trevor, it's exciting just to see these two. How do you think this is going to finish?
Quick. We're definitely...
Your predictions, here we go.
We're definitely under 9 minutes to the finish. If they're traveling around 3-minute kilometers, 3 kilometers to go, you got 9 minutes there. But my
my hot take on it is going to be Jeff. I just know that he's very consistent with his training right now. He's currently in school at UBC for pharmacy.
We're going to see a kick at the end, aren't we?
I think so. But yeah, I think it's pharmaceutical science is his degree that he's taking right now. But I think, yeah, outside of that, getting out of school and back to the race itself, I think it's going to be a little bit of a kick to the finish. But for their interest, there's a little bit of a dip underneath 12th Avenue where you go down underneath the bridge and then you come back up. So my tactic in their shoes a couple years ago was to go up that hill and then just lay it all on the line. And that's about 1.5 kilometers to the finish. So I think for them, you'll see them right with each other up until that point. And then from there, somebody will make a move. And who knows? It could be Kip, it could be Jeff, but I think it might be Jeff.
Way to walk on the line. 58 minutes into this race, coming up on 59 minutes into this race here, and there's parts of this course that are a little bit of a challenge. And as you mentioned too, Trevor, there is going to be that dip right by the National Music Center. But these athletes know the course, and right now you can just think their mindset right now must be going, okay, when I hit that 20-kilometer mark, that's when I'm just going to kick it over here. We're up for a finish, guys. I'm excited about this. This will be fun.
Yeah, this is going to be good. And for them, I think they might be mindful that they have 2 kilometers left, and they're like, oh, let's just get this done.
Half marathoners who are watching right now, and we are up close and personal with both of these gentlemen. Maybe a little too close right now with our camera, but we'll back off a little bit and we'll give them some breathing space, because right now they are so focused on the finish line, as they can probably see in their sights the Stampede grounds.
And check out the women's race. As I was talking before, Rachel's a fighter, and she runs really smart. So.
Rachel Hanna, the one you were talking about, yes. She was far behind Dan. Yeah. And what happened in the last 5 minutes?
So it could be a combination of fatigue from Emily, but also with Rachel, she's a strong competitor and she's a smart runner. Her coach, Dave Carell, always tells her to run smart races and to stick to the paces. So I think they came out here with a plan, and they're sticking to that plan.
But Trevor, it's not over. As we've seen with the gentlemen, this is not over. I'm sure Emily is thinking to herself, okay, I've got to refocus. I've got to make sure that I maintain my pace, but I've got to keep my eyes sight on Rachel.
For sure.
Yeah, Emily's looking like she's getting a little tighter in the upper body, which is not a good thing, because when your upper body starts to tighten up and you don't get a good fluid arm swing, your legs start to echo that effect. And that could be very much what's going on, just a sign of fatigue setting in. And Rachel, she looks like she's gritting it out more than just smoothly flying along. So it could be that Emily has just had a little too much today.
Our focus now is also on the men. We are literally less than 2 kilometers away from the finish of the half marathon for the men. 2 gentlemen in contention right now. Jeff Martinson in the white, and it's Kip Kangogo wearing the green jersey right behind him. On his heels, the pace gentleman has picked up. If there's any indication that these two want it badly, you can just see that their pace, their arm strides, they know that they are literally minutes away from finishing this race. Neither one of them wants to give up their position.
Yeah, they're going down 9th Avenue right now, and it's going to be yet another exciting Centaur Subaru Half Marathon National Half Marathon Championships. These guys are going at each other. They're going to be making a left-hand turn any moment now, and heading down under the railway tracks and then up that little bit of an incline, and at this point, that little bit could be feeling a lot. And then they've got a short little straightaway into the Stampede grounds where the finish line's awaiting them.
Trevor, you mentioned this area right here, and this is the dip that we were talking about, right by the National Music Center. Could this be the chance that Kip's been waiting for to make his move? And right now, again, still on his heels, Jeff Martinson is trying to hold him off.
Looked like Kip and Jeff got a little bit caught up there for a second, but just looking at the time, they're at 1 hour and 3 minutes currently. They have about 1.1 kilometers left, maybe even less. So looking to be around that 106 half marathon finish time.
And as
They're
our
moving
group,
quick.
sorry, Trevor, as our group of 120 on the left-hand side give a little wave back and forth, there are the two gentlemen. It is a two-man race, the half marathon here at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon 53rd edition. We are in for a big-time treat, gentlemen. The Calgary Stampede is in their sights. They can see the Saddle Dome on their left-hand side, our right-hand side, the final stretch. Wow.
Yeah, the human centipede is just peeled off to the right, and the four legs who are fighting for the national championships in the Centaur Subaru Half Marathon are turning over in a fast and furious rate. And the two of them, they're going side by side. So Kip is pulling out to see if he's got what he thinks he has.
And not to be outdone.
Martinson on the right, Kangogo on the left. These two gentlemen want it badly. As you mentioned, Dan, side by side, here it is. Kip Kangogo now takes the lead. He's found a little energy in those legs, and off he goes, Trevor.
Yeah, so Kip did this to Reed last year as well. So we'll see if Jeff has a little bit of a response. It is a two-man race right now, but Dylan was in the background there too, so he looks like he's holding strong in third. But coming in the finish, you can hear a little bit more music. Your adrenaline starts going just even more, and for Kip, he's run with a lot of heart, so let's see what happens.
They just entered the Stampede grounds, and they didn't have to pay the entry fee, so that's a good sign on race day.
Absolutely. This is literally the final stretch. Kangogo in the lead. Martinson on his tail. He's trying to muster up any energy he's got left in those legs. The arms are pumping, but Kangogo does not want to give up the lead. Who's going to take it? We are literally hundreds of meters away from the finish line as these gentlemen pass by the Saddle Dome. They're going to make a left-hand turn and then a right-hand turn to the finish line. This is not over, gentlemen, but man, what a finish.
Yeah, Kip is looking fabulous, but Jeff is not giving up, but he's in tight.
Yeah, Jeff still is within reach that he can put a little bit of a surge in there, and I think it's more of coming around the corner into the finish area where you see the finish line, and that's where you really start to go. But for the most part, yeah, they're side by side right now, and it's going to be close.
And who would think that we are an hour and 5 minutes into a race and it is this close? Here's the left-hand turn. That is Kangogo in your screen. Right behind him is Martinson. As they round the corner, they've got to go up that hill and then to the right, to the finish. Kangogo knows it. He knows it. He feels it. His arms are moving. His legs are faster than he's probably had them for the entire race as the cheers begin as he makes around his turn to the right, and then he'll be in the home stretch. It looks like, gentlemen, Kangogo's strategy of kicking in at about the 2-kilometer mark has worked, has paid off as he makes that final turn. There's the finish line in his sights, arms in the air. Why not? What a race this gentleman has run. The half marathon winner. There he is, Kip Kangogo. Congratulations to a very, very excited young man.
Yeah, congrats, Kip. That's awesome. Did it for his son, Roy, and that's his second half marathon title. So, yeah, great work by him.
And it looked like a time of 1:06:27 or 26, so that's unofficial, of course. But that could be pretty close to guaranteeing Kip a ticket to the World Championship half marathon.
Yeah, so it gives him, it allows him to be eligible for that automatic qualification, but throughout the whole time period of the qualifying time, he still has to go underneath 1:06. So he will have to run another half marathon this year of a qualifying course and go under 1:06. But right now he has that automatic card that he can play.
And here are the remainder of our half marathon runners who are coming across, and some great times here. We saw a pack of them about an hour ago, and of course the separation. But again, an amazing race by the gentleman of the name of Kip Kangogo, who wins the men's half marathoners. We are going to shift our attention to the women's half marathoners in a few moments. That was Emily Setlak and Rachel Hanna, who are in a 1-2 battle. And right now, as we bring our attention back to the women's half marathon, Rachel Hanna, big separation from Emily Setlak. Something has happened. Yeah, you know what's happened? Rachel's run has happened. She knew exactly what she needed to do, and boy, is she dominating now.
And Rachel's just she's just entered downtown, so she's going to be going into the East Village any minute now, so she's in the last couple of kilometers to go as well. So she has chosen the right moment to strike on Emily, and it's going to be very tough for Emily to come back from this kind of gap at this point in the race.
Well, you say that.
Yeah.
You say that, Dan, but as we saw in the men's race, anything can happen, and it pretty much did, but you're right. This young lady, Rachel Hanna, has a commanding lead right now. She is currently leading the women's half marathoner, as we see a number of other gentlemen coming across the finish line right now, finishing up the half marathon for the men's, greeted by volunteers, greeted by medals, and greeted by hugs.
And if we can just go back to the men's race for a second, it was Kip Kangogo that won, Jeff Martinson in second, Dylan Wykes came third, Jerry Francois from Quebec came in fourth. Fifth place was Sammy Jabril, and sixth place was John Mason from Speed River. So well done by all the guys in that top 6 spots right now, and as you can see, Rachel Hanna is definitely making some ground on Emily there.
Yeah, this is fabulous. It's been a very exciting men's race in the Centaur Subaru Half Marathon and National Half Marathon Championships, and it's looking like a good battle here for Rachel. Certainly, even though it's not going to be as tight as the men's race from the looks of things at this point, it's still been exciting. She was back, as we can remember, in the 10 to 12 kilometer distance. She had lost probably a good 20, 30 yards. And now she's managed to pull that back, not only pull back the distance, but open up an even bigger gap on Emily. And now she's turning into the East Village. She's well into the East Village, going by the historic Simmons building, which is right on the waterfront. East Village is a success story of having be redeveloped from not necessarily the best part of Calgary to now being a quite vibrant community. Very exciting.
Well, from our living room to yours, boy, I tell you, what an absolute beautiful shot here we're getting from our motorcycle cameras. What a great job we're doing. We just saw the men's half marathon wrap up a few moments ago with Kip Kangogo with an impressive win. Now we're watching the women's half marathon. That young lady, Rachel Hanna, looked to be out of the race at about the 10-12 kilometer mark. But gentlemen, she had a strategy, and her strategy was probably just to stay relevant, and she did with Emily Setlak, and look what she's done now. She's taken the lead, and as you can see, she's passing by some stragglers in part of the other races that are going on right now. But what a stride this young lady has. You can just see it in her face. You can see it in her body that she wants this badly.
Yeah, Rachel's got a wicked pain face.
Yeah.
So she's really putting it on the line right now, and yeah, no surprise here, but her and Emily have been battling throughout the course of this race, and to see her kind of pull away, it's good. It's a good race.
Yeah, you can certainly tell she is fighting this race. She is fighting not necessarily against the competition, but against her own fatigue, and she is not giving it up. She just turned onto 9th Avenue past the historic Fort Calgary. She's going to be going probably about 200 meters down 9th Avenue, and then she hangs right by the National Music Center, and then goes down under the railway tracks. When she rises out of that, she's got a straight shot to Stampede grounds, and this is looking good for her because there is no sign of Emily behind her.
But you don't want to lessen your stride. You right now, she probably can't even feel her legs. Right now, the only thing that's keeping her going is her mindset.
Focus.
For sure, yeah, definitely at this point of the race, she's going to be battling a little bit of fatigue there. So she's at about the 20 kilometer mark. Once she turns left, she's going to be at that 20 kilometer mark. So definitely at the highest state of fatigue is going to be right now.
Yeah, looking at her stride, you got to think that she's focused on one thing, and that is the finish line. And whatever she has to do to get there, she is giving it her all. Not leaving anything on the table.
Yeah, and an impressive showing by that lady, Rachel Hanna. Because last year, Emily Setlak, who she was in competition with a few moments ago in this race, is now well behind. Emily Setlak was the winner of last year's half marathon, so this is going to be quite a moment for Rachel Hanna if she can achieve the final passes here. What a great moment for this young lady. Now she can see the Saddle Dome in her sights on the left-hand side.
Yeah, she has a bit of a tough uphill at this point. Clearly she's tired. Clearly she's been working hard, and now she's just got to get over this little hump, and then she's got flat, smooth sailing into the Stampede grounds.
And we have a treat for you as well, too. We will have interviews of the winners for the men and the women. Jessica Jansen is on the in the pit, if you will, right by the finish line. We'll go to her once we get the winners coming across the finish line here. The final couple of kilometers here for the women's half marathon. A reminder, we will continue our coverage here of the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon as we'll return to the men's full marathon. We'll also have the start of the 10-kilometer race and the 5-kilometer family walk and run. A full day of running, and you can do it in the comfort of your own living room.
And if you're out there watching this on a mobile device, you can also be looking for the green bibs of the runners who have been going all night, and they're challenging themselves to get through that 150 kilometers as we're sitting here relaxing in the nice sun and beautiful weather in Calgary.
As we follow Rachel's final stretch, keep in mind too, we will also have for you an interview with the winner of the men's half marathon, Kip Kengogo, and we'll also grab an interview with this young lady, Rachel Hanna, if she continues her pace, unless something terrible happens, but I don't think so. She wants this bad. She's got the grimace in her face, but she knows how close she is, and a little extra pain is well worth it right now.
Yeah, she's just about to go through the gates of Stampede Park again, and as soon as she does, she knows she's got a very little distance left to cover, and she just has to keep on her feet.
Yeah, she's, I think it's safe to say that she might have it in the bag at this point.
What a moment, gentlemen. What a moment for this young lady.
Yeah, it's quite
National
amazing
champion.
to see. Yeah.
Winner of the Centaur Subaru Half Marathon.
Yeah, she has her 2014 cross-country championship. Now she'll have a half marathon championship. She's a bronze medal from Pan Am Games, so just add more to the collection.
And the separation that she has from Emily as well too is immense. You know, we saw them close knit. Emily Setlak had the lead for a while, and then all of a sudden Rachel, out of nowhere, comes back to take the lead. And as you can see, the cyclists in the background there, they're the ones who are leading her into the final few stretches, the final few meters, 100 meters.
And not to be outdone, Simon Stewart there in the screen, he's an elite runner as well from Edmonton with Fast Tracks, so he's getting some work done as well. But also Rachel, for her part-time job, she's a registered dietitian out of Toronto and lives in Guelph, and she just recently moved to a part-time position from full-time, so she can focus a little bit more on the marathon. And
it's paid off.
It is, yeah, she's doing well. And Emily Setlak, she's a public school teacher up in Cold Lake, and I believe she teaches rock climbing as well, so she's quite integrated in the community up there with Matt as well. And her husband Matt was in Ottawa yesterday running the 10K championships, and I believe he ran really well. So they're kind of like an ultimate duo for running in Cold Lake, at least in Alberta, and even across Canada.
She almost looks like she's about to collapse.
Yeah,
she's giving it all.
She's gritting it out. She's certainly working her heart out.
Yeah,
it's an interesting point though that you make though. These athletes also typically have jobs. They're not professional full-time runners that can just sit at home all day and take a nap. They actually go to work every day, and they do their training around their regular life, their kids, their professional life.
The pain is in her face. The stride says it all. She knows, as she can see the finish line in her sights. That is her. She is the young lady who is now the official winner of the women's half marathon. Rachel Hanna crosses the finish line. And is she exhausted? Yeah. Is she thrilled? Absolutely. Congratulations to that young lady.
Rachel Hanna, our national champion, the winner of the Centaur Subaru Half Marathon.
Yeah, congrats, Rachel. Happy to see.
Yeah, 1:17, probably 1:17:25 was about her time, so a decent time, not record-setting by any means, but certainly a very fast, good quality run today.
Wow, as we see the separation now, as we get a real clear idea of how much time Rachel separated herself from that young lady, Emily Setlak from Cold Lake. But what a race that Rachel Hanna put forward. But congratulations to this incredible athlete, Emily Setlak, last year's winner, second place this year. It was quite a race, gentlemen. We have been so lucky. Look at Trevor here. He just wants to keep watching the race. I don't blame you, buddy. What a race. We've been so lucky to see the men's finals and the women's finals, the half marathon. But now we've got the marathon to look forward to.
Certainly.
Yeah, definitely in the marathon. There's a couple Kenyan athletes in the men's race and also in the female race. So we'll see how they're playing out right now. But they go out hard. So hopefully we'll have a fast time there.
Well, one of the good things is we have a young lady by the name of Jess Jansen who is in the pits, if you will, and she is with the winner of the women's half marathon. Go ahead, Jess.
I'm down here at the finish line with our half marathon of the Sentra Subaru. Rachel Hanna, tell me how you feel. You look so strong coming across the finish line.
Yeah, I felt strong coming in. Of course, the last couple of K, it was a push, but I knew the end was in sight. I felt like I paced myself well this race. I decided not to wear a watch and just go by effort, so I'm happy with how I ran.
What made you choose not to go with a watch? Because that's such a big thing for runners typically.
Yeah, I just wanted to go by feel, and it's a championship race, so I wanted to race for place and not be too concerned about time and just go by effort and run as hard as I could, so I'm happy with that.
Well, you came across that finish line strong. It's super inspiring. Congratulations. We're really proud of you. Have an awesome day. You can just feel the energy as she came across the line. What an amazing moment for Rachel Hanna.
You know, when you see something like that, the effort that she put in there, I would bet, gentlemen, that there was a moment in her race that she was saying to herself, I don't even know if I can take over Emily Setlak. But she did. She proved something to herself today that she deserves to be the finisher, the first place finisher in this race. What an accomplishment, what an achievement by that young lady.
Yeah, for sure. I think she came out here with a plan and she stuck to her pace and got the job done. So I think you can put a little check mark in that box for win the race for Rachel Hanna.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, nothing ever goes according to a script in a race of this magnitude. And what Rachel did is stick to her plan, and that's the one variable you can control is you plan your race and you stick to that. And what happened to Emily fed back into Rachel's plan. You know, she stuck to her guns, and Emily, unfortunately, it looks like she actually blew up a little in the race in the 15-16 kilometer range, and it opened the door for Rachel to come back and take the victory and take the national championships.
As we watch a number of other racers come across the finish line, some personal achievements, finishing a half a marathon, and if this is your first time running a half marathon, maybe you set your sights for the full. Who knows? A lot of these athletes are just absolutely thrilled, and why not? The accomplishments, the achievements, the racing that they have done over the last year just to get them to this point. As you can see, people looking at their watches and saying, oh yeah, I'm on stride. This is exactly where I want to be. But what a moment as you come around that corner.
Well, and you just saw on screen a gentleman coming around that corner pushing his stroller with a child in it, and he's on pace to run a 122. Like, that's incredible. That is a very fast time for running, let alone when you're pushing something through a race and having to worry about that and your pace.
Ideal situations. We talked about it from the get-go. Who knows, as the day progresses, we may see some really, really great times, especially in the 10K as well, too. Something to really watch for.
For sure, and even just right now, we have a little bit of the wind picking up, but I think it's coming from the northwest.
There's that gentleman you were just talking about a few moments ago coming across the finish line with his stroller. As we see some other athletes coming across as well, too. They are finishing up the half marathon, and some of these ladies and some of these men have been working hard to get to this point.
Yeah, and you saw the wind blowing the flags a little in the finishing chute, and that just reminds us of the magnitude of the Calgary Marathon and the Centaur Subaru Half Marathon. We're a national organization. You see flags from every province represented in the race, and we had flag bearers representing every province earlier in the race at the opening ceremonies. It's an exciting day.
We mentioned about the half marathon women's. We saw Rachel Hanna a few moments ago. We're going to talk to the second place winner, Emily Setlak, and Jess has her right now.
I'm down here at the finish line with Emily Setlak. Let's talk about your race. You're a local Alberta resident. How did it feel coming across the finish line for you?
Oh, it's always so nice to be here. It's a beautiful day, and this morning I saw all the volunteers getting everything set up, and they were up at 4 a.m. to help us race. So it's just really special to be part of that, to be part of the whole community here today. So whether I had a good race or a bad race, it's just nice to be here and be part of the community. Yeah.
What's it like as you come across and you hear people cheering you on and that energy? Walk us through that mentality as you get to that final push, because I know sometimes it's a real grind.
Yeah, it is a grind, but it's so inspiring. There's so many people that cheer you on, and when you're racing, it's so helpful because you're hurting, and so it's really helpful.
Well, that's fantastic. Walk me through your training leading up to this. How was your last kind of month of training? How did it feel? How did you prepare?
Yeah, so I spent the past 3 weeks in Vancouver racing. I did a 10, a 10, another 10, and then a half. So I felt a bit sluggish today, but that's okay. I did my best with what I had today, so yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you, Emily. Congratulations. She's got a glowing smile on her face. She was super strong coming across the finish line.
Jess, thank you very much, and Jess, thank you very much for that. It's great to get a perspective from all of these athletes, and sometimes even if they don't win, they're still excited to be a part of this race. And why not? The environment, the day, everything about this day is absolutely magnificent, and we're so excited to bring this to you today.
Yeah, and she also talked about the crowds on the course and the support that they give the athletes. Calgary's a great community, as we talked about, from a fitness and participation perspective. And there are lots of folks out on the course who are cheering the runners on. If you're at home watching, I suggest you set your PVR and get out on the streets and start cheering these athletes on. Or take your mobile device and watch it. You can watch us from beside the course as the runners are going along, and you can figure out what's going on in the actual races. One thing I might highlight, Phoenix, is we know there's the human centipede working its way through the course at the moment, but there are also 10 women who are tethered together and attempting to set a world's fastest time for that. And they have to run sub-4. They're hoping they've targeted running a 3:30 marathon. And just picture this. This is 10 women who are tethered together 5 feet from each other, and they're going to be running at an incredible pace for somebody who's running on their own. So it's quite an exciting feat. A couple of years ago, we had 10 men tethered together. They set a world record running in the 2-hour 50 range, and which is an incredibly fast time as well. So it's an exciting day. So many different things going on.
We want to thank Global Television for this fantastic view of the race. Again, this race has taken over Calgary, as you can see by the magnificent shot here. As we pan back, you get an idea of just how dominant this race is every single year. And again, the vantage points that we talked about it, how is this for a point of view?
Oh, and this is Calgary. This is beautiful. This is the Bow River. This is Memorial Drive. A lot of history here, a lot of beauty. It's a great place to run. Thousands of Calgarians use it every day in their training on the pathways, but now we've opened the road to runners. So it's an opportunity, a unique opportunity for them to get out and enjoy the community and enjoy the fresh air.
Just to give you an idea again of our plan is, now that we've had the conclusion of the men's and women's half marathoners, our motorcycle crew is going to meet up with the men's and women's full marathoners, and the moment we have that, then we'll show that like right now. So here we go. This is the men's full marathon, and as we saw at the beginning of this race, which just about an hour and a half ago, there was a group of men who were in contention for the men's full marathon, but now, as you can see, we have one runner who is in the lead, and a significant lead by the looks of it. We'll try to get a perspective here as that car wants to pass. I hope he signals.
So
okay.
That looks like Jonathan.
But here we go with the men's full marathon, and we will link up with the women's full marathon in just a few moments as well, too, as we'll take this race to its conclusion.
Yeah, so that looks like it's Jonathan Chesso, who won the marathon both in 2015 and 2016 up here. So, yeah, sticking to his ways, two-time winner. If that's him, still trying to make out that number there, but it does look like it is Jonathan there.
That'll be pretty impressive. A three-peat in the Calgary Marathon. It's been a while since we've seen that kind of success from one individual runner. So this is good news. It's and he's running along. He's looking great out on the roads. It looks like he's on 26th Avenue, which is the southwest part of the course. He's making his way back towards Mount Royal, where he'll run through Mount Royal, the beautiful neighborhood of Mount Royal. Then he'll go downtown and then make his way over to Memorial Drive to finish off the race.
As you can see, the police are also guiding him. He needs to, it's a long course. Sometimes you forget where you need to go, and there's a couple of people in front of him as well, too. Not only our motorcycle crew, but there is a couple of folks on bikes who are leading him through this course. There's also a lead car as well, too, with the time, so that he knows exactly what his pace is. He doesn't have to keep looking down at his wristwatch, if you will. Again, the men's full marathon is what we're setting our attention to. Keep in mind, too, the start of the kids' marathon, the final 1.2 kilometers of a year-long race, that begins just around 9 o'clock. At 11 o'clock is the start of the 10-kilometer race. And at 1, we will also have the start of the 5-kilometer family walk and run. We have a lot to keep you busy over the next couple of hours, and we want to thank you very much for being a part of this wonderful event. Again, the 53rd running of the annual Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, the 2017 version. Our on-air crew, Dan Ouimet, who's to my left, he is the current president of the board of directors of the Calgary Marathon Society since 2007, giving his commentary. And why not an elite runner, Trevor Hoffbauer, who's also joining us, and our sideline reporter, Jessica Jansen. We've got the crew set. My name is Phoenix, and we are so excited to be able to bring this to you today live on Shaw TV as we continue the great tour through the streets of Calgary.
Yeah, it actually looks like they're down on 17th Avenue, so he is making good headway in the race. He's going to be turning right onto 14th Street momentarily, and then head north across the river. So he's making some good time.
Yeah, he should be at about the 27-kilometer mark right now.
Last year, this gentleman had the early lead. In fact, he was leading the half marathoners. That's how motivated Jonathan Kipchirchir was last year. He seems to be motivated again, trying to repeat what he accomplished last year in an amazing time, too. If I'm not mistaken, gentlemen, it was a blistering time he laid down last year.
Yeah, he ran 2:21:55 last year. The year before, he ran even faster in 2:17:12. So in previous years, he went out pretty hard. Like, he would go through the 10-kilometer mark in about 31:05 to 29:52, respectively. And that's really quick, because on that portion of the course it's fairly hilly when you're going back up into the community, and to put down those times is impressive. So definitely a well-known competitor out here for this marathon, and just sticking to his ways right now.
Dan, you had mentioned earlier there are some interesting key points about this race today. You mentioned about the 10 females that are tied together. They have a hashtag, actually, hashtag 10 fast females. They're trying to do it under sub 4 hours. We'll keep an eye on them. Also, we saw earlier 150 people tied together. They're trying to run the marathon in under 5.5 hours. Again, actually it's 110. I think it was supposed to be 150. They were trying for 150, but I think they ended up with 110 of them tethered together.
Yeah, for that Guinness record, the official record is 75, and there is one that's yet to been ratified, so it may or may not go forward. But that one's 86 runners, so they've got 110 they started out with, so they've got a fairly good cushion to set the record. They just have to get through the course in 6 hours. Mm-hmm. So, and I don't mean that to say just 6 hours, but they have to get through in 6 hours. So they've got a bit of a cushion as well that they've built into their plan. And but again, you can't underestimate. You've got 110 people tied together. Somebody needs to take a porta potty break. That's going to be a bit of a challenge. You can't fit that many people into a porta potty.
It's like herding cats, man.
Yeah,
how do you do
difficult.
that? Also, another Guinness Book of World Record attempt is the fastest marathon in a cowboy outfit.
Yeah, and I believe
now, I think this is still happening. The record is, and go figure, there is a record. of 3 hours, 9 minutes, and 9 seconds. So apparently somebody has done it in the past. Somebody today is trying to do the same. And the final Guinness Book of World Record attempt is a gentleman by the name of Brian Martin. An attempt at the longest distance over 12 hours in a race chair rather, competing in the 150-kilometer solo, which began last night. So much at stake for a number of folks who have their own personal reasons for wanting to do this race. I still can't get over 110 people tethered together.
Yeah.
We saw it a few times. What a sight.
I can't either. Yeah,
Man.
A few years ago when we had the 10 guys running together, they all had to go on the side of the road to go for a potty break. And imagine 110 of them doing that. It's rather difficult.
Absolutely.
So we've got Jonathan just coming under the 9th Avenue underpass, and he's going to be climbing up over the Bow River right now and heading out into Kensington neighborhood before Memorial Drive. So he's well into the course at this point, and he's got a huge lead.
So on our screen right now is Daniel Kiptoak. He's originally from Kenya, but he does train in Lethbridge with Kip, Willie, Ed Kangogo as well. So he's been in Canada for a little bit, and he's also been over in Vancouver doing a few races. So we have him in screen right now, and he looks to be doing well.
For a lot of athletes, this is a key race. This is a prime race. They look forward to it every single year, as this gentleman, who's our returning champion.
Yeah, for these Kenyan athletes, they're really coming out here to get themselves out of poverty, essentially, because they want to. They're in hopes of making a little bit of money, taking it back to their community and giving it back to the people around them. So for them, it's a big monetary incentive to be out here, but also it's nice to have them in our city so they can take in some of the community, so they can enjoy our city to its entirety.
It's a wonderful contrast as you see our leader for the men's marathon, and then over to his right, our left, a number of individuals who just want to go for a run, who are motivated probably by just getting in shape, who just want a little social interaction. But what an amazing contrast between an elite athlete like that gentleman and the other folks as well too, as we get another great shot from Global One. What an amazing view, and we appreciate these shots to give you a different perspective of how wonderful this event is and how it's literally taken over the city of Calgary on this beautiful day.
And we have to keep in mind that he is actually passing a lot of the half marathoners, so he's gone an extra 13 kilometers on top of what they've already done.
You see a number of folks wearing little rabbit ears, and they're there for a reason as well too, because, well, explain, Jonathan. Jonathan, listen, I'm calling him Jonathan now. Trevor, go ahead and explain.
Yeah, so they're going to be the pace bunnies. So they have certain increments that they're going to be pacing out, and their responsibility is to hold up that sign. And running 42 kilometers holding a sign is rather difficult. Your traps are probably going to get sore at the end of it. Same with your deltoid. It's just going to get really fatigued. But yeah, so they're out there pacing along, and they have groups of people around them.
And you get to wear those funny ears.
Those time goals.
Sorry, hold real quickly, Dan. We have an aerial view. If you look directly down in the center of your screen, that is Jonathan Kipchirchir, who is the current leader right now in the men's full marathon. Again, a magnificent shot from Global One. We appreciate their efforts in this amazing day here. And what a stride this gentleman has. He's taken the lead, and he is dominating the lead right now.
And just to follow up, the bunny ears, we see another set of bunny ears. Those are volunteers who have a lot of pressure on them, because they're setting the pace for a lot of folks who are hoping to reach a goal and attain their personal goals. So it's you require somebody who's got a lot of consistency in pacing, so that the athletes that are following him or her are able to do what they want to do, and they spend a lot of time, invested a lot of time in doing what they're doing, and these rabbits are pacing them, and so they want to make sure that they go at the pace that they're going, and that they help these folks attain success.
You know, everyone has a personal journey in these races, and some just want to get a certain time. Some of them have other motivations, like this gentleman who's sitting beside us here at our broadcast booth. We welcome in Devin and Kai. How old is Kai, by the way, Devin?
15 months old.
15 months old. A few moments ago, we saw you come across the finish line pushing a stroller. I'm guessing this little tyke was with you.
Yeah, he finished just ahead of me, so he had a nice tour of the city.
Did he out-kick you?
He had a nap. You know, so everyone I know yells at me a bit, so it's always fun pushing him around. He loves it.
And now he's carbo loading.
Yeah, exactly. He has his applesauce and he's happy.
So, Devin, what was your motivation? You said to yourself, you said, hey, you know what? I'm going to take my son for a little jog. Explain this whole thing to us.
I think it started just before he was born, when people told me that I wouldn't be able to sort of live my lifestyle the way I did before I had a kid, and I just sort of want to show people that you can still enjoy the running with a stroller and enjoy the moments with your kids. And you know, there's people like Callum Neff who, you know, prove that you know, you can still race and be competitive, and I think it just inspires me to sort of motivate the other people in the city that want to come out and even just push, even start just, you know, slow and enjoy those moments, because it is fun. It's, you know, when he gets a bit older, he can hand me my water and maybe pass me a snack once in a while. So, and you know, the stroller sits at home and he climbs in it and he loves it. He's been in it since day one, and it's just something that we enjoy doing together.
Well, as a firefighter as well, too, you appreciate what it means to put in an effort and to know that this young man one day will be looking back at you and say, Dad, that was me and you. Yeah. What a great daddy moment. I mean, this is just, it's got to warm your heart when you come across that finish line. And by the way, your time wasn't too bad there, pal.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of one of those things. You start out and you hope for a good time, and the course was sort of, you know, the weather was great. There's no wind, and sort of just do your best out there. And you know, being a firefighter, he's actually going to be in the fire calendar this year. So we're trying to raise
Nice.
awareness for the Burn Treatment Foundation, and you know, those are the moments when you look back, hopefully when he is older, and I can embarrass him with, you know, a funny photo, or, you know, just these good memories that we had when he was little, and obviously continuing through his life.
Well, if you're a hockey fan as well, too, how about this guy, Kalamazoo Wings, eh? You played a little pro hockey yourself, too, so you've been an athlete at heart for a long, long time.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to, you know, play at a high level, you know, in Western Hockey League and university and down in the States, so I definitely know what it takes to jump into the pain cave a little bit, so it's just sort of one of those things, move on to the next sport and enjoy it. So.
Well, we're enjoying the fact that you're here today and bringing Kai with you as well, too. Devin and Kai ran the first stroller through the half marathon. Thanks, buddy. Yeah. Thanks, Devin. We appreciate your time. Again, a lot of personal stories here you'll find at the Calgary Marathon, and it continues throughout the next couple of hours as well, too. Dan, when you see some of these stories and some of these wonderful individuals, it just warms your heart. You realize it's not just a race. People are here for other reasons and wonderful reasons.
Well, yeah, it's inspiring for the community. It's inspiring for the other runners, and hopefully, you know, one day he motivates Kai to take up a healthy lifestyle and get out and run through the community as well. It's such a great sport that you can be doing this as an individual. You can be driving yourself hard. You can be pushing yourself, but then you also you can involve your family. You can involve your community. You can you get out and make you know, the community that much more vibrant and energetic.
And whatever they say, whatever motivates you, like this gentleman who's motivated right now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, motivation plays such a huge part. You want to be able to motivate somebody to get out and challenge themselves a little bit. And then on race day, of course, you want to make sure that you've got the motivation to keep pushing yourself through race day. And that doesn't mean you got to run a 1:20 like those guys. It could mean you're just going through to walk through a half marathon, a 10K, or you could be just taking your kids out and letting them enjoy the kids marathon. There's all sorts of different levels that you could be getting in there, but the key factor is you want to encourage, you want to support, and you want to you want to be there.
We are getting our first look now of the women's marathon leaders. There are two ladies who are side by side as the race officials on the bikes are leading them through this course.
Kipchirchir, but I think last year he went off course, or at least somebody did. So who knows what happened there, but Daniel Kipchirchir is in the lead for the men's marathon right now. And for the females, we have a list of athletes that are out there, and I'm making assumptions here. It looks like it's Monica Menjik from Nairobi, Kenya, and then also Caroline Chibiwau from Kenya as well.
Magnificent day here in Calgary. Sorry, Dan, just a magnificent day. We can't underestimate just how these conditions are almost literally ideal for these runners. I'm sure a lot of them have run in so many different conditions where the temperature's been so hot, or it's been too cold, or it's been windy and rainy. I mean, the unpredictability of our weather here in the spring in Calgary, it literally is bipolar by some standards. Today, it is ideal for runners.
Yeah, generally the Calgary weather is pretty good for running. You know, it can get a little crisp in winter sometimes, but it doesn't get too extreme here. And when it does, it doesn't stick around too long. So we're very lucky to have this kind of weather in our community. We're very lucky to have this kind of a community that supports us to do the sport.
It is getting a little warmer, let's be honest. I mean, we're at a broadcast location here, which is at the finish line. I can feel the heat. It's starting to warm up a little bit here, guys. I think it's really affecting these athletes too much right now.
At this point in the race, they've been out there for about an hour and 45 minutes. So for the marathoners, for sure, I think right now a lot of them are taking some nutrition. As we saw Daniel there, he just took a gel. So for the elite athletes, for every athlete out there, I think hydration is going to be important from this stage moving forward. And as you were mentioning, it is warming up, so maybe a little bit of water thrown onto their head as well.
Well, hopefully you're inspired by these athletes and their accomplishments today, and maybe one day you're going to decide for yourself that this is something that I want to do. Gentlemen, what was it that motivated you, Dan, to get started in running?
You know, it was just friends. You know, wanted to go out and run, so I started joining them, and over time I just it became a sport that I really love to just relax and reflect, and you get out in the fresh air, and there's you know, you're not distracted by anything other than the feet, you know, the foot stomps in front of you. Yeah. So it's great that way, and it just over time it became a part of my life and my lifestyle.
Trevor?
For sure, yeah. Similar with you, Dan, it's just being a member of the community. You meet so many inspiring athletes out there and inspiring human beings as well. They all have families. They have more than just running to their life. So that's what kind of inspires me to continue going. But I was running back in school, and it helped me with my studies because it just allowed me to refresh my mind after a long day at school. Or even when I was cramming for finals, I'd just go for 30 minutes so I could just like release some endorphins, just reset my mind. So that's what kind of keeps me going as well.
And then you get to a point in your life that you realize, hey, wait a minute, I could be competitive here. I could maybe win a race or two. Then your mindset changes, your training aspect changes, like we see with these two ladies, Monica and Carolyn, who are side by side right now. This is the women's full marathon racers. These are the leaders right now. As you get another aerial shot here from Global One News. Magnificent shot of the two ladies you can see on the bottom right-hand part of your screen right now. And as you can see, our crew, the motorcycle crew and the cyclists as well too, are leading the pack. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, even for every athlete out there, you get a sense of accomplishment by being out there, striving for your personal best. And for a lot of athletes, I think they have expectations for themselves, but they set no limits. So every time you beat your personal best, it's like you've reached another plateau in your training, in your own life.
Taking it to another level.
Exactly, and for them, I know a lot of athletes that have personal stories to get them out of bed in the morning, to get them onto the roads, and to get the training done. So it's just it's much more than just winning the race. It's also your personal best. It's to impress other people. It's to prove other people that you can do something that some may never have thought was possible.
You know, it's one of the things that the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours. A lot of these athletes have put in hours and hours and hours of training, and that's how they get to the level that they're at. And that's not for everyone. Other people have other commitments in their lives, and they want to focus on other things. But anybody in this sport, that's the beauty of running. You don't need to have a lot of money for equipment. You just need to have a pair of running shoes and a bit of desire and motivation and commitment. And you can go anywhere, literally. You can go all over the city. So it's a great sport in that manner.
A lot have said that amateur sport brings community together, health and wellness, all in the same place. And I know, Dan, that's near and dear to your heart as well, too. That whole aspect of community, of health and wellness, a state of mind. You know, the world's a crazy place. And sometimes you need a way to escape from the craziness of the world. And if it's running, if it's walking, if it's cycling, do something. And that's what these 13,000 people are demonstrating today, that they're finding a way, as we see an interesting shot of our camera. I hope he's okay. But again, the entire city of Calgary is watching this right now, a community of runners who've dedicated themselves to running, to health and wellness. That says a lot about this city, and it says a lot about this sport as well.
Yeah, my personal mission, and I think the mission, well, I know the mission of the Calgary Marathon is to build a community through sport, the sport of running. And, you know, we have intentionally incorporated the Scotiabank Charity Challenge to ensure that our runners and their supporters have the opportunity to give back to the community. And we know that that helps us integrate with the community. We also know that we provide a little bit of inspiration here and there, which helps improve our community. And it builds friendships, it builds connections. If you look at the running community, there's an example in the London Marathon about a month or so ago of a video that went viral of one of the marathoners. He was a fairly competitive marathoner, was breaking down in the last few hundred meters, and another competitive runner stopped and helped him get across the finish line. And it's such an amazing story that, you know, runners are going to sacrifice their performance to be able to help somebody else, and it builds that bond. You know, my first marathon, same thing happened. I was running New York City Marathon, 23 miles, and I stopped at an aid station because I had enough. And this guy from New York City, the random guy, stopped and he's like, "Come on, man, let's go. Keep going. You're almost there. You only got 3 miles to go." That's the kind of energy and spirit that I've seen through the sport, and it's inspired me to try and you know, support the community and commit to it to help build that for the broader city and country, frankly.
Trevor, you can relate to this.
Yeah, for sure. It's like the athletes that are out there, they all have inspirational stories that really blow you away. One of them is Blaine Penny's story with Evan and Mito Canada, and how Evan battles mitochondrial disease. So for him, a lot of his inspiration comes from his son, and that goes to the 110 athletes linked together today, the 10 females. Previously it was the 10 men, and even last year you had a group of athletes running for 24 hours on the treadmill. So they do a lot within the community to really get people active, to get people participating. And for some of those athletes, a part of that 110 athlete centipede or train, whatever you want to call it, they may never have heard of Mito Canada before, but they did some research and they found out who Blaine was, they found out who Sarah were, and they decided to jump on board there. So inspirational stories allow others to excel in life, and that's an example right there.
You know, everyone has their personal story. Everyone has their reason for running a race. As we watch the women's full marathon, it looks like there's been some development. There seems to be a little bit of separation here. The two ladies, Monica Menjic and Carolyn Chepawat, who are now side by side. Well, they were side by side, but now there is a separation as we're looking at almost 2 hours into the race here for the women's full marathon. Strategy, maybe early strategy, but maybe there's just fatigue being demonstrated by one of the athletes.
Yeah, they're looking to run. They're looking strong right now. Like, their form hasn't really broken down or anything like that, and they're still holding a pretty controlled pace. So For them, I think the race really starts at about the 32, 35 kilometer mark, and before that you want to have a really relaxed pace so you can ensure that the finish area is going to be nice and strong.
Yeah, it's just we just got a shot on the screen. It looks like the Guinness record of fastest cowboy running a marathon is right behind the female leaders. So he's on pace to certainly, if they're on the pace that we think they are, he could easily beat 3 hours, and which would set a Guinness Book of World Records. That's fabulous.
3:09:09 is the record. Gladys Taras from Eldoret, who is in the lead right now. Gladys Taras.
Yeah, and they're running down Memorial Drive. They're heading out towards the turnaround, so they're in a few minutes they're going to see that they're clear sailing on their way back to the Stampede grounds. And a few minutes ago we had a beautiful shot of downtown back behind Memorial Drive, and this is the kind of thing that they get to see out there on the course.
Spectators, sure. Other runners, sure. You feel like it's a family event. I mean, again, we've talked about community event. It is. It's a number of people getting together with their own personal reasons, their own personal accomplishments. Like this young lady we're watching right now, Gladys Tarrant, who is the current leader of the women's full marathon, but there's still a lot of running to be had, gentlemen, as we get another great shot of this incredible course and these amazing athletes who are just truly pushing their limits today.
And there's a lot of energy down there on Memorial Drive. When you're running, it's a fabulous feeling to hear the crowd, to hear the other supporters that are offside the course. There's a lot of energy. It's not just a beautiful part of the course, it's a fun part of the course too.
Well, when you're rubbing shoulders with other runners as well too, your mind is one of, we are doing this together as one. And so the pain that you might be feeling, the moments of, oh, I can barely put my one foot in front of the other, those thoughts go away when you see and when you're surrounded by other runners who are doing the same thing, who are fighting the same battles, who are enduring the same pain. You think to yourself, if they can do it, well, why the heck can't I? And that's why you keep pushing yourself. It's a great motivator, this sport.
Exactly, and you hit the nail on the head right there. In races like the marathon, when you're running for so long, for some of these athletes, they're running for 6-7 hours. So that's a long time on your feet, and if you're around with other people, that gives you the opportunity to meet others, to meet new friends. That could even be like, I've heard stories of people getting married on race courses,
sure.
Possibly meeting their future wife or husband, or even just a new best friend. So there are opportunities to have some social interaction out there, and for others it's strictly competitive, but for the most part it's a pretty social event as well.
We just saw Daniel a few moments ago. He had a water bottle in his hand and he just tossed it off to the side here. He's feeling it. I mean, right now, gentlemen, that sun is relentless. Even though it's coming up on 9 a.m. Calgary time, Mountain Standard Time. He's checking his watch too. He's getting a little toasty out there.
Yeah, it's warming up, but the key fact here is that you just need to keep hydrated. And they're probably 35 kilometers in right now. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be passing under Crowchild in a second, and so he's on his way back. He's sun in the face, and he's just got to keep focused on keeping cool with when he hits an aid station and getting the hydration in. Some interesting facts about the race: 120,000 cups are used for the Calgary Marathon race weekend, and 585-gallon jugs of water. Wow. 1,500 honey stinger gels are used by the athletes. 12,000 Old Dutch chips are consumed. So a lot of calories that people get in, and the chips are good because they give you a little bit of electrolytes so you can absorb some of those fluids. And then we've got 15,000.
Having chips while you're running a marathon.
Well, it's funny, the 150K runners that we chat about every once in a while, those guys, it's like a buffet when they get into an aid station. And they shovel it all in. Got to get every calorie you can in and get something even just to keep your stomach feeling, when your stomach gets empty when you're running that far, it starts to get a little swooshy, and it's not a good feeling. So you want to make sure you're getting food in, and pizza, for example, at the aid station. Really? They have pizza at the aid stations overnight. It's a bit of a moving buffet.
You know, Dan, just taking a look at your list here, you have all the numbers and all the details to what goes into this race, but I think the most important stat and the most impressive stat is the over 10,000 volunteer hours that get put in to make this race possible.
Absolutely.
And it's very much a volunteered, organized, well, it's organized by a lot of the marathon committee, but it would not be possible without those volunteers. So 1,400 volunteers, over 10,000 hours worked. It's really impressive.
Yeah, it's very exciting for us to have that opportunity. You know, we build a plan as a small core team, but there's these thousands of people who do execute it at the end of the day, and we couldn't do it without it. We couldn't do it without the City of Calgary, the Calgary Police Services, EMS, and we've actually got a full-fledged hospital here on site to take care of anybody who has any issues. And you know, we use emergency services out on the course. We have ski patrol out on the course to make sure that the athletes are tended to. So there's all sorts of different angles that come together on race weekend to make the race what it is.
Gladys Tarot is our current leader for the women's marathon. Magnificent shot from Global One overlooking the city. A great perspective as the city continues to be alive and vibrant, and you can see little specks on your screen. These ladies trying to accomplish something for personal reasons and are doing a magnificent job as we get a great view. Just a heads up too, Dan, real quick, that we do have, I just got a word a moment ago, that the start of the kids marathon is literally 2 minutes away. This is the final 1.2 kilometers of a year-long race for these kids. So the final 1.2 kilometers, we'll show that to you, the start of the kids marathon in just a few moments here on our live coverage on Shaw TV as we look again at another magnificent shot of this young lady who is our current leader, Gladys Tarot, of the women's marathon.
And you think it's intimidating to watch someone like this run, or even to line up yourself on the start line of a marathon. How about standing at the finishing chute when those kids are coming? Because they are tearing in and they're excited, and you don't want to be in their way when they're coming across the finish line, because they are pumped, having completed their 42 kilometers over the course of several months leading up to the race weekend, and their final one today.
Jess Jansen is down there too. We'll have that race for you in just a few moments as we take a look again at the leader of the women's marathon. And as from our vantage point too, there is the leader of the men's marathon.
Yeah, he's looking very relaxed, very comfortable.
Yeah, back when we saw him at about the 34, 35 kilometer mark, he looked like he was a little fatigued, but just zooming back on him now, he looks a little bit more relaxed. So maybe second breath of life, maybe a little bit of push in the system as well. So, but he doesn't look like he's too challenged, so I think that allows him to relax and hold off a little bit.
Throughout the course, we just showed you a shot a few moments ago. That's our drone. We have a couple of drones on this course as well, too. We thought to give you different perspectives, helicopters, drones, and motorcycles. What else can we give you? We'll figure it out. But there is a great example of a gentleman who is, again, determined to win this race. Focused, yes, it's a long way to go. This is just, we were about just over coming up on 2 hours now of the race that started at 7 a.m. this morning. It is now coming up on 9 o'clock Calgary time. The men's leader on your left, the women's leader on your right. Still a lot of racing to be had here in Calgary.
And the men's leader just passed 19th Street Northwest on Memorial Drive as the half marathon turnaround, and he's on his way now back to Stampede Park. And you just notice he grabbed a drink at the aid station. He's grabbed two. Oh, sorry, he's got a sponge now. So he's keeping cool. He's keeping some fluids coming in. He's clearly thinking about his race. You know, Trevor, I'm curious what you think of this. He might have gone out a little more aggressively than he was ready for the day and just ratcheted it back, because he's looking much more comfortable at this point.
Yeah. Like we were touching base before, the first half of that marathon course is fairly hilly up in the community. So for him, for some of the other athletes, they might have gone out a little bit too quick, and then they have that early onset fatigue that really kicks in around 28, 29 kilometers. So that could have been the case there, but at the 36 kilometer mark there on the screen, he's looking fairly relaxed, and if he's properly hydrating, he's done the preparation to really tackle this race, so should be a successful one for him.
There's a difference between the half marathon that we saw earlier today and the full marathon, in that the half marathoners had competitors who were side by side. They were competing for that top spot. But as we see the men and the women in the full marathon, they're by themselves. That in itself can be intimidating, in the sense that they don't know where they are in relation to everyone else, and you just gotta keep pushing. But would you rather, Trevor, have somebody side by side or on your tail as compared to being alone?
For sure, I would much prefer having somebody with me, even a cyclist, right? Because if you're out there and you're, say, at 21 kilometers and you're by yourself, you're halfway through the race, you still have about maybe an hour and a half to go. So you have a lot of time to spend by yourself, and your mind can just wander, and it can be really difficult at times. So if you have somebody with you, it makes it a lot easier. For them right now, I don't really know what's particularly going on through their head. Maybe nothing, to be honest. But yeah, you definitely want to have somebody with you.
Do you know your times? Do you know that in each kilometer, this is where I need to be or where I want to be?
I think if you want to be running the race for performance, and that could be performance at 5 hours, it could be performance at 3 hours or 2:20, you should know what pace you're on. You should be monitoring your mileage or every kilometer you go by, just to give a sense. It doesn't have to. You don't have to nail them exactly every kilometer, but you want to make sure you're in that window that you plan to be going, because it's all, you plan to race and you race according to your plan.
Along Memorial Drive right now. What a beautiful sight to see. Look at some of the races are encouraging these elite athletes too. They realize who they're running beside, and quite a moment as you see spectators as well too. What a spectacle here in Calgary. Again, the 53rd annual running of the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. The leader right now for the men is who you're seeing on your screen. This is Daniel Kipkush.
Yeah, Kipkoech.
Kipkoech.
Yeah.
And he's just about to pass 10th Street, so he's got a little stretch left on Memorial Drive before he goes under the Center Street Bridge into downtown and back to Stampede Park. So he's not got much distance left to go, so he's got to be feeling pretty good about that.
The marathon last year was, sorry, Trevor. The marathon last year was a 2:18 pace for the men, a 2:50 pace for the women, and right now we're at the 2:03 mark. So as you mentioned, Dan, you're right, very close to the finish of this men's marathon.
Yeah, so they have about five kilometers left. We're at 2:04, so 15, 17, more like 17 minutes remaining. So yeah, looking around low 220s.
That's one thing about a race of this distance. You got a lot of time to think.
Oh yes, yes.
I mean, what are you thinking about? You're again 2 hours into a marathon. What exactly are you thinking about?
I think for some of these, it's their families, right? If they have some of their family members out there watching them, or even back at home watching on the live feed right now, that could be a motivating factor to help them get to the finish line. And even for just the common athlete, everybody running this race, there's always going to be that motivating factor, and I think the biggest one is family.
Yeah, and it's funny for me. I try and think about nothing, but yet I also try and think about how I'm feeling, and in the back of your mind, your breathing, your heart rate, how are your arms feeling, your legs feeling. So there's a lot of variables that you're wanting to, you're not focused in on them, but you want to be aware of them.
You're
as
mindful.
You're running along.
Yeah,
exactly.
I know that when the race started, Sally, who was one of the presenters this morning, she had a mindfulness moment, and it's a great reminder of getting your head in the right spot but also being aware of everything around you, not only of your body, but your circumstances, the moment. It is I was going to say, it's quite cathartic that you take this moment to really find out about yourself.
Well, it's interesting, Trevor, you mentioned earlier about university and bringing in a certain focus from running. And I found it, before mindfulness became a term that I certainly was aware of anyways, when I was racing, I found a certain calmness and I found a certain level of relaxation, and it could have been the endorphins, it could have been the breathing, the rhythmic breathing, but it was a fabulous tool that I used in my academic life as a varsity athlete, or frankly since then in my professional life. When I'm in good shape and when I'm training, again, doesn't matter how fast you're training or how fast you're racing, but when you're in a good fit form and you practice the sport on a regular basis, it gives you that certain rhythm in life that enables you to be a little more in the moment.
And the rhythm is self-evident right now on the left-hand side. That is Daniel Kipkoech, who is your current leader for the men's marathon. On the right part of the screen, Gladys Terrell, who is your current leader for the women's marathon. One thing that you'll realize in both of these shots is they're running by themselves. They had a little competition, and I say a little competition, at the beginning. The separation is evident. These two athletes have an idea of exactly how they want to run this race, and they are indeed running this race. Both of them. Incredible athletes, elite athletes who have a mission, and it's to come across the finish line in the #1 position. Great camera shots from our motorcycle vantage points as we continue to go through the streets of Calgary and literally looking at streets and looking at athletes. So focused, so focused. As you can see here by Gladys, she knows exactly what she wants, but look at her eyes, guys. She knows exactly what she wants. She's got the sponge. Thank you very much. Continue on my task at hand.
Yeah, looking pretty relaxed there. Moving really well.
Great example of her head is down, her head is focused, and even though she has all the distractions of someone offering her water, a sponge to cool herself down, again, she never lost her focus. What a testament to that young athlete.
And she went through in a very relaxed manner at the aid station. She knew what she wanted. She grabbed it. She kept hydrated, and she cooled herself off. So she's paying attention to what she needs to do to get the job done.
34-kilometer mark just been passed.
Yeah. So again,
she knows.
Getting into a difficult spot in the race, and as you were mentioning, she has her head down and focused, and I think at this point of the race, you're getting pretty fatigued, so that's where you can pick it up in pace if you have some competitors around you, but maybe for her goal is just to get across the finish line now, and as long as you can just focus on that next step moving forward, step by step, the small steps will get you to the finish line, and that's what we see here.
And just doing a rough calculation, 7 kilometers, we're looking at probably 25 minutes of running, which would put her in at 2:45, which is a very quality time.
Yeah, taking a look at past years. Last year, the marathon was won in 3:02. The year before it was 2:48, so a little bit quicker than previous years.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be the fastest time for some time. It could very well be a course record.
Potentially.
Contrast in styles of running, we talked about it, and here's two elite runners. You can see there's a difference in style. And one thing that I can notice, and you probably notice as well as you look at Gladys Terrell on your right, her focus is down, her arms are tight, whereas you can take a look at Daniel and his stride, a lot more easy swing with his arms. He's looking more ahead than her, but again, both of these athletes have their styles and they're maintaining it. And if you took a snapshot of both Daniel and Gladys when they first started the race to where they are now, they haven't changed a bit, not one iota. They know exactly what their style is, and they're doing it.
Yeah, it's right on, and even to go away from that from the competitive athletes for a second. The really nice part about this course is, as a marathon runner, you get a crossover with the half marathoners, so you get the support from the half marathoners, and then also vice versa when you have the marathoners going through. So
it's a family affair, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost a testament to the community, right? Because we're talking about the community coming together as one and always being so supportive. Yeah. So you have a little bit of a blend with that, with the marathon and the half marathon there.
So we're just going under Crowchild right now. So she's making her way down Memorial Drive back down towards downtown. It's looking great out there.
Yeah, we have perfect conditions, like very little clouds in the sky. The wind is dead calm right now, so for them it's perfect conditions. But getting to the later stages of the race, it could be a little bit warm out, and yeah, the fatigue sets it sets in a little bit more.
Last week there was a meeting of the volunteers as part of the preliminary chat with all of them to make sure that they understood their roles. They were anticipating about 500, or anticipating about a couple of hundred volunteers to show up. And upwards, they tripled the number of volunteers. They didn't realize how many people were actually going to show up that particular night. In essence, there's over, I believe, 10,000 of the 1,000 volunteers.
1,000, yeah, 1,400 is the high, yeah. Yep.
So we talk about the love of running, but what about the love of support for these runners? And a lot of these volunteers have run this course before. They may say, I don't know if I want to run it, but I still want to be a part of it. I want to be a part of the energy. I want to be part of the excitement or someone's personal journey. And they're making their way to this marathon in another capacity to help out. What a testament to this city and to the people involved in this city that want to be a part of this and seeing these accomplishments.
Oh yeah, and you know, even again, back to the 150-kilometer race last night, through the dark of night, volunteers coming out and supporting the runners. It's a commitment, a devotion. And you know, from my perspective, from what I do here with the Calgary Marathon Society, I love looking at the face of these folks crossing the finish line right now. It's exciting. It's exciting to see that they've reached their dream and they've accomplished their goals. So that is a huge reward. And as the day goes on and the thousands of people come across the finish line and you see the look on their face, it's a huge reward. So our men's leader now is just about to head into the East Village. He's downtown, he's crossed the river, he's getting very close. And he's going to the aid station. He's grabbing some water.
He's got quite a torrid pace right now. We're coming up on 2 hours and 14 minutes in the marathon. The men's leader on your left, the women's leader on the right. Focused determination, the best way to describe both of these elite athletes right now. Not much competition for either one of them, but they do realize, now you can just see there a few moments ago was Daniel taking a look over his right-hand shoulder, asking himself, am I still by myself? Yes, Daniel, you are, and a magnificent performance so far, as he knows the end is close.
To your earlier question, Phoenix, you know, do you want to be alone in a marathon? At this point, he does.
Yes.
He doesn't want anybody near him.
Well, we saw in the half marathon earlier today that race to the finish. And being alone by yourself in the lead is not a bad position to be in.
You don't want to be alone if you're behind the guy ahead of you.
There you go.
But if you're ahead of him, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, for him, he has the support of all the half marathoners right now. And something that we can't hear from the screen is going to be those half marathoners clapping for them, cheering them on, because it is quite the sight to see when you're out there pushing your physical limits and you're running a half marathon and you see somebody that's running a marathon come flying past you. It's breathtaking.
It's a very lonely moment though, because when you're out there by yourself and all you hear are your footsteps, one after the other after the other. It's a very lonely moment, but when you come to the point where you can see the Saddle Dome in your sights, and all of a sudden you hear music, you hear loud voices, and now you say to yourself, wait a minute, I'm coming to an end? I could actually win this? What a moment that these two must be feeling right now, because they know what's ahead of them. They're not there yet, but in their mind, they know what's ahead.
Yeah, and when you're talking about all you hear is your footsteps moving forward, when you're out for just an easy run in the park, it's quite euphoric and it's pure to the highest regard. For this particular moment, if that's all you're hearing, it's probably dulling out some of the pain, or you get kind of in a zone there where you can continue to push forward. But for the most part, if you're just listening to your footsteps over and over, knowing that you still have some work to do, it can be rather challenging. But for Daniel here, it looks like he's coming up to the 41-kilometer mark, so he only has a few more minutes left.
The one twist I would put on that, though, is if your training has been absolutely nailed and you're in really solid shape for the pace you're doing and you're in control, those are the times when I could be 29, 30, 40 kilometers into a race and still be feeling, I don't care who's around me, I don't care what's going on, I just know that I'm everything's clicking today, and it feels good.
What a great moment, isn't it?
Yeah, like mentally it just feels amazing that it's like a work of art. It's, you know, you talked earlier about the world's fastest marathon that happened a little over a month ago. To watch the mechanics of those guys running was absolutely beautiful. And you got to know when you're in that space, it feels good.
When you're in that zone, well, our on-air crew is in the zone as well, too. Dan Ouimet is the current president of the board of directors of Calgary Marathon Society since 2007, joining us here as our on-air crew, as well as Trevor Hoffbauer, who is an elite runner himself, injured right now. We need you out there next year, my friend. And also Jess Jansen, who is our sideline reporter. My name is Phoenix. We're so thrilled to be bringing you live coverage of the 53rd running of the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. Earlier, we saw the women's and men's half marathon, and boy, what a finish that was! Quite a contrast to the marathon runners. The men's marathon runner in the lead right now is Daniel Kipkowish, who is on your left-hand side, and on the right is Gladys Tarot. Both of them have had a commanding lead for the last 30, 40 minutes, guys.
Yeah, and we just make note of the fact that clock turned over onto 2:18:19 right now, and the men's leader's just going under the railway tracks. He's going to be coming back up onto Olympic Way into the Stampede grounds. But the 2:18 mark suggests that, makes the case that he will not set a course record today, and he's got about a kilometer to go. So he's looking at about 2:21. Trevor.
Yeah, I'd give him about 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's got just over a kilometer there.
Are we a little surprised that Jonathan Kipchirchir-Chesu is not part of this? He's last year's winner, rather.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, right? Because the race is so long, there's so many variables that can be played out. For some of these athletes, they just traveled in from Kenya, so that's a long flight time. And I was recently down in Uganda, and we had to fly into Turkey and then all the way down into Kampala, Uganda. So it was a good 24 hours of traveling by the time we got from door to door. So for them, they're doing that travel and coming out here, taking on a race right off the plane, and that's difficult. So that could be early onset fatigue that really hampers their performance in the later stages of a race. But also, like, heat can be a factor, hydration can be a factor, nutrition, and also stomach cramps. That's something you can never really prepare for, but it can come up on race day.
Daniel Kipkowish, who is on the screen right now, literally hundreds of meters away from the conclusion of the men's full marathon. I see Trevor with thumbs up to a lot of his fellow athletes as well, too. What an exciting moment for this gentleman as he rounds the corner and comes closer and closer. We mentioned about the noise. Well, from the footsteps to the applause to the music, it's all happening right now. Let's see where he's going. Okay, so his sights are set right now on the guy in the yellow jacket on the bike. He realizes, okay, that's the guy I need to follow. He takes a look over his left-hand shoulder to make sure that he is not in for a last-second kick by some other athlete. But so far, that gentleman, Daniel Kipkowish, has it in the bag as we speak. On his left-hand side is the Saddle Dome, the home of the Calgary Flames.
Yeah, so in this current moment, he's looking fairly relaxed and not having a competitor on his shoulder like we saw in the half marathon. I don't think he really necessarily has to put like a surge forward.
He realizes too, Trevor, it's not over till it's over, man. That's why he keeps glancing over his shoulder, because you don't want a little surprise near the end. There he looks. As you can tell, he takes another look, because you just never know until you. It's not over till you finish that. Come across that finish line, Dan.
Yeah. No, it's never over. A few years ago in Edmonton, 2005, we hosted the World Half Marathon Championships, and the winner, and this was probably a $20,000 error, but the winner started celebrating in the finishing chute and got outkicked.
Wow.
Not only did he lose about $20,000 in prize money, but also the prestige of being the world championship. So you're the world champion. So you never want to give up or back down until you have crossed that line and broken that tape.
And he's still, with about 100 meters left, is still looking behind him just to make sure that he doesn't have that same mistake that was in Edmonton back some few years back. The final few turns for this gentleman. This is Daniel Kipkoish, who is about to do something that he was hoping to do last year. And here he comes around the final stretch. The men's marathon, he's going to hit a time of probably just under 2:23. He's at 2:22:20 right now. That is it. That is it for this gentleman. His day is over, and what a day for Daniel Kipkoish. He is your winner of the men's full marathon here in Calgary, to a sea of applause. What a moment for that gentleman.
Yeah, strong race by Daniel there. He's pretty consistent with winning times from previous years, and strong performance by him. I know that he drove up here with some of his family that traveled out as well. So, yeah, great win for him, and an opportunity to enjoy the city as well, taking our race.
What an incredible effort by that gentleman, coming across the finish line in the #1 spot, being awarded his medal. And you can see the fatigue on his face, the sweat on his brow. It's been a race for that gentleman that's been incredibly impressive. Now, as he tries to catch his breath and wipe himself down, we see Jess Jansen, who's on site with him right now, just getting a few words from him, and we'll hear from him in just a few moments as the remainder of the pack starts to come in. But again, you can see the separation that he has from the first and the second place, as we're still awaiting the second place finisher right now of the men's marathon. What a separation this guy got.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It kind of fed into his...
We're going to take a moment here, because Jess is with Daniel right now, having a chat with him to find out about his race.
So Daniel, you just ran the BMO Marathon and won that. Now you're the winner of the Calgary Scotiabank Marathon. Talk to me about what that means to run races, and especially this one coming in 42.2K.
I feel so good. I was coming because I've come here 3 times and I've never win. So I said, this is my time, this is my year.
3rd time's the charm, baby.
And I've never win, so I said, this year is mine. I have to win it today.
You came across really strong. Talk to me about what that training process is, so that you could come across. I mean, you're a little breathless, but I would be curled up on the floor. Talk to me about your training and how you get to this stage.
Yes, every day I do like 30 kilometers every day. So I train like 6 days in a week.
Yeah.
But every day I do like 30 kilometers every day.
Wow.
I do a lot of mileage.
A lot of mileage. And then did you feel like you needed hill training for this course, or how was the course for you?
Yeah, I knew this course because I've come for three years in a row.
Yeah.
So I know how it is.
Yeah.
So I went there and trained for it.
And is there anyone in the stands that's here cheering you on that you want to thank, or anybody that maybe is watching this that you want to thank and dedicate the race to?
I have a lot of fans. I don't know, thousands of fans. First of all, I want to thank Jody. Jody has been helpful to me. Jody Drought, he has been hosting me. Sometimes he has been helping in training in Kenya. Sending me some money because I had sometimes in Kenya training, no funds. So I want to thank Jody Drought. He has been so like a family. He has been like my father. I really like him.
And what about running is it that you love so much? You're from Kenya, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
What got you into running, and why do you love this sport so much?
First of all, when I was in high school, I discovered that because I used to walk like 10 kilometers to school and come back 10 kilometers. So that's where I discovered, oh, I can run. And then when I discovered it, I have that passionate. So I really love it. I love running. It's like in my heart. So I feel so good when I run.
So a simple way to actually get your education was a 10-kilometer journey there and a 10-kilometer journey back turns into a love for running. You've just won the Calgary Scotiabank Marathon. You should be on top of the moon. You look amazing and are so inspiring. Congratulations again, Daniel.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
So much.
Thank you. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Jess. Magnificent job. He said, Dan, his time is now. Training 6 days a week. He said he wanted to win this race, and today he won it.
Yeah, well, he's put in the training clearly, and he knew the course, he knew how he wanted to run, he knew where he wanted to run. And you know, it's interesting, you could see in the last few kilometers, he knew he had the lead. He didn't have to battle it out like the fight we saw in the half marathon. So he could actually kind of relax, and yeah, and we're seeing the second place runner now only coming in. So he had a good gap. He could relax. He didn't have, you know, if you're battling for a course record, you can get performance bonus on top of your paycheck. But he knew he had his #1 place in the bag, so he was able to just stay controlled and not take any risks and finish the race. And he did that, and he did it wonderfully.
And to give you an idea of his effort, almost a 4-minute separation from this gentleman here, our second place finisher of the men's full marathon. We'll return to the women's full marathon in just a few moments, but this is Jonathan Kipchirchir Chesu, last year's winner of the Calgary Marathon. No doubt a little disappointment, but at the same time though, finishing second at an event like this is nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, definitely. He put in a strong effort there, and he was probably planning for the win, but to place second at an event like this, it's quite the reward.
Maybe it gives you motivation, Trevor. Maybe it gives you motivation to say, you know what, I'm coming back next year a little stronger. But maybe he's also going to question his training tactics. Maybe he feels that, oh, wait a minute, I shouldn't have slacked off like I did maybe. I shouldn't maybe have had that burger when I should have had that, or those wings.
It's interesting though, because after a couple of years of taking Daniel down, Daniel turned the tables on him and came back for a bit of a revenge. And maybe he was, Jonathan was getting a little too comfortable in the front runner role, and it was Daniel's turn.
Spectacular vantage point from Global One. We thank them for this amazing shot. There is the finish line. You can see our broadcast location there in the red tent. That's where we are. We have a fantastic view of the finals here, and we are so excited to be bringing them to you as well too. But our race day is nowhere near from over as these athletes continue to test their limits and prove to themselves that they can do what they do. As we see on your right hand side through that chute is another one of the elite runners in the marathon. As you can tell, the legs are wobbly, and why not? It's understandable. And on the left-hand side, we see some other finishers as well, too. Quite an accomplishment from all of these runners.
Yeah, definitely a great day to be out here. And even in the marathon, we have a Canadian in there. We have Robert Brulé of Cambridge, Ontario, who's running the marathon. Same with Thomas Rivers Putzi from Arizona. He ran Boston and he went 2:18 in that. So a couple of talented athletes out there. And then from Calgary, we have Jessica Mueller in the marathon too. So they should be coming in fairly soon, hopefully. Oh, we also have Amy Putzi in the marathon, and she is the owner of Five Peaks Running.
Five Peaks Running, who were out in full force last night to support the 150K runners. They were the masters of the transition zone, where the 150K runners would put their gear overnight and their personal supplies, as you do when you're running that distance. You want to make sure that you have some fresh socks, for example, after running in them for several hours. You want to make sure you have the right food that's going to make your system go well. Not only provide you the energy, but make sure that your stomach doesn't go off, because when you're putting your body under that kind of immense stress, it can do some funny things to you. So it's the Five Peaks are a huge part of our family.
Yeah, definitely in Alberta. Trail running is huge for Albertans. We have the mountains only an hour away, Banff, Canmore. It's quite the tourist hotspot as well. I know some of the athletes are going to be traveling out to Canmore and Banff today and tomorrow. So also being the 150th celebration of Canada's birthday, you have that free park pass too. So opportunities to spend time out there.
We mentioned a few moments ago last year's winner of the men's marathon. Well, he's a second placer this year. Jess is with him now.
We're here down at the finish line with our second place Calgary Scotiabank Marathon. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling good, somehow tired. Yeah, I wanted to retain my my first place.
Yeah.
But I didn't make it because of I had a problem of hamstring.
Oh no.
That's why I reduced the base and come with my own base.
So last year you came in first, and this year you had a hamstring problem.
Yeah.
At what kilometer mark for you did that hamstring kind of kick in and start to give you issues?
8 kilometers.
At 8 kilometers?
Yes.
So right at the very beginning of the race?
Yes.
How do you stay mentally focused with so early on when you still have so many kilometers to go to finish? How did you keep your head in check?
Yeah, I kept my energy to retain and go with my best.
Yeah, you absolutely did your best. This is an amazingly hard race. You had a hamstring issue and you still finished in second place. A strong finish, the sweat stripping done. How was the weather for your run today?
It was good.
Yeah?
Yeah, good.
Good. And just talk to me a little bit about your training process here. What leads you up? What's your final couple of weeks like when you come here?
The last 2 weeks,
yeah,
I was in Vancouver.
Yeah.
And I was number 3.
Awesome.
Yeah, in full marathon. Then I came here.
Awesome. So lots of running. You're traveling across Canada. Thank you for your time. Again, congratulations on all of your hard work, John. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back over to you guys in the booth.
Magnificent job, Jess. Thank you very much. That gentleman, see, we're learning a little bit about each of these runners. He had a bit of a hamstring issue, but still finished in a great time. But that hamstring, obviously a factor.
Yeah, over the span of a marathon, any sort of muscle issue or skeletal issue that you have can definitely be a little bit more of a factor in your race performance on race day. And even for any athlete out there, if you're training and you have a little bit of an issue halfway through your training block, it's sometimes best to take a few days off so you can fully recover from that injury, as opposed to just fighting through it till race day, because that's when it's going to really impact you. So if you don't deal with your issues right away, that could cost you the race. It also could cost you your Boston qualifier or even your finish.
Well, and that's the thing about training. You don't know, you need to know as an athlete, how much do I push myself? And Trevor, you learned that as well too, because you're out this year, because maybe you push yourself a little bit too much. But again, the argument is, well, if I don't push myself, I don't know if I'm going to actually get a better time. Like this young lady who is absolutely magnificent right now. We've been following Gladys Tarot for quite some time. She is the current leader for the women's marathon, who is, again, by herself, and has been by herself for almost the last hour. We saw earlier that she was in competition with another one of her athletes, or another elite athlete. But as we can see here, her focus, her gaze has not changed, gentlemen, since the moment we saw her over an hour ago. Wow, what a race that she's running today.
Yeah, she's just crossing about 40 kilometers now, and she's in that big cheer section. So that can definitely give you a little bit of life towards the end of the race. When you have spectators just cheering you on, it really brings up your spirits, especially for the marathon.
Will we see her turning around every now and then to look behind her as she gets closer and closer to the finish line?
Yeah, for sure. I think she will be doing what Daniel did towards the finish line. Just check over your shoulder to make sure that there's nobody sneaking up on you. But for the most part, yeah, she's looking very controlled and dominating the race right now.
We also want to remind you that at 11 o'clock, which is about an hour and a half from now, it'll be the start of another incredible race. That'll be the 10-kilometer race. Always fun to watch. And at 1 o'clock, we're also going to have the start of the 5K family walk and run. So we start from the gamut of the marathoners, to the ultra marathoners, to the 10K, to the family K. This event, the 53rd running of the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, continues to be a mainstay here in Calgary for so many Calgarians, especially those who are just moving to this city, those who have been in this city for quite some time. They're realizing that, you know what? If I'm not a part of this, I need to be. Some of them in the form of volunteers, some of them in the form of runners, and some of them challenging themselves. Maybe one year they run the 10K, maybe the next year the half, and then the full, and then the ultra. It never ends. The competition level is spectacular, but the participation level is exemplary.
Yeah, and even to your point there, coming across the finish line, we're in a great area, right in the grandstand, and you have the bleachers out here. So once you're done the race, you can cheer on other athletes coming in, and it really does fill up here, almost like it is Stampede. So the community definitely stays around to embrace the other athletes coming in, and it just goes back to our community and how integrated it is. Everybody will stick around, eat some food, cheer on other athletes. So it's great.
And further to your point too, Trevor, that city councilors are probably saying to themselves, what a great spectacle of this city. Why not show it off in so many different forms? One way is an event like this, and another way is by having some really odd characters every now and then. And when I say odd characters, we direct our attention back to our broadcast location where we have Super Mario. This is Daniel and Luigi, who's Ben, who both of them finished the half marathon. And who's Ben?
Hi, Ben.
There, Ben. You lost your mustache.
Yeah, I didn't have any facial hair to start, so I'm just going to take this right off here.
Oh, you shouldn't have. All right, now we know who he is. Why would you do something like this, gentlemen? Dressed up. Now, not only doing a half marathon, but doing it in style. What was the motivation?
So I did the half marathon last year, and it's an absolutely beautiful route. Also, we wanted to do something for our mother who's quite ill with Parkinson's. So Daniel's originally from England, but he lives in Sweden now. So he came over to do the race with me to raise some money. So we thought, what better than Super Mario, right? So, yeah.
Well, you take a moment, look at the camera if you want to say something to your mom.
Hey, Mom, we did it. We raised a lot of money for Parkinson's.
Yeah.
Hope you're proud.
Yeah, we're really proud of you as well, Mum. So you're an inspiration to us. So.
You know, we talk about the different motivations that people have to run a race like this. Dan, you can relate to this.
Yeah, it's huge. There's the personal feeling, there's the physical accomplishment, but it's being part of that community and the good work that the community you're raising funds for.
Absolutely. Calgary's a beautiful city, and the best run I've ever done. Seriously, absolutely amazing.
How difficult is it, gentlemen, to run in costumes?
Well, it's very hard for one. Yeah. I mean, that's it. The main problem was trying to keep this thing on the whole time. It doesn't go very well with sport drink, so yeah.
Although the sports drink actually keeps it on after a while because it sticks, so it just flew off at the finish line.
Yeah.
What kind of response were you getting from the crowds as you were running by?
Oh, it was beautiful. Hey, Mario. Hey, Luigi. Hey. A lot of Italian. It was great.
Mario, Luigi, Daniel, and Ben for their mom running for Parkinson's. Great to have you here. Thank you for being a part of this.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, guys.
It's a lot of fun as we watch all these runners and racers. Again, we're watching a racer right now, and this young lady is continuing to dominate and dominating our screen as well, too. Why not? She has been focused from the get-go. Her name is Gladys Tarot, the current leader of the women's full marathon. As we have people on looking at our screen as well, too. Why not? It's quite a spectacle as we see some of these racers. And here she comes as she's coming through, as you said, too, earlier, Dan. She doesn't have to pay a fee to come into the Saddle Dome, the Stampede Park area. On the left-hand side, on her left-hand side, is the Saddle Dome. On our right, that's where that's the home of the Flames, as she is literally hundreds of meters away. Gentlemen, she has not lost her focus. This woman knew exactly what she wanted to achieve today, and she is living her dream right now.
And it's looking like she's actually going to be breaking the record here because she's probably got about 90 seconds to run.
What's the record?
The female course record is 2:48, 2:48.24. So there's no question, unless something goes terribly wrong here in the last minute or so, she's going to have a course record and a bonus to boot.
Course record is 2:48.24. Her current time is 2:40.29, and she still has about, give or take, 300 meters left to go.
Yeah, I'd say about 400 meters to go. She's got to come down and then make her left-hand turn and then her right-hand turn into the finishing chute. But yeah, she's doing really well.
She has
and it looks like our cowboy's doing pretty.
There's our cowboy too. Oh, he could make the 3 hours and 9 minutes mark. Oh my goodness, we have a double finish here. My heavens! All right, 2:48 is the course record. It's now 2:41. Does she know the course record is about to be broken?
I would guess she's probably done her homework on that regard, because it's a nice little bonus. It's $1,000 extra payday for breaking the course record. So I would bet that she has.
There, right behind her, you can see her competitor too. That's probably about 20 seconds behind her. So this is, she's looking over her shoulder too, because she realizes not only is the finish line near her, but she also realizes her second place competitor is right behind her, Trevor.
And you take a look at her, she just goes in and joins up with the half marathoner. So maybe she's like playing a little bit of a camouflage for her competitor there. So she doesn't really figure out.
Do you really think so?
Maybe, but it's smart.
You also look at her stride has picked up. Her head is lifted. She clearly is aware of where she is in the race and what she's got to do to get across the finish line.
She's being led by a cowboy who's about to break the Guinness Book of World Records of 3:09.09. But this young lady being pointed in the right direction, her name is Gladys Terrell. She is about to become your winner for the women's marathon, and she passes the cowboy in style. That is her. What a focus, what an applause, and what an accomplishment for Gladys Terrell.
Wow, that's a great race.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Very solid, consistent running. And she outkicked the cowboy in the Stampede.
All right, we're going to get Jess, who's in the pit right now. Jess, give us a feel of what we're looking at.
She came across strong. As you can see, she's struggling here. She broke a course record. You know that's got to mean push. She probably went way beyond her limits, and she worked hard. She earned every moment of this. We're going to give her space. You can see the energy's electric. The crowd is honoring all of her hard work and what she's done. Amazing work. We're going to come back to Gladys once she's caught her breath. Back over to you, to Phoenix.
Jess, great job. And there she is in a wheelchair right now. The medical staff is attending to her right now. And again, to put this in perspective, the course record was 2:48.24. She shattered that by close to 6 minutes, Dan. Wow, no wonder she's exhausted.
Yeah, and that's an outstanding performance. Especially she had some close competition through the closing kilometers, but she clearly was on her own and running hard to make sure that she maintained that lead. So that was a very solid effort.
One thing we should also mention too, there was a cowboy who was after a Guinness Book of World Record of 3:09.09. That's what he had to beat, and he as well shattered that. We're going to try to get to him in a few moments, but our attention right now is on this amazing athlete. Her name is Gladys Terrell. Medical staff on hand for her to help her out. As you mentioned earlier, Dan, we have a full medical staff here to take care of these athletes because they are pushing their limits. And as we can see there, Gladys has done a magnificent job.
Yeah, clearly running is good for your health, great fitness. But occasionally some folks push themselves a little hard for the circumstances, and they require some medical assistance, and that we have here in spades. We have doctors, surgeons, not that they're going to perform any surgery here, but nurses, like it's a full professional staff with full professional hospital
facilities.
Yeah.
And we also have Cowboys. Jess is with him now.
Okay, we're live here with Justin. Justin, you set out to break a record. Talk to me about that. You came across strong. Dude, you're hot.
Yeah.
It's hot out there.
Oh, it's smoking hot. The farthest I went in the costume for a training run was 5 miles, so to put 26 miles on this thing, it's hot.
So you, in training, you only wore it for 5 miles. Why did you decide not to train with it the whole way?
Just because it was so bloody hot, and I didn't want to psych myself out. I just wanted to save it all for race day.
Fantastic. You look strong. You've got this glowing smile. We're bringing this record back home because it didn't live in Calgary. Is that right?
No, it was set in 2014, the London Marathon. in the UK. So the Calgary, the Cowboy Marathon, fastest marathon record, belongs in the Stampede City, and we're bringing it back home.
Yeehaw! Absolutely amazing, Justin. You just have joy written all over your face. You worked your butt off. Thank goodness they didn't make him do it in his cowboy boots. He was able to do it in running shoes, and you just feel the energy. Congratulations, and thank you for bringing it back home to our city. Absolutely. It's amazing, and it's perfect for the Calgary 150 year anniversary. You see the energy. Again, congratulations, Justin. Your hard work paid off.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
You too.
Dustin with some bragging rights for this Calgary Stampede. Congratulations to that, gentleman. Cowboy comes across in a Guinness Book of World Record style. And you know that next year somebody else is looking going, yeah, I can do that.
Last year we had Noel Darcy from
the firefighter.
Alberta. He was in a full firefighting suit and tried to complete the world record there. So, yeah.
I have to say, even though it would be, as he was saying, quite hot to be running in cowboy gear, that firefighter gear, that is heavy and hot.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
He really suffered going through the marathon with that on.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, we should bring our attention to the Ultra Marathon. This is the 50-kilometer race that started at 7 this morning. That was 2 hours and 46 minutes ago, the Ultra Marathon. And they say Ultra because, well, we added a few extra kilometers to the marathon. The marathon, of course, 42, the Ultra, 50. So we are going to see some finishers coming across the line, and there's a number of them, including a gentleman that we're very familiar with, Dave Proctor. Actually, I'm just looking at the 150-kilometer racers. I apologize. But the 50-kilometer racers, the Ultra Marathon, we're going to see them as well, too, as we see the remainder of the marathoners who are coming across the line right now. But 50, sure, it's a few extra kilometers, but let's be real. It's an extra 8 kilometers is no easy feat.
Yeah, and in the 50K there for the men, we have Jacob Puzzi, who just came back from, well, he lives in Calgary right now. He's married to Amy Puzzi as well. But he ran Boston, and he finished in, I think it was 2:23 or 2:26, if I'm not mistaken. But we also have Ryan Kershaw from Calgary, Alberta in that race. And then on the female side of things, we have Alyssa McDonald. She's a very well-known athlete within the city, and she's very respected as well. And then we have Megan Franks from Athabasca, Alberta. So a few strong, good athletes in the 50K that we have today.
Yeah, a few years ago we celebrated the 50th running of the Calgary Marathon and decided to throw that crazy extra 8 kilometers onto the race just for fun. And but it does take it adds an exponential challenge to the task. You know how folks talk about the wall in the marathon. Well, try hitting the wall and then having to carry on for another 8 kilometers beyond what you would have otherwise had to have done. It is very tough physically. It's very tough mentally, and you know, it leaves you out on the field for that much longer. That said, it's not 150 kilometers, which is even that much tougher.
Boy, and let's chat about that for just a brief moment. Last night at 6 o'clock at Eau Claire Market, a number of racers decided that they were going to take on the ultimate challenge to run 150 kilometers. Now, you're asking yourself the question, I know a few people have tweeted me and said, why? Why would anyone in their right mind want to do that? Why, Trevor?
To see how far you can push your body, I think. Just through evolution, humans, it's engraved in our DNA that we would chase animals to hunt them down, right? And we have a special cooling mechanism that allows us to adapt to run longer distances, and that's sweating, and that's something that animals can't do. So it allowed us to catch up on our prey over time to catch them. So it's engraved in our DNA to run long distance. And maybe some of these athletes feel like 150 kilometers is that perfect distance to test their limits. And it's about setting personal goals and defeating them.
Well, Dan, I know you've run a 100-kilometer race. Imagine an extra 50 tacked onto that, pal.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a long distance, no matter how we cut it. It is a tough race, but beyond the inherent motivation to want to challenge yourself and push yourself, you got to take a look at the finisher's medal. It's pretty sweet.
if for whatever reason, the medal.
It's about the bling.
Hey, it's the belt buckle. I hear it all the time.
The belt buckle.
They're like, I need to go get the belt buckle. I don't care what it takes. I'll run 150K for it. And here they are.
It's all
running
about
150K.
It's all about the bling.
You can talk about Boston Marathon, New York City Marathon, Chicago Marathon, but we got the medal here. We got the medal, the bling.
And then also for some of the finishers that place in the top 8, they get the big white cowboy hats.
That's true.
That's more incentive, like just free stuff. You got bagels, bananas, hats, bling. It's awesome.
Whatever your motivation. Why not?
Exactly.
Everyone has a reason. Everyone wants to finish. We all set out that goal too.
Yeah, see, you can see some of those athletes wearing those white hats coming across the finish line area.
And we set a goal to start, we set a goal to finish.
You know,
someone holding, I can't imagine holding on to someone's hand for the entire race, but sure, why not?
Imagine how sweaty that hand is. You know, it's interesting. We talk about the bling, but in all seriousness, you know, one of the things, it's nice after putting yourself through all that effort to get a little bit of a reward. And one of the things that we've done, our marketing team came up with this year, is to go with the David Crichton T-shirt. And those are spectacular shirts, and you can see them all over the place today, people wearing them. It's quite unique because a lot of different races, you get a pretty standard kit when you join up. But as one of the things we like to do in Calgary at the Calgary Marathon is we want to throw a little variety your way. We're doing that in the way of adding crazy events like the 150 kilometer, but we're also doing it in the way of making sure that the T-shirts are unique, they're collector's items, and also the medals. The medals are always unique. We are always striving to be ahead of the curve as far as what we offer the athletes for their performance. Something to remember.
Yeah, and even to
I tell you,
well,
a lot of these athletes are really being taken care of as well too. As I watch them come across the finish line and being awarded the medals, there's water stations, there's food stations, there's first aid stations. This is a world-class event, gentlemen.
It is.
This is a place you want to run. This is a place you want to be. And if you're watching this right now and you're listening to us right now, I'll see you next year. I mean, really.
Definitely.
You need to be here.
I think it's a no-brainer when you factor how beautiful Calgary is at this time of year. You have those crisp mornings, those comfortable temperature afternoon temperature highs, and then you also have the mountains just down the street, and you have the foothills, you have the trails. The city is so unique and it's so beautiful at this time of year that I don't think a lot of people really realize how great it is.
Well, the volunteer board, the race committee, the volunteer race committee, and our team all together, we spend a lot of time working on trying to make a unique experience, and we've done that thoroughly. We've done that through trying to design a course that's appealing, make sure that you get to see some of the history of Calgary, get to see some of the sights of Calgary. It's a beautiful course. I would say second to none. I've run marathons all over the world, and we've got as beautiful a course as any I've run. And then you layer on top of that, the weather has been fabulous. The swag is fabulous. The volunteers are absolutely outstanding.
And there's one of the shirts you were talking about. How fabulous is that right there?
Definitely. And it's unique. And you know how many? If you run one race, you got one running T-shirt. But if you run a lot of races and you got a drawer full, as people running geeks like myself do, which ones stand out? These ones certainly would stand out.
Yeah, the shirt this year is definitely unique. I've never seen anything designed like it. It's beautiful, and it embraces Canada as a whole, right? You have Vancouver, you have downtown Vancouver on there, you have downtown Calgary, you have the CN Tower in Toronto, and then on the back there you have Eastern Canada as well. So it embraces Canada as a whole, not only Calgary, but Canada to its entirety.
Well, and I love what the organization has done this year to honor Canada's 150th birthday. And they've done a spectacular. A credit to Kirsten Ellen Fleming and her crew, crew of volunteers, folks like yourself too, Dan, who had the vision and said, look, we need to do something that's unique, something that is memorable for these runners. And so far, so good, guys. So far, so good. As we watch more of these runners coming across, again, we are not even close to being done here at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. A lot more on schedule for you. as we have the conclusion of the men's and women's 50K ultra marathon. We also have the start of the 10K race, which for a lot of folks is it's quite a feather in your cap if you can win that. And at 1 o'clock, yep, we're going to bring them out, the whole family, a walk and run, the 5K, which starts at 1 o'clock as well, too. You know, we talked about a number of running folks who have motivated themselves to run for whatever reason. But part of that motivation is knowing that there are running clubs out there as well, too. Raf Lopez is the founder of the YYC Run Crew, who joins us on set right now. You ran the half marathon.
I did. I ran the half marathon today for the PB, so I was pretty happy with that.
First of all, speak about these running crews that you put together, these clubs. Why are they so important?
Well, running itself is a very solitary sport, so it's nice to come together with a community and run with a team. It's nice to know that you've got someone who has your back and who's going to cheer you on. And, you know, it's great to share your goals with other people and go out for a run, have a beer afterwards, and just connect.
A beer, he says. Dan, you can relate to this. Sometimes it's nice to run by yourself, but if you're running with a group, that helps to motivate you as well.
Well, yeah, definitely. Running with a group is fabulous. You know, you provide each other motivation. You get people out. There's a certain commitment to it, and the beer after the fact isn't so bad either.
You ran the half marathon. I know you've run that a couple of times.
Yeah, I did.
Do you jump to the full?
Yeah.
Where's your mindset on that?
So I use the half as a great way to build up speed for the full. The half is a lot more palatable. You can do a couple of halves a year, whereas I find a full, you know, takes a bit more out of you. So I find it's a good race prep for the big ones.
Raf, we've been watching the half marathoners, the full marathoners. Give us an idea of the course. We've been talking about the beauty of the course, but speak on behalf of Calgary and the course and the organizers putting this together.
Oh, it's a beautiful course. It's one of my favorite run courses. It's a little bit hillier, so it's a course that takes a little bit more out of you. You have to be a little bit more technical about how you approach it. But you run down the main streets in Calgary, you run through the East Village, you run along the river, and I think for a lot of native Calgarians, those are our run routes. So it's definitely the home course. It's beautiful, and for people from out of town, it gives them a great taste of our city, and it's just fantastic that the city can come together, because there's not a lot of cities that allow you to close this many major roads for this long. So it's fantastic that we can do that here.
Well, as Dan is one of the organizers of the course too, it must feel nice to hear something like this from a runner.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And to your point, the city is so committed to our event. They allow us to cut through 42 kilometers of roadway. And they're very supportive of it. And it's likewise for the police services, as I was saying earlier, EMS. Like, this is a full commitment, not just on behalf of our organization, but the whole city of Calgary.
When you're organizing running crews and other folks are thinking about doing the same thing, what kind of advice would you give them if they want to set something up down the road?
I would tell people, you know, start with your friends, connect with social media, find other runners, and make sure other people feel welcome. You know, running can be pretty hard to get into, so one of the things we want to do is make sure that, you know, you have everybody from your elite runners who need an easy run to people who are getting into it for the first time. You want to be supportive and just connect and find as many people as you can.
Absolutely. YYC Run Crew. Raf, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. All right, there are some reasons why people like to get out, and gentlemen like Raf who are putting clubs together to help motivate you to get out and run. Maybe if it's for the first time, don't be afraid to get out there and realize there is a support group out there, Dan, that are willing to pull you along. Even if you have to walk the first couple of kilometers.
Yeah, and it might just be a buddy at work. It might be a friend from high school. It doesn't matter. It could be a formal running club. It could be somebody from a running store. There's all sorts of groups out there. There's all sorts of resources. It certainly is. It provides you a little more motivation, a little more fun, and it also gives you a commitment that you can stick to get in shape and set your goals.
And whatever your motivation might be, maybe you have a group of 10 ladies who want to get together and say, hey guys, why don't we do this? The Guinness Book of World Record for running 10 women together is below 4 hours. Do you think we can do it? And this group in pink is trying to achieve that right now. Again, when we talked about this at the beginning of the show, 4 different Guinness Book of World Record attempts are being attempted right now. We saw the cowboy come across in his cowboy outfit in under 3 hours. The record was at 3 hours and 9 minutes. And these ladies are trying to break the record of sub 4 hours. Hashtag 10 fast females, and look at them all in stride. None of them are talking to each other, though. What the heck? They're too focused.
They're very independent women. I know them personally, so I'm allowed to say that. But yeah, you see Dawn Ladd's leading out the group there, along with Megan McDonald and Debbie Reed to their left. There are a lot of strong athletes, and even Alison Blackmore, she was registered in the full marathon, and she was going to be elite there. So she took her own race plan, threw it out the window, and joined up with the women there to help complete this team goal. So it's quite amazing to see, and I think their time goal is around 3 hours and 45 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. It might be 3 hours and 40 minutes.
They're shooting for 3:30, and they're passing 10th Street on Memorial, so they're on track.
Yeah.
Now, if you look a little closer, though, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're all tied by the wrist. They're all connected by the wrist. I think they're all tied together.
I think it might be around their waist, but
okay.
You'd think with all the world records we have going on here, we'd know where the rope is, but
that's right.
I should have asked them this morning. They were setting it up in the lead area, and it's quite a contraption that they have. So I think that for the world record, they have to be just tied together in a way, and they have been practicing on Wednesday nights.
But they have to be tied together at a certain distance too. They have to have only, I think it's 5 foot distance between you and your other athletes. So it's to run a 3:30 tethered to 9 other people is a pretty amazing feat.
Well, and we think that's amazing. How about the other group, not to be outdone, of 110 people who are literally tied together? Yes, you heard me right. 110 individuals are trying to complete this course. I don't think it's ever been done before. I think the previous record you said was 75?
Well, the present record's 75. There's one that has not yet been ratified that's going to be about 85, 86, I think it is. So if they're successful in getting across the line, they'll blow it away, not just beat it.
Okay, so let's talk about this group of 10 and the group of 110. It's a long run. Mm-hmm. And every now and then you may have to take a break, if you know what I'm saying. How in heaven's name do you coordinate that? Who wants to jump in on this one?
I don't even know where to begin. This time last
year, are you still attached, or can you detach yourself?
No, you have to be
attached. You still have to. Oh my!
Yeah.
How do you fit 110 people into a porta potty?
Yeah. So this time,
I don't know, Dan.
This time last year, after they set the world record on the treadmill, Blaine Penny came up with the idea of linking up 150 athletes, and it was this crazy idea, but he is just such an ambitious individual that he said, I'm going to make this happen no matter what. So here we are today with 110 athletes tied together, and I just think that logistically it is going to be so difficult for all of them to step on the side of the road to possibly go to the washroom or whatever they need to do to get through. There's a time period of about an hour and a half where there's no porta potties. So for all of them it's going to be challenging, but they knew from day one that it was going to be a challenge, and they're prepared for it.
Well, that Mito group is pretty amazing. That is the group of 110. We saw them earlier in the show. Just to give you an idea, last year, Dave Proctor, who is a part of that group, led the charge, breaking 6 Guinness World Records, running for 24 hours on a treadmill. That group was truly amazing. Every year, they are setting a standard. And the Mito group, tethered, 110 of them tethered together. We saw them earlier, and hopefully we'll see them come across that finish line. Boy, what a spectacle.
Yeah.
What a spectacle.
And if you look at, there's varying degrees. What Dave Proctor did last year was phenomenal. How far he ran on the treadmill in 24 hours. But there's all sorts of challenges he faced. If you look at 10 women attempting to run 3:30, much like the men a couple of years ago, you need to really dial in the 10 runners. You need to all be on the same wavelength, pacing-wise, and ability-wise. You can't have too much deviation, otherwise the plan will go to fail. And but the 110 athletes tethered together, likewise you need to be on the same page, but I think their pace they're going allows them a little more margin of error to say, okay, well, although not much, but they can at least have a bit of variance. And surely they have some athletes who are probably 3-hour marathoners that are running. Well, certainly Blaine. Blaine is a 2:30-something marathoner, but he's going to be running 5.5, 6 hours today with this group. So you have that whole spectrum, and it's the lowest common denominator. But in the 10 tethered together example, it's not the lowest. Well, it is the lowest common denominator, but that denominator cannot be that low. Otherwise, you've blown your record because it's such a fast-paced run.
It's the ultimate definition of communication.
Yes,
by far. There's other side stories as we watch a number of other athletes come across the finish line here. How about Kate, bib number 2451 from Indiana, running the marathon on behalf of her 6-year-old daughter, Olivia. Olivia in a wheelchair waiting at the finish line for mom. How about a spinal cord injury, Alberta? 54 participants in the marathon this year, including a wheelchair athlete, Brian Martin, participating in a 150-kilometer race. So many amazing stories as we see this athlete. I believe this is last year's winner of the women's half marathon. I'm going to check that, but again, so many stories here at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, the 53rd running of this, and we, as we say, are just getting started as we will show you and chat with all of these incredible athletes who have taken on these personal journeys and coming across that finish line. What a moment of euphoria. Yes, this is last year's marathon winner, who's just coming across now. We saw her last year, and we see her now. What's her name again, please?
It's Andrea Glover.
This is Andrea Glover. Andrea Glover, last year's winner of the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. Not the finish that she wanted this year. At the same time, though, what a proud moment for that young lady.
Yeah, it's great to see her finish as well as she did this year, as well as last year, right? She was a surprise to win last year. I don't believe she was aware that she was the leader because there was 2 Kenyans that were in the race and they dropped out. So for her to win last year was great because she is from the local area, I believe. I want to say it's somewhere northern Alberta, but she is from the region.
And it's interesting how last year's winner is, in a way, lost amongst the sea of humanity as you come across the finish line. But congratulations to her and, of course, the other competitors that are following right now, as you can see on the chute on the right-hand side. So many accomplishments. What a wonderful spectacle here at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, the 53rd year running. So many of these side stories we talk about, and young at heart have come across that line.
And an update on Dave Proctor there. It looks like he's about 40 to 45 minutes out from being done the 150-kilometer race.
Now think about that. Now think about what you just said.
Yeah, he was running at 3 o'clock in the morning, and that's a time that I don't regard as actual time because I'm never, ever awake then. So for him, that's an amazing feat running for, oh boy, how many hours is that? Running for like 16 hours.
Think
Imagine
about
how
that.
much you could do with that 16 hours. Like you could play 4 rounds of golf. You could eat multiple meals. You could go for a drive out to Banff and come back. You could do so much in that time. He's out for a run.
It's insane to think about. And we have Andrea that we were talking about a few moments ago with our very own Jess. Go ahead, Jess.
What an incredible moment. So what does this mean for you guys that your mom came across so strong? First off, she's the hottest mom ever. I'm going to cry. I'm so happy for you. What What does it mean to have your mom cross the finish line?
Amazing.
Amazing. Proud dad, proud kids. How did the course feel for you?
It felt really hard today.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was, well, it's warm and it's hilly.
Yeah.
But I was just doing the best I could.
You looked amazing as you came across. I know you're trying to catch your breath, sip on that water. What was the last month of training like for you as you prepare for this? Because you had last year in mind saying, I won this. Like, what's going through so that you can get mentally prepped there again?
I trained really hard and my training went really well. So I was just excited for today and looking forward to coming back. I wasn't sure I was going to race it. I didn't enter till about a month ago when I felt I was ready. So yeah, so it felt good. It felt good.
Good, amazing. You're coming out all smiles. I'm going to let you enjoy getting some family time and your cool down. It's amazing. You can see the smile on her face. All of her hard work paying off. She's now hanging out with her family. We're going to go throw it back over to you, Phoenix.
Thank you, Jess. Andrea Glover, last year's winner of the Calgary Marathon, the women's edition. Not the same results for her, but at the same time, though, quite an accomplishment. Hugs, smiles, and I'm sure, Trevor, relief for a lot of them, too, coming across that finish line. Maybe not necessarily hitting the mark that they wanted to, but knowing that they finished. That in itself is quite an accomplishment.
For sure, yeah. Whenever you go into a race, I think the biggest accomplishment is going from the start line to the finish line and never giving up in between. Some days you have a good day, some days you have a bad day, but the main objective is to finish. As long as you can do that, it's a good day.
As we continue to watch the runners of the Calgary Marathon, we saw a group of elite athletes, as you see a few more, but there's also the mothers and the daughters and the fathers and the sons who come across this finish line, this moment to know that, oh, one more turn and I can give my body rest, I can fuel my body again. And this young lady, I remember her from last year. She was the runner, if I'm not mistaken, of the 50-kilometer ultramarathon, the winner of last year's 50-kilometer.
Yeah, she's won. It's Jessica Mueller. She's won it twice now. So I believe she was registered for the marathon, but just by looking at her bib, it looked like it was a 50-kilometer bib. So I'm unsure of what actual distance she's doing.
I want to say it is probably the marathon.
Yeah.
But last year, you're right, Jessica Mueller, the winner of the 50-kilometer ultramarathon, and when she came across the finish line wearing the same outfit, she was absolutely in shock with her arms above her head. She knew she'd achieved something that she didn't think she could do. Let's see her reaction as she comes across this year.
She had, so Amy Puzzi just finished with her husband Jacob just now. So I think there were two local competitors for sure, but it looks like Amy got her over the last few minutes here.
Jessica Mueller coming across the finish line, last year's 50-kilometer ultra marathon runner and winner. And now a moment for her. She stops her clock, raises her arms, takes out her headset, and now she can celebrate.
Yeah, job well done there. Now she can go get some bagels, carb up.
That's right. Maybe some pizzas thrown in there.
Enjoy patio season.
There you go.
17th Ave is probably going to be a good destination to be today.
Hugs all around, and why not? For a lot of these athletes, some of them knew that they would get these times. Some of them pushing themselves a little more than they thought they would do, and some of them unfortunately not making the time that they were hoping for. But that's all part of the beauty of this sport. You just never know until you cross that finish line.
Exactly. Yeah, and once they get here, they're able to take in some food. They're able to sit around in the grandstand and enjoy their accomplishments.
What is waiting for these athletes when they come across the finish line? Of course, they get medaled up. What else as they continue to walk through the little gauntlet here?
Yeah, so as they continue to go down, they'll be provided with a water bottle, Inside they're going to have bagels and bananas and some nutrition just to help refuel, because when you are running the course of a marathon, you put your body into such a fatigued state that it does need some carbohydrates right after, also some protein to help with that muscle tissue breakdown. So for them, they have to fuel up right away, or else it's just going to be detrimental to their recovery over the days.
Well, we have some other individuals on site with us, and Jess is with the 50-kilometer ultra marathon winner, Jacob. Go ahead, Jesse.
Congratulations, Jake. Just an emotional moment with your wife there. Talk to us about that emotion right there.
Well, a year ago, she gave birth about a week and a half before the race, or 2 weeks before the race. And so I had it on my calendar, and then we honestly didn't know whether I'd run it or not. And she's sacrificed quite a bit in the last 2 years to support me in my running, and we had figured time-wise that we might be able to finish together. Like I might be able to catch her out there the last little bit, and so with about 5K to go, I caught her and just decided might as well finish together, so it was fun.
What an emotional moment. I saw you guys come across and just embrace. I was trying not to get welled up there. 50K is a long way to go. Talk to us about your prep process and then what it means to actually finish what you've set out to accomplish.
I've basically been pushing a stroller for the last year, and Amy and our daughter Ashima and our dog Farley are my main training partners, and then sometimes when our other kids aren't in school, we bring the whole family for bike rides and push two in the stroller and that kind of thing. So that's mostly what I do. Sometimes I jump on a treadmill, or every once in a while, maybe once a month, jump into a workout with someone else, but it's mostly a family affair, and yeah, so that's what we do. And yeah, I really had a positive experience last year here, and wanted to come back. It's a really well-organized event, and just good people, and it's fun to participate in community events, and so.
It's amazing. It's Canada's 150, and then you talk about working with your whole family. I think that's one of the amazing things about running is it's not super costly, and everybody in the family, whatever level, whether you're in a stroller or you're biking alongside family members, it's really incredible that you can make it a whole family sport. You look like you're absolutely in fantastic shape, and with kids and keeping all that, so congratulations. Amazing work. We're down here at the finish line. Phoenix, I'm going to throw it back over to you and let this guy get some water.
Jacob Puzey, the ultra marathon winner for the men. Repeating from last year, what an accomplishment for Jacob and his family. Dan, I recall when he was here last year, we brought him into the booth, and he mentioned his wife and the birth of their first child. He was extremely emotional last year, but he also appreciated the support that he got from his family to continue running. And look at this, he wins again.
Yeah, as somebody at that level, somebody who has that kind of commitment to the sport, it's essential that you have the support of your family and friends to be able to get through and to do that repeatedly. But yeah, it's a critical part of the sport. We talk about community all the time, and the community also focuses right in on your family as well, not just the broader community.
All right, we're focusing on another young lady here, and we'll find out more information from her. But when you think about Jacobs and his accomplishment, as the support he gets from his family, a lot of these racers too, and all of these runners, spend the time to train. It's finishing your long day at work. It's deciding on the weekend, and I'm going to go for a run. It's running when you've got holidays, vacation time. So there's a lot of commitment by a lot of individuals. And we appreciate the effort, and we appreciate what we've seen here. You know, earlier, speaking of what we've seen here, we saw Jessica a few moments ago. Jessica Mueller, who was, I recall this Jessica, who's joining us in our broadcast booth. I recall last year, when you came across the finish line, there was almost an element of shock, if not surprise, as you had both arms lifted above your head last year crossing the finish line. And we were watching, waiting for your reaction this year. Your thoughts about your run today?
My run today was
just as I expected. I think I went in there with an open mind and just enjoyed the course and enjoyed the race. And to be honest, it was such a relief not having to do another 8 kilometers.
Dan and I were talking about that. Come on, Jessica, it's only an extra 8. Come on.
I know. So I was so happy that I didn't do the 50 this year. It was just nice, a little bit more relaxing just to do the marathon. So yeah, it was a great day.
Dan mentioned it earlier about the weather conditions. We started off on a very, very cool day, maybe 12 degrees, give or take. During the course of the run, during the course of the race,
Yeah.
how much of a factor was the weather?
So the weather is always, up in the air right before race day. You never know what you're going to be getting yourself into. And to be honest, we've been so lucky in Calgary because the last couple years, it's been nice and crisp in the morning and then beautiful when we finish. And I don't think you can ask for a better race day for the spectators, for the runners, to be outside and cheering us on. So yeah, a little bit hotter, but to be honest, I'd take it over rain any day.
No kidding.
So you ran Boston in April, and how did that go, and how did that feed into today's plan and preparation?
Yeah, so I just came off my 6th Boston Marathon, my 6th consecutive Boston.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And so that's always the highlight of kick-starting the year off and getting my training going. And so yeah, Boston was my race. I always prepare very well for that. And I know usually after the Boston Marathon, you don't want to be running another marathon like a month later. So that's always a challenge for me. But I put my legs up for a month and just go easy. And Calgary's more of a fun run for me, just to relax and enjoy the course and all my friends that are on course and just the Calgarians. I love the spirit out there.
It might be too early to ask you, but what's next for Jessica Mueller?
Oh boy, so I'm going to be running the 10-kilometer race in June here, the other Calgary Marathon 10K. And then I'm going to be going to Vancouver in August, actually, for a half marathon. So, yeah.
Running's in your blood.
It's addicting. I don't know what it is, but...
Do you remember how you got started? Because I know that Dan and I were talking about how he got started. He was only like 2 years old. I think you were running in the womb or something. I can't remember. But
no way.
How about for yourself, Jessica? What got you started in this sport?
You know what? It was a bucket list. To be honest, I got up one morning. I said, I think I'd like to try to run a marathon. And I've never run my entire life. I've always, played sports or whatnot, but I've never run. And I just thought, why not go big? So
why not?
Signed up for a marathon, and I ended up surprising myself with a Boston qualifier that first race. And I've never looked back. I've just had a lot of fun. And I think my favorite part about running is just the community. It's brought so many great people and experiences to my life, and it's what I live for now.
Someone starting for the first time, I know Dan and I have been talking about why he started for the first time, but what would you say to motivate others who've thought about being in your position?
That's a good question. I think when it comes right down to it, you just got to go for it. And if it's 1 kilometer, if it's 5 kilometers, just go for it and don't stop. And even if you have to run, just completing it and finishing that mileage, I think is really important. And get out there and find a running group. There's so many great groups in Calgary, and the community's big into supporting the running part of it. So it's really nice. Yeah.
Jessica Mueller, thank you very much. Last year's 50K winner. This year, she's just participating for the fun of it. And watch for her next year, because she'll be doing the 10K.
Oh,
and who knows, Dan, who knows? We could be seeing another winner, another podium position for this young lady. We continue our coverage here at the 53rd Annual Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, which has been an eventful one, to say the least. So much going on here. We've enjoyed so much, and there's so much more to come, too. Well, one of the things that we should also talk about, we mentioned Jacob Puzey a few moments ago, who is the winner of the men's 50K marathon. Well, he is supported by family as well, too. And Jessica has one of those family members.
We just interviewed Jake after he finished 50 kilometers, the ultra, and now I'm interviewing his wife, Amy. Amy, you guys were able to join up. Was it the last 5 kilometers of the course and finish together?
About 8K, actually. He came up behind me, and his goal was to catch me and beat his record from last year. And he came up behind me and he slowed right down. And I was like, Jake, I'm done. Just go. And he's like, no, I want to run with you. This is my favorite thing in the world, is to run with you. So I was like, go, just go. This is your race. And he wouldn't leave me. So I was like, please leave. Go, go. And he wouldn't.
You're trying to get rid of him, and he just wants to race. That moment when you guys crossed the finish line, I was like, either this guy's about to propose or something special's going on here. So
it's like that every day. He is like that with me every day.
Well, you can tell he absolutely adores you and cherishes you. And I think to say, hey, I'm not going to worry about a record, I'm going to run with my wife. And that was one of the things he said was favorite, was that your whole family gets involved. And is it true that you just had a baby basically a year ago?
Yeah, about a year and 8 days, I think.
Fantastic. Yeah. You've got a 6-pack, so clearly you're doing the right training. But what does it mean to run with your whole family? Why is that so important for you guys?
We want to make movement normal in our family, so just every day. I grew up in Canmore in the mountains, and so I always just love being outside and moving. And we have 5 kids between the 2 of us now, so it's we just love being together and biking. They bike beside us, and we run, and we stop for snacks and treats, and just make it fun.
Make it an event the whole family can enjoy and get into, and I love that. You're saying, I just want to make movement normal, so we're not behind a screen, but we're outside as a whole entire family. Amy, thank you. Amazing finish. I'm going to go let you get back to your kids, because I'm sure you're dying to see them. Thank you so much. We're just finishing up here at the finish line. Amy had a strong finish with her husband, an emotional moment. Rather than breaking a record, he chose to finish with his wife. As they joined up, she just finished the full marathon and him completing the 50K. Back over to the booth.
Support comes at all different levels and all different styles of runners come across this finish line, motivated by something. You know, earlier we mentioned about those 10 ladies, those ladies dressed in pink that were running as a group, and we're gonna latch up with them because they're coming close to achieving, what was it, the 3:30 mark?
3:30 is their goal, yeah.
3:26:33 right now is where they're at, and here they come. And yeah, see, they're all tethered, around the waist, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Now we get a better shot of it. But yes, here they are. Hashtag 10 fast females coming across the finish line. They wanted to do this in less than 4 hours. They had a personal goal of 3 hours and 30 minutes. And gentlemen, we are so close to that mark. What a moment for all of these ladies. Wow, what a story they must have to be running in unison and knowing that they have to stay so close in that proximity area because, well, they've got to make it at a certain time. They've got to keep in pace with each other. What a moment for these ladies.
Yeah, this is pretty spectacular. You look at the, they set the goal of 3:30, and they're going to nail that goal almost exactly on the mark. And a couple of years ago we had the men do the same thing, 10 tethered together. And they set a goal of going sub-3. They ran 250, mid-250s. And now the women are doing them one better and setting another world record here at the Calgary Marathon. Spectacular.
Trevor, what would be your first question to these ladies?
I wouldn't even ask them a question. I would just congratulate them and give them big hugs because it's just...
Oh, look at this. Look how they're coming across. Sorry, Trevor. Look how they're coming across the line.
That's exactly the way that men came through a few years back. So it's amazing to see what they've done just as individuals for the community, for Mito Canada, the amount of money that they've raised for mitochondrial disease and trying to find a cure in that regard too. It's amazing. So for them to go out there and crush their goal of 2:30, it's impressive. So I'm very proud of them, and I think the community is proud of them as well.
Pretty in pink, Team Mito with an incredible accomplishment, and you witness it here at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. Jess is going to be chatting with them in just a few moments. I don't know who you talk to. I guess you talk to them as a group because they're all tethered right now. And eventually they're going to have to loosen up their tether, but I don't think they want to let go. I don't think they want to let go of this moment.
No, they run in sync, and maybe they're going to be speaking in harmony.
We were all grabbing dinner last night too, and they were already linked up at dinner.
Oh, they were now.
It'd be quite humorous if they were.
Maybe after this race, they need a little alone time.
possibly all of their runs together.
Hashtag 10 fast females, and boy, were they ever. Sub 3:30. You want to talk about reaching a goal? Well, they've finally done it. What a moment for them. And again, this is a group of 10. We're going to witness as the race continues, a group of 110 trying to achieve something that has never been done. These ladies, so proud. The smiles on their faces say it all. Are they exhausted? Yeah. Are they relieved? Yeah. But are they thrilled at what they just accomplished? It may not sink in for a couple of days, but what an accomplishment, gentlemen.
Most certainly, most certainly. So, yeah, so far today we've crowned 2 national championships. We've had a women's course record in the marathon, and now we have a world record for 10 women tied together.
All in Canada.
The Cowboy that's too? Right, and we have the Cowboy world record.
All on Canada's birthday, 150 years strong. And strong here we are at Calgary Stampede grounds. This is the site of the grandstand show, and you can see our broadcast location booth there, the red tent. But you want to feel what it really is like to be a part of a group of 10 women who have just completed a marathon. Jess is with them now.
We're down here at the finish line. Mito girls, 10 of you looped together. How does it feel to come across the finish line all connected?
It feels awesome. It was so much fun. Everyone worked so hard, and everybody sort of had their moment of doubt, but we got through it, and it was amazing. These are amazing women. I'm so proud of them.
What was the driving force behind you guys all wanting to run together?
I'll let you answer that. Mito Canada. It's a charity for mitochondrial disease. It's affected lots of local families, and they're our inspiration. Carrie, that biked for us, was she's lost 2 children to mitochondrial disease, and Blaine Penny, also from running the 150 link, his son Evan was affected, and they started Mito Canada. So they're such an inspirational family, and it's the least we can do to spread awareness and run for those who can't.
So you're able, the mama that led this, she's lost 2 children. What an emotional finish. She came across the finish line with you. I saw some tears. What was the training like coming together for this?
Well, lots of solo training because we're from all over Alberta, but lots of training runs. We did a test run in half large, but lots of linking together and trying to not trip each other and working through some logistics. But it went really well. Calgary puts on an awesome race, and it was just the perfect day for it.
Well, I hope you guys have the ultimate celebration. Amazing job, ladies. You can just feel the energy. They're all right behind me. Linked together. We're still linked here. You can see this tether. It's got a little bit of give, but what an incredible feeling to come across the line, all connected. The smiles say it all. What a high energy finish. Emotional. Well done, ladies. Calgary's proud of you, and I know all the Mito mamas are probably very thankful for you. Back over to the booth.
Mito families extremely proud. And mitochondrial disease, by the way, group of disorders caused by dysfunctional mitochondria affecting thousands of Canadians. There is no cure today for mitochondrial disease and minimal treatments. Research is underway, support is underway to bring attention to this disease, mitochondrial disease. What a demonstration of strength, of perseverance, of energy, and of willpower to do what they have done today. Gentlemen, I'm sure we're all moved by this group of 10.
Yeah, without question. You can imagine, I can't imagine what these parents would go through in circumstances like this in the way of what's happened to their children, and to, people manage in different ways, and it's amazing what the families in this circumstance have done to try and build the community around raising funds for combating the disease and for helping parents cope. It's an amazing story on so many levels, and to see them combine this with sport and to not only raise funds but also raise awareness of the challenges that are out there. It's of the many emotional stories, this is one of the most intense around the weekend. Yes, yeah. Without question.
And even to touch on that with Blaine and Sarah, like Evan was a perfectly fine, regular 4-year-old boy, and then one day he had a stomach issue, and they took him to the hospital, and it just spiraled, and now he's limited to a wheelchair. He can't talk.
it's unfortunate, and it happened so quickly that for them it really affected them. But they took a negative situation and they turned it into a really good positive thing by creating Mito Canada and trying to find trying to get some more awareness to find a cure for this debilitating disease.
Today's race benefits 90 charities. Last year, more than $1 million was raised for a number of charities. This is a year-round effort by the organizers to bring attention and awareness and support, financial support, emotional support for a lot of these challenging organizations who are trying to do their best. And as you can see, there's hugs received by so many people because of the outstanding efforts by so many individuals. Sometimes you hug and you just don't want to let go because you know what these people have accomplished and you know their stories, and it touches a lot of hearts. And we're so thankful that you have a chance to bear witness to this. It's not just a run, gentlemen. It's not just a marathon. It's so much more than that. And a lot of these people who are a part of this realize it, and it's a wonderful spectacle for all.
Yeah, and we're so fortunate. The Scotiabank Charity Challenge, the amount of support that Scotiabank provides for these charities to be able to do the fundraising, all of the money goes to the charity. The infrastructure's there for them to be able to do what they do. And us at the Calgary Marathon, our team, we embrace this. We embrace the fundraising. We want to do whatever we can to support these organizations and to support the athletes and the families and their supporters to make sure that they can maximize and focus their efforts on raising funds and also raising awareness for the causes that they're committed to. It provides, it interweaves with all of the community and other fabric that we have tried to create over the number of years here. And the Scotiabank's been an unbelievable partner in that regard in all that they do.
Sometimes it's just finishing the race. And a lot of these folks, whether they need to walk, run, it doesn't matter. The fact that they've achieved something that they were shooting for, as you can see, runners on the right, walkers on the left, all shapes, all sizes, all ages. I heard that one of the youngest marathoners was a 19-year-old. So, I mean, it doesn't matter who you are or what you're doing. It's just getting out and doing it. As we have another great shot from our vantage point over here from our broadcast location. This is another one of those drone shots. Boy, I like these shots, guys. This is getting fancy.
It provides a certain angle.
You see that drone just lift up a little bit, you'll get a touch of the skyline, and it's gorgeous.
I'm just waving at it right now. I don't know if they can see me, but
it's interesting to look at the temperature today.
It's in a safe position, though. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, and the temperature is only 16 degrees, and yet it's feeling the intensity of the sun and the fact that we have crystal clear blue skies is just incredible.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful day to run.
We mentioned some stories of so many different people with different reasons why they like to get out and run. Jess is with two gentlemen who have that explanation.
We're back here at the finish line. These guys are cheering on their team members. There's about 7 guys that came all the way from Edmonton. They're called River City Runners. You guys look like you're in great shape. I like your arms. Flex those muscles for me. Yeah. So you guys just finished. I saw you cheering on your friends. What is this like to run with a group of guys?
It is actually awesome. It's cool having the camaraderie when you come down to the races and having everybody cheer you on. So
we run as part of a pretty big group in Edmonton, River City, and we're all very supportive of each other, and we all did really great today, and Calgary's been really nice to us. So.
That's awesome. It's a perfect day for running. I think the temperature was fairly, nice to start. You can definitely start to feel the heat come down. Have you guys run this course before, and how did you find the course?
I've never ran this course before, but it was actually awesome. I love coming down to Calgary. It's probably my second favorite city.
You're allowed to say that.
I love Calgary, except during hockey playoffs. So
that's a fair comment. We won't say any more about that. And what about yourself? Was this your first time here in Calgary running this race?
Yep, this is the first time I ran the Calgary course. It's beautiful. Downtown Calgary is beautiful. It's the first time I've been downtown Calgary. We loved it. Very scenic, hard, but fast.
Hard and fast. I love that. So these guys are finishing up. They're waiting for their friends to finish. Amazing just to see that camaraderie is what you had mentioned, Lucas, of what it's like to run with a bunch of friends and be super supportive. We're going to throw it back to the booth and over to you guys.
Great job, Jess. Coming up, the women's ultra finish and also the 10K race, which is always a spectacle and spectacular to see. 10 kilometers, you know, when you compare it to the marathon, which is 42, this one will seem fast in comparison, but still the effort that each of these individuals gives, Dan, is still amazing. We've got to give them credit as there's more folks coming across, even little rabbits who are coming across as well too, as they're holding up their banners. Boy, their arms must be sore holding that for so long.
Yeah, there's so many different levels. You know, it doesn't matter how far you're running or how you're running it or whether or not you're dressed as a cowboy or tied together. What matters is getting out there and being active and challenging yourself a little. It can be a little, it can be a lot, but just participating and playing a role in the overall experience is valuable.
Putting together a group of ladies who run together, 10 of them in under 3 hours and 30 minutes takes a lot of effort. And Jess has the organizer of this amazing group of ladies.
I'm down here with Carrie from Mido Canada. She organized, well actually you didn't even organize, you had friends do this for you. Explain that process.
Well, Mido Canada has worked together to do these fundraisers to help support research for mitochondrial diseases and awareness of it. And just the power of the group effort has brought it into the forefront. This year they've raised over $150,000, and not just that, but an incredible amount of awareness for things that, when my youngest son passed away 9 years ago, nobody even knew what it was. And they're making a difference, one race at a time.
It's amazing. So you talked a little bit about your friends had asked to send an email, but you've got 2 kids, which is just gut-wrenching. And they said, talk to us a little bit about your kids because they use that as motivation on the.
So they asked me if I'd come along and take pictures because in order to capture it for the Guinness record, they needed to have documentation every 2 kilometers. So I had to take along, hop off my bike, take a quick pic, and hop back on. But the motivation today was that I'm running a marathon of a different kind, but they're running a marathon doing an impossible task. I feel their pain, even though I've not run a marathon. Yeah. They feel my pain, and we're sharing that pain by this effort. And every time it got hard today, they dug deep because of my kids. So with about 2 kilometers left, they said, let's do it. Let's finish it hard for her babies, for my babies. Let's just finish it hard because the pain is worth it.
It was incredible. As you guys came across, you had you were documenting the records, but you just saw the joy in those ladies' eyes is that they had set a goal, they accomplished it. We're praying that the guys from 113 of them that are looped together, we got 10 across the finish line, which was amazing. Again, it brings awareness, and it just shows you that this sport isn't just about running, but it's about bringing people together. It's about raising awareness for diseases that need to be brought awareness, and then raising critical funds so that there's research that can be attached to that. Well, we're just so inspired by what you and your friends did, and so proud that you're standing upright, making a choice to choose joy each day and living it out fully. Thank you again, Carrie.
Thank you. And to each of the girls, they did an amazing effort. I was just the sideshow. They were the real thing.
Well, you guys look like an amazing team together. It definitely tugs on your heartstring, but just inspires you not to sit at home on the couch. Movement matters, and you can get a group of people together and really make it count. So thank you again, Carrie. We're going to take it back over to the booth. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely right, Jess. It's a community coming together and accomplishing some amazing things. That young lady organizing that group, what an inspiration. And who knows, maybe next year they have something else that they might want to try. Who knows? Well, we are all motivated by different things, and maybe sometimes a marathon is in your blood. And if you're going to run a marathon, what you want to do is you want to make sure you look the part. So what you do is you put a bunch of tape all over your body. How about this young lady? Hi, Tracy.
How are you?
We're doing okay. Okay, I'm pointing at your knees here because you've been all taped up here.
Oh, yeah.
Please explain, are you okay?
I'm awesome. I have a few little running issues, like everybody else would. But hey, it's decorative though.
And it's patriotic.
And it is patriotic.
Absolutely.
Happy 150th.
Yeah. Awesome.
We understand this is your 15th marathon.
Yes, it is.
What in heaven's name are you thinking?
It started with charity. I used to run for the Cancer Society, Team in Training, and the Arthritis Society, which is Joints in Motion, and that's how it got me running. And I just finished Boston this year, so yeah.
Wow.
So I'm coming off a high.
So the Calgary Marathon. Explain this one. How was it today?
It was awesome, fantastic. The crowd is like unbelievable, and it's like awesome. So yeah.
The weather was okay for you?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
You know, we talk about ideal conditions. Was this close to being ideal, having run
Absolutely.
14 other previous marathons?
Well, could have been a little cloudier. Just gotta catch the shade when you're going by. That's all.
Yeah. When you do run by spectators and other runners, we talked about a feeling of community when runners are out there doing their thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Did you feel the same way?
Absolutely. Great high fives, and I'll tell you a great story. I moved here 2 years ago. My best PB was 350, and now I'm down to about 335.
Congratulations.
And it's because of the running community. I run with an awesome group from Shaughnessy in the running room, and they're fantastic. I could never ever run I would never get to my ability without them. So, yeah, it's an awesome running community.
You can relate to this young lady.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, it's always about having the crowd, having that support network, and you know, the commitment, the mutual enjoyment of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I feel that all the time.
And is your crowd down here running as well today? Or?
They are. My running partner just came behind me.
Oh, nice.
Did you outkick her?
I did, but
Nice.
we always run together, and she's the one that when I started at like 350 time, and she got me to 335. So, hey, that's an awesome friend, right?
How will you celebrate tonight?
With lots of beer.
Perfect. I think we need a beer sponsor for this event, don't we?
do.
My heavens. Tracy, congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
So great chatting with you, and who knows, maybe we'll see you again next year.
Awesome. Thank you.
There's so
very
many
much.
reasons why people come out and they want to be a part of the Calgary Marathon, and sometimes they want to just run and keep running. Her 15th marathon, quite an accomplishment. Dan, you might recall last year we were talking to an individual, a gentleman, his name escapes me, but he ran his 100th marathon.
Yes.
Last year was his 100th marathon. So again, when it gets into your blood, you think, I just want to keep doing this thing, man.
Yeah, completely. It becomes a bit of a, I don't want to say addiction, because addiction sounds like a bad thing, but it certainly becomes a part of your lifestyle and part of your enjoyment and part of your community.
You look forward to it every year as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Set this benchmark, and they're like, okay, I need to better myself, so I'm going to come back next year and do it again.
Well, Tracy's a great example of that. She said when she first started, 350, I think it was her best, then she said 335. Mm-hmm. So over the years, she had a goal in mind. She said, this is what I want to do, and this is what I want to accomplish, and she has. But now you set new goals, right? New standards. And that's the beauty of an event like this, is that it challenges you every single time. And thanks to organizers like yourself, Dan, you challenge people with, I don't know, maybe a 50 ultra or maybe 150. And after it's all said and done, how about these medals that you get too? These are no sticks in the mud, if you will. There's a lot of people that Tracy's run 15 marathons, so she has 15 beautiful medals, and now she has one of these beautiful medals to add to her list as well too. Fantastic.
Yeah, and we're looking at the age group awards right here, and this is what the medal looks like, except for without the stand. And it's a beautiful. It's made to be a toonie, and our marketing team has just done an outstanding job this year, as I was saying earlier, with the T-shirt and the medal both. And year after year, we try to. A lot of races have the same medal year after year, or some will try and innovate, but we try to be ahead of the curve when we're coming up with new ideas and new. This is a photo of the actual medal.
Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We should also mention too, the 150-kilometer run is nearing its conclusion, or we're finally going to see a winner. And no surprise, we just got word that Dave Proctor is about 3 to 4 kilometers out. So about the next 15, 20 minutes, we hope to get a shot of him. And an achievement for Mr. Proctor, who last year, Team Mito, put together 6 Guinness Book of World records, running on a treadmill, for heaven's sakes. So now he gets to the beaten track, and now he's leading the group of the 150-kilometer racers.
Yeah, so
you both know this guy?
With Dave last year.
Who is he? What is he like? Give us a snapshot of Dave's character, his psyche, and we'll see him in a bit.
So Dave is a chiropractor. He actually works out of High River now. He previously lived in Black Diamond, and he does all of his runs out in the country. So he would run from Black Diamond to Longview. Currently, he's running from High River to Okotoks to visit his family and have lunch, and then he runs back home. So he's doing like 50 kilometers at a time, and it's amazing. So he's also a chiropractor back home as well. So he works a full-time job. He has, I believe, 3 children, and one of them, his son Sam, has a rare disease as well. So it's something along the line, it's something similar to mitochondrial disease. I don't know what it is specifically, so I don't want to say, but he does fall underneath that rare disease category. So he does have a little bit of adversity there. And a lot of motivation for him to continue to run 24 hours on a treadmill. He also has the Canadian, I believe it's the Canadian record or the world record for most kilometers run in 24 hours, which is 256 kilometers. So that's a lot of mileage.
Oh,
and
yeah.
for him, this is just a walk in the park doing 150K.
Yeah, he ran 260 kilometers on the treadmill last year, which is just unbelievable. But you talk about his family and the challenges, his health challenges his son faces, and the fact that he has other children. You absolutely require the support of your family, your spouse, and your community when you're doing these kind of things. And the amount of training that he does fit in, and yet still has time for his family and taking care of his business, frankly, because he's also got a job on top of that. Yeah. It's unbelievable the commitment that this man has, and the mental focus to be able to attain what he does.
Okay, we'll keep a close watch on the finishers of the 150-kilometer solo run. Again, that run that started yesterday evening at 6 o'clock. Dave Proctor, from what we understand, is in the current lead. But there's also other amazing runners like Beverly Gobelar, who is a 3-time Comrades Marathon finisher, cycled 1,600 kilometers in 10 days, ran her second Comrades on the 11th day. That's the caliber of athlete that we're about to see finishing the 150. And how about also Lucy Ryan from Vancouver finishing the Badwater 135-kilometer finish. So as we get close, miles.
In Death Valley. So Comrades Marathon, just to add some perspective to that, it's an 89-kilometer ultra marathon that has about 15,000 runners in it. So the largest ultra marathon on the planet, and it's been a huge part of the running scene globally, but certainly it's in South Africa. Phenomenal race, and for her to have done as many as she has is great. And then Badwater is 135 miles through Death Valley. You start at the lowest point in lower 48 states, and you start at the hottest part of the year and run through the hottest part of the days. It's just an incredible kind of feats.
Yeah, well, the question is, as everyone always says, why? But a lot of folks are excited about the next race that is about to take place from the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. And this one is the 10-kilometer race. Jess is at the start line with details. Jess.
Hey, we're down here at the start of the 10K. I just ran into one of my girlfriends. She does quite a bit of running. You're running the 10K today. How do you feel?
I'm feeling a little bit tired, but I'm really, really excited. We couldn't ask for a beautiful day.
Yeah.
So.
The weather's stunning. What kind of training have you done leading up to this?
To be honest, I haven't done too much training. I've just been training mostly for a 10K. Got a half in the fall, but just pacing myself, doing 5Ks, 7Ks, 10Ks, so I'm excited. It's going to be really hot today.
It is. And where's your favorite spot to run in Calgary?
Oh gosh, all over. This city is so beautiful. I mean,
there's just so many endless spots that you can go to. Well, amazing luck on the course today. You're going to have a fabulous run. It's going to be a breeze. Get into the headset. Stay strong. Thanks again. Okay, back over to you guys.
Okay, love you.
Okay, crush it.
I
Okay?
know, I need it.
Hey, it's up here. You got it. Your body works, girl. Okay, Mark, that's done. Do you want me to now just like do a walk into you?
Thank you very much, Jess. As you can see, the competitors now just getting themselves ready to go. So there's a few names that we want to keep an eye on, Dan.
Yeah, so on the male side, we have Michael Nishiyama from Edmonton. He currently works with the Running Room. Matthew Treviglini from Calgary, working at Mountain Equipment Co-op, and Brennan Masters. And then on the female side, we have Polly Moody, Gladys Milne, and then Alicia Kalos. So we'll see how they perform today.
So again, we're taking a look at the start line, that area, the group of racers getting themselves ready to go. You can see the temperature right now. You see the temperature right now is 16 degrees. That's a little bit more than it was earlier this morning. But one of the things that we are very, very thankful for are bunnies. And Ricardo, I mean that in a nice way. First of all, I love your ears.
That's part of the race. It's part so that people can follow me.
I see you're getting fueled up here.
I am. They just gave this to us. It's amazing.
What are the responsibilities of a race bunny?
Well, you're trying to pace. You're trying to finish at 3:45 in my case, and make it as steady as you can. So if people want to just run next to me or close to me, they'll finish their goal at 3:45. It's important for people that want to, qualify for Boston or something. It's easier for them than a watch or someone just to have it, and I try to make it as even as possible throughout the whole marathon. So,
how much pressure do you feel when everybody who's put in months of training and wants to run 3:45? And you're the guy.
You're supposed to have it at a comfortable pace. So you're supposed to be your personal best at least half an hour faster than the pacer, than this pace. So this is very comfortable. So you can actually be talking to them and see how they're going. Taking some drinks at the water stations and stuff. So it's, but it's a responsibility. It's not that I can't quit and go to the washer or anything like that.
That's a question for you. So let's say you have an injury, your hamstring seizes up, your calf seizes up. What happens in that event? Because all of these people are relying on you to keep the pace.
I do tell them, and this is a friend of mine was a pace bunny, and he was not feeling good. And he just said, I'm sorry, you have to tell them, I'm off pace, I'm not doing good, I'm sorry, keep it up. You're not, if you're going too fast or too slow, you're supposed to tell them. We're off pace, because that's our goal. It's a way to volunteer.
So do you literally turn around saying, I'm off pace? I mean, how do you communicate that?
Just I usually tell them, we're right on pace. We spent 30 seconds, but that's, for the later kilometers of the race.
So you're a cheerleader too.
Well, you try to converse with them and have this time. At the beginning, you have a lot of people. Some of them are maybe too enthusiastic, and then you catch up people, and they get, you kind of get on to your pace. So it's really interesting. You get a lot of cheers too because they know what you're doing. People around the course know what you're doing, so it's cool.
So you're a good runner. You're a coach. You're a cheerleader, sports psychologist.
That's just part of the volunteering role. It's a good position. It's a great play. On a day like this, it's fun.
Ricardo, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Race bunnies, a part of the Calgary Stampede, of the Calgary Marathon. I always want to say Calgary Stampede.
The Calgary Marathon at the beautiful Calgary Stampede grounds.
There you go. All right, our attention is now directed back to the start line. You're saying, well, wait a minute. You guys started at 7 and now it's almost 11. What's going on here? Well, it's the start of the 10K. And this is an exciting event as well, too. What makes it so much more exciting is that these athletes are more than capable of running this distance. The key is at what speed. The pace usually for the men is about a 31-minute clip. For the women, about a 35-minute run. Last year, our in-house announcer was Polly Moody. And Polly joined us as well, too, during the broadcast last year. She couldn't participate like yourself, Trevor, because she injured herself. But this year, I believe Miss Polly might be wanting to show off a little bit here, Dan.
Yeah, certainly. She's one of our top athletes, and she's a high-quality runner, and has the experience to know what to do to go out there and take the prize, and maybe even provide a little motivation for Trevor to get himself healed up.
Yeah, I got a lot of other motivation too, though. But yeah, definitely on the female side there, she is one to look out for. And like even last year, we had Jess O'Connell who ran, and she went to the Olympics in Rio, and
That's right.
Claire Sumner ran as well, and she was just in Uganda for World Cross Country. So it brings out some talented athletes, the 10K. And even last year on the men's side, Daniel Kiptowick, he ran the 10K, and now he just won the marathon. So who knows? I'm not saying that running the 10K will directly translate into a marathon win next year, but you do have some big athletes that run in this race, and then in later years they have further success.
We are less than a minute away from the start of the 10K. The men and the women, they will run together in a pack. This race will be a lot different than what you saw earlier because there is less chance of separation here because the course is much shorter. Speaking of the course itself, Dan, what do we love about this one? Because I know that you had a part to play in putting this together.
Yeah, this course, the 10K event had the most impact from our bridge maintenance at the Calgary Zoo. So this new course is actually, it's somewhat similar to the course, but it's a little more flat and in the city than the original course that we typically do. But what to expect from it? There's no real hills. There's not too many corners in it, so it should be a nice fast time today.
Okay, we are anticipating the start of the 10K as we continue to watch from our location. A number of people still completing the finish line course here, but there are a number of men that we want to keep an eye on as well too, Trevor.
Yeah, so one to look out for is Matthew Treviglini. He recently ran the Glencoe 10K Icebreaker, and he broke my course record, which I'm a little bitter about, but at the same time, I respect him for doing that. So he comes out from London, Ontario. He just moved here. He's living with, I think he's living with his girlfriend. Maybe don't quote me on that in case I get in trouble there, but he's living in Calgary now. He works at Mountain Equipment Co-op, so he has a little bit of a role within the community. Michael Nishiyama, he's out of Edmonton. I believe he works at the running room, and he has some good track background to him as well. So I think those two will be battling it out with Brennan Masters from Kitchener, Ontario. So it's going to be a good race.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the race itself, we have a slight delay, and the reason why, because there's some construction or traffic delays. So what they want to do is make sure for these runners that the course is safe. It's just the nature of the beast, guys. We're not running on a track, but that's what makes this so exciting, is that they're actually running through the city. So again, safety for the athletes. The last thing we want to do is to tell them to stop at a red light.
Yeah, no, that would
Nobody
be
wants that.
an utter disaster. In my opinion, it'd be a disaster from how it would impact your rhythm of your run. It's something that we work very hard to make sure that we have a course that is fully committed to the runners, and one that is also it works well with the city. Unfortunately, this year, with the construction at the Calgary Zoo and the fact that they've closed down the bridge for the year while they repair it and put a new bridge in, that's caused us to have to reinvent the 10K a little bit this year, and that's what's undoubtedly led to the traffic delays, because what we're doing now is going back over parts of the course that have traditionally been open now to vehicles, and so the police are going to have to close those intersections, and sometimes that takes a little longer because it's an unusual situation.
And we want to commend the city as well too for being a great supporter of this event and being so accommodating. As you see, Calgary's Finest is also leading this charge, and they're directing traffic along the way. Again, safety is paramount for these athletes. We want to make sure it's a clean, great race for all of them with as minimal distractions as possible, and the city comes out in spades and takes care of this every single year for the past 53. So again, we want to just take a moment to commend them. What you're looking at is the start line of the 10K. Men and women, the elite athletes are poised at the start line, and I'm sure they're being told right now through a PA system that there is a slight delay. I'm sure they're being kept up to speed with what's going on.
You know,
because it's an emotional moment. I mean, you're anticipating this start, and all of a sudden now you're told to hang on.
Without question, and you know, it's tough from an organizational perspective. We want to run like a Swiss clock. If it's a 7 a.m. start, we start at 7. If it's 10 a.m., etc., 11 a.m. But what, you know, sometimes these types of situations are unavoidable, and what the athletes have to appreciate, and hopefully they do, is that we're trying to make sure that they have a safe course out there, and sometimes there's a little delay, and the best thing as an athlete, you know, from experience, is that you got to roll with the punches. You have to say, okay, it's 10 minutes. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, maybe I warmed up a few minutes earlier than I would have otherwise, but you know, your body's, it's not so cold that you're going to lose muscle warmth in a brief delay like that. And also, you've got lots of people around to keep you warm. So,
Trevor, what kind of a mind game is it right now? We just saw a shot of the 4 women standing at the start line, focused. What kind of a mind game is happening right now with the elite athletes?
Yeah, so for them, they're probably just in a very focused mindset. So they're just trying to keep out all distractions. They're just focused on their race goal, their race plan, and they're just ready to get after it.
You don't think there's some intimidation going on? Give a little snarky look at each of the athletes?
Could be, yeah.
Would that be you, Trevor?
I find it more intimidating when you don't look at athletes, because that means that you're confident in yourself, right? So if you're confident in yourself, you're not acknowledging anybody, you're focusing in on yourself, and that means you're going to hit a personal best. That means that you're going to do what you intend on doing. So just no distractions, keep your mind on yourself, and don't look at anybody.
So we know the distance of a 10-kilometer can be a quick one, guys, about 31, 35 minutes for the ladies. What's the strategy here? Stay with the pack, take off,
yeah, so I think the strategy with the guys today, it looks like that there's about 3 of them on both male and female side that are going to be competing. So for a 10-kilometer race, like running as a pack won't do you as much benefit as, say, a marathon or a half marathon. So you can have it a little bit more strung out. I know in previous years they've had it strung out. So for 30 minutes of running, I think they're just going to go as to their own goals. Yeah. I think for Matt, he's pretty used to running on his own in some of the local races here, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just went out really fast and kept it up.
Well, I tell you, we are in store for one great race here. The weather conditions are ideal. We have some incredible top athletes who are ready to attack this course. The only thing right now is the start that we're anticipating. Again, a slight delay because of traffic concerns. Again, the Calgary City Police want to make sure that everything is safe. We don't have an update yet, but we do know that they're working on the situation right now to make sure that this is going to work. Just behind our broadcast location as well, too, which is also quite a spectacle, are the award presentations. The athletes who we saw earlier are now being awarded on this wonderful stage here at the Stampede grounds, and a number of them are going to win some fantastic awards that we showed you earlier. We have all the flags on display. They will be white-hatted as well, too. It is, again, quite a spectacle here at Stampede Park, the site of the Calgary Stampede, which is happening in July. If you love what you see, you got to come down here during the Calgary Stampede. Again, there's the white hats you see on the left-hand side, and the ceremonies are just about to happen right now. This is for I believe, the women's marathon. Yep, this is the women's marathon that will be presented, and we'll have we even have the cowboy up here too on stage, who's our Guinness Book World Record holder for running in a cowboy costume. But again, we want to give you every chance to understand just the beautiful spectacle that it is here at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. It has been wonderful. Well, as we direct our attention, we're going to turn it again to the start-finish line. And yes, there he is. He with the guy with no shirt. It's is that Dave Proctor? Is that Dave we see there?
It's Dave Proctor.
Yeah, the guy with no shirt and proudly wearing no shirt.
He's been running all night and all morning, so he has the right to have no shirt on.
He is the finisher of the 150-kilometer ultra marathon.
So just to give you some perspective, he started at 10 p.m. last night. He's been running through the night, and he finished 50 kilometers in 4 hours and 7 minutes.
Stop it.
On top of that 100 kilometers that he did overnight.
His journey began last night. His journey comes to a close just before noon on a Sunday morning here at the Calgary Marathon. What an athlete, what an individual this guy is.
He'll be cooling down by running back to High River.
That's right.
He's become a bit of a ultra marathon legend in our community. He's just done some amazing things over the years.
How is that guy still standing?
Last year, and beyond that, he's such an ambassador for our sport.
He is, yeah, without a doubt. For any trail runner that's within Calgary and even Canada, they look up to this guy because of his accomplishments and because of the adversity that he battles through. And the coolest thing with Dave is he wants to spend as much time with his children as possible. So he runs when they're either asleep or away at school. So when he comes home, he's able to spend as much time with them as possible.
You know what, if I'm him and if I have that many accomplishments, yeah, I'm ripping my shirt off too. I mean,
and on top of that, he's a nice guy, which really, how much more could there be?
Yeah. And he's not even accepting a ride in the wheelchair. After 150 kilometers, I probably wouldn't even be able to consume a grape. And he's still walking around, shaking hands, and just hanging out with his friends.
Yeah, again, how is he standing? He's run over 3 marathons in the course of, what, 24 hours?
9 hours, 13 hours.
Yeah, 13. And think about that.
Hours. Yeah.
You know, we're impressed by 1 marathon completion, but more than 3. Oh, and what a cause for this gentleman as well, too. He's doing it, yes, because of his family, but he's doing it because of an amazing organization named Mido.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what an accomplishment. Well, the good news is we have a runner in the pit right now. You can see Dave there. And we're going to try to bring him to our broadcast location, so don't you dare go anywhere. Let's see if we can't bring Dave over here and just find out more about this young man and his incredible accomplishments.
Let's just see if he's out of breath.
And how, boy, you know what I want to know from him when we get a chance to talk to him? Is what is he going to do after this? You know? I mean, how do you stop your training?
So
he'll probably, I'll bet you in a couple of days, he is going to be going back and he's going to go for another run.
Well, look at the spring in his step as he walks over here, too.
Well, let's hope he can walk over here.
There's mumbles about him possibly crossing Canada by foot, and that's legitimate.
Yeah.
So who knows? For him, sky's the limit.
150 kilometers for that gentleman you see on your screen right now. He's being escorted by volunteer Rob, who is just going to bring him over right now. Rob's writing down some notes for us. I don't think we really need any notes. Hey, Rob, I don't think we need notes. I think we're good. Bring him on over here.
He's stable. He's walking with efficiency. And he just finished 150 kilometers.
Actually, here, we're going to scooch.
Overnight.
We're going to scooch everybody in. Because, Trevor, I know you probably want to talk to this gentleman as well, too.
Man, I haven't seen Dave in like 6 months.
Come on, Mr. Proctor. Come on over here.
He probably can't recognize faces right now.
He's a rock star. He has to stop and shake hands all the way over.
Hey, Trevor! Come on, have a seat here. Trevor, I'm going to get you to use the microphone back and forth for a gentleman who has achieved something that not many of us can say that we have done. Dave Proctor, welcome to our set.
Thank you very much for having me.
Only took you 150 kilometers to get here, but welcome.
That was a long trip. That was a long night. Yeah. There were some troubles, but I'm here. Right?
All we could say was, as you were coming across the finish line, was, "Hey, somebody get that guy a shirt."
Yeah, exactly. We had an issue with getting my bin to the start line for the last 50, and I had my overnight gear, which was far too warm, and I had to strip it off about 5-10 kilometers in. So I'm sorry, there was a lot of women who were shaking their heads and pretty disappointed by the look of this. But
Dave, you are 5 seconds away from the finish line. What were you thinking?
Now, this was a really, really fun event. You know, this was just the race directors, all the volunteers, the police on the course. You really couldn't. The Calgary Marathon is really underrated. It's a worldwide. It's better than any other big city marathon I've ever done. Yeah.
And how did you feel running through the night on the pathways? The support, the transition zone or the exchange zone was pretty raucous.
Oh, it was big. It was busy. Daniel Bowie was there rocking it all night. He even had fireworks. I don't know if I could say that because the fire department might be. But at about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, there was the most magnificent aurora borealis up in the sky, and everybody almost like slowed down and just watched it. It was really a magical night. The weather was perfect. I went out a bit hard, and like I do, and I had to kind of settle back in. And I got really tired right around 60 kilometers, but it was nothing that a Red Bull didn't handle.
Dave, we're about a minute away from the start of the 10K. Trevor, what would you like to ask this gentleman?
Yeah, so Dave, your training leading into this, I see on Strava that you're running from High River to Okotoks and back and covering about 50 kilometers at a time. Go through your training a little bit leading up to this race.
Well, I'm just trying to create an adaptation. I'm really training for the World 24-Hour Championships in Belfast, Ireland. And my goal there is to win and run 270 kilometers in a day. So this was a training run. This was to build me into that phase. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to hold together my pace for the first 150 of what would be the 270. So really, I'm just trying to create a really stupidly big fitness base right now.
Dave, put us in your mindset. We're going to show you some video from last night of the start of the 150K, and I can only imagine, and literally only imagine, what must be going through the minds of a number of these athletes who are trying to figure out the right footwear. And for a lot of them, it started raining when at 6 o'clock. It started coming down, and I mean, sure, everyone's got smiles on their face, but give us an idea, and of course the support, but the mentality that people have for this race.
Well, I think that when it comes to endurance sport, like 150 kilometer or 24-hour races, any ultra marathon, I think it's all mindset. It's 90% mental, 10% physical, if not even more. So at the very beginning of the race, I really had my son in mind. I've got a special needs son who has a very rare disease, and I knew that if he could be here running, he would never stop.
You're right.
I'm gonna stop because I'm tired. And that's pretty sad, And so, the fact that I can do this is the reason why I'm going to do it.
Dave, hold that thought for a second. Here we go. It's a live shot of the 10K here at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. 10K seems nothing in comparison, Dave, to what you've done, what you've accomplished. It's been an honor having you here.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Work out that lactic acid. Grab yourself a banana on us, and thank you very much for what you've done.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
There you go, Dave Proctor,
Dave.
Team Mito, as we continue to share with you the outstanding, the inspiring stories that is the Calgary Marathon. The 10K has just started. Now, we are a few minutes late, but that's okay. We know the course is safe. We know that the police have taken care of it, so we're all good. And here they go. Again, we talked about this, the early start for these elite athletes. What do they want to accomplish? An early start, or do they want to kick at the end? We're going to follow this along here, Dan.
Yeah, well, it all depends on your race strategy. These athletes, in a 10K, you can really dial it in that much more than you can in a marathon, even a half marathon. The variables start to limit themselves because the weather is less of a factor. Certainly the heat is not going to bother you as much in a 10K. It will maybe a little bit. Hydration, calories are not an issue. You have already packed everything in as an elite athlete. You might rely on a little bit of water to keep your mouth wet or to splash on yourself if you feel like you're getting warm, which is probably more psychological than anything, just to keep yourself a little cool mentally. But these guys know what kind of pace they want to go at. They know they won't even need to look at their watch. They're going to be just mentally realizing, okay, I'm on it. Oh, maybe I'm not feeling so good today. So they just go with it, and they've got their race plan, and if they're on today, then they're going to follow the plan.
Well, someone who's following the action, she's live right there. There she is. Oh, we can see her. That's Jess, who's our sideline reporter. Jess, give us a feel for the energy.
Oh, it's incredible. I just ran into one of my girlfriends, so she was smiling and waving. They've got my favorite song on, Can't Stop the Feeling. You see the joy in these guys. Woo, he's got it. I just love this. You see community, you see family, you see fitness, you you see movement. I mean, down here, the energy is electric. They shoot off glitter cannons, which are biodegradable, might I add. And you can just feel it, whether it's your first time or your 50th time running. You see the accomplishment on people's faces. Just getting over this start line is hard enough. I remember my first time, I thought my heart was gonna pop out of my chest. So love the energy. You can see that this 10K with Jugo Juice is super packed. It's a great race and some great energy. Back over to you guys. I'm gonna have a little dance party here.
Jessica, I say when we see all of these people running by us, we also notice that they're in multiple types of costumes and outfits. This looks like a party more than a run.
Oh, it totally is. We're filming me. It's totally a party. You can see you've got a lot of people rocking the actual finishing shirt. I haven't seen too many costumes on this course, but I have seen them for the marathon and half marathon. Again, we've got people that are pushing their babies, and then we've got a bunch of wheelchair goers, which is a great race. Sorry, my camera guy fell asleep on me. I'm not sure if you guys caught that. The energy's electric. How's it going over there? I heard we missed the 113 runners with Mito Canada come across that finish line. What was that like?
Well, we haven't seen them quite yet, Jess, but they're going to come around soon. We did have the finisher of the 150-kilometer run.
Awesome.
But one of the things that I'm curious about is, I'm curious about this as well too, that all of these people that are going by you right now, they had to wait for 15 minutes. Do you think that affected any of these runners?
You know what, I would definitely say it affected the elite runners. I mean, you're in your mindset, you've got your prep, you've got your hydration plan, and then all of a sudden you're kind of in your stance ready to go, and someone says to hold. So you're already prepped yourself mentally, and now you've got to wait, so you wait, and then they say you're going to wait another 5 and another 5. So we ran out, we got those elite runners some water, kept them hydrated. I mean, it's hot down here, so you want to make sure that you were hydrated. I would say for your average runner like myself that just enjoys a run, maybe not as effective, but you saw the elite runners, they were on their toes. It plays with their mental game, and a lot of running is a battle between heart and head, saying, oh, my legs are sore, I'm getting tired, or when is this going to start? But you just saw them collect themselves. The race officials were great, kept everybody in the loop, we kept the music going, and the race started off without a bang, and most importantly is that the course is safe for everybody. We're going to head over to you guys because I do not want to miss those 113 coming across the finish line.
All right, Jess, thank you very much. Great job out there too. And again, as we see a number of folks out there, they're young at heart. We see different shapes and sizes, but that's the beauty. This event, the 10-kilometer, this is almost reminiscent of the marathon. The number of people that are a part of this, and I believe overall, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, about 13,000 participants.
Yeah, just over, somewhere over 10,000 this year. So it's a good year. It's got great numbers in all the events. We're looking at trying to grow the event in different ways, and it's been good over the years. But decent crowd. What more could we ask for? A bunch of people who want to get out and run on the city streets.
Is this sport growing, Trevor? Is it diminishing in popularity?
Currently, I think it's almost at I don't want to say plateau because it can always get bigger, but it's been consistent for the last few years. And back, I think it might have been the 80s or the 70s, there was that big running boom where everybody got into it. And I felt like for the last few years, it was heading in that direction again. But with the economy going the way that it has, the introduction of smaller races with a cheaper race fee, there's just more competition out there in terms of the races, or there's more options for athletes to participate. So even though numbers for specific races might be going down, it could be saturated amongst other races as well. So I feel like Canada is getting a little bit more active and that there are more people running, but there's just so many more races available now that it's more spread out in terms of the numbers.
Yeah, well, we've seen, there's a certain tier of races that have a core number of participants, and we haven't seen a loss in numbers, but we haven't seen as dramatic a growth as we have had in the past. So
what will help that growth?
Well, it's tough to say. We
broadcast
think
like this probably.
Yeah, circumstances like this, consistency, making sure that people are aware that the race is going on and how the success that we're having. There are a number of races across Canada that are doing very well. There's Ottawa, there's Toronto, Waterfront Marathon. our race are really continue to be successful year after year. Internationally, there's some big ones: New York, Chicago, Boston, London, to name a bunch that they're not losing athletes. Now, there may be some other smaller market events that are not sustaining themselves, but overall, I think the sport it continues to grow. There's the 1970s boom, there's a late 1980s boom, there's a early 2000s boom, and the sport grows and then it plateaus for a little while and then it goes up. So it's a matter of time before more folks get into the sport, but the beauty of running is that anybody can do it, anyone, and nobody's got an excuse. There's stories we've heard of like Dave Proctor who commits to the sport for a variety of reasons. He's got motivation, multiple motivations to get out there and race, and many others do as well. So it's just some people are off doing other things, and maybe they'll come around next year.
And with the thing that we realized as well too, it's not just about running. People have their own motivations of why they want to do it.
Yeah, for some athletes, it's more of the sense of community, and it's an opportunity for them to spend time with more of their friends. Like, for example, the 10 ladies linked up today, like they're all friends, so they were able to spend 3 hours together today. And for some people, they have their families, they have their jobs, they don't have the opportunity to be with others all the time. So going out for easy runs is opportunities for them to catch up. It's a part of the community. They're allowed, or they're able to go out there and spend more time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, as we're going to draw our attention again back to the 10K, this is our women's leader, and we have the men's leader on the left side of your screen. This is a fast race in comparison to what we just witnessed over the last 4 hours. We saw, of course, the winners of the half marathon, the full marathon, the 50K ultra marathon, and also the 150K ultra marathon, as I'm calling it. Now, the 10K. These two gentlemen, any surprises?
It's Matt Treviglini on the left and Michael Nishiyama on the right. So we had them on our radar, and I believe we were expecting them to be together. So no surprises here, but they look very comfortable, and we'll see how it pans out. But I think that they're going to be together for most of the race. They look pretty comfortable running.
Okay, so the gentleman in the dark jersey, that's
Matt Treviglini. Yeah.
And the gentleman in the white jersey? Okay, beautiful. So this you can follow along at home as well too. Now the contrast is on the women's side, 10K. She's by herself, all alone. Something that we've talked about over the last couple of hours. Would you rather run with someone or by yourself? We're going to see that contrast as we see this 10K race unfold.
And for me, as I said earlier, you always want to run by yourself when you're in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good to be in a group when you're trailing someone. No, but in seriousness, these guys are looking good. They're super smooth. They're about halfway through the race now, and they'll on a good pace, 31-ish minutes. We don't have a clock on it yet, but I'm sure we'll see the clock shortly.
Yeah, and to put this into perspective, Daniel in the full marathon, he probably went out in his full marathon at like a 30-minute 10K pace. So he's fast, is what I'm saying. Yes. But Matt and Michael they're definitely pushing themselves and moving at a quick pace as well. Like, it's nothing to shy away at all. 31 minutes is really, really fast for Calgary.
This is Madeline Cummings, competitor number 6661 from Edmonton. I'm sorry, 81, just north of our city, north of Calgary, from Edmonton, with an incredible lead and by herself, gentlemen.
Yeah, she trains out of the Running Room Athletic Club, coached by Matt Normington, who works very closely with the Running Room as well. So she's well known to the athletes up in Edmonton. Yeah, so I don't think we should be surprised by the fact that she's out here.
I just got word it's about 17 degrees outside.
Yeah, it's
Right
about
now.
17 degrees, but with the sun's intensity, it feels like it's 25. And as an athlete, like that's warm. It's getting on the higher end of things. You would want
And I saw Madeline in the first few kilometers. She already grabbed some water for the first station. So maybe the weather will have a factor to play in this race.
And I think as an athlete, it's smart to grab water from the aid station whenever possible, because you never, like, you are prepared and you know where the aid stations are going to be, but you don't know how your body's going to feel the next time you come around to an aid station. So if you skip on an aid station and then 2 minutes later you're feeling fatigued or you need to have a drink of water, you just lost out on that opportunity. So I think at every aid station it's important to grab at least something, and if you're not going to drink it, pour it on you, do something to cool down your body.
And to that point, you never want to deplete the resources. You want to keep them topped up constantly so that you're in the right state.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Matt and Michael's show on the left-hand side of the screen. It's the Madeline show on the right-hand side. It's the 10K race. This one will wrap up probably within 30 to 35 minutes. West on 17th Avenue. Now these athletes are about to turn north on 14th Street. What was it about this 10-kilometer course that you really liked when putting it together?
You know, the great thing about this is there are two schools of, or two possibilities, I guess, when you're designing a course within a city. One is you can go through residential areas, which sometimes can be scenic and sometimes be relaxing, and or even tucked away from the public. But the good thing about this course is you are in the heart of Calgary, so you're going to have people around. It's a lot easier to run on. It's flat, so you can expect as good a time as you're going to get on any course. So yeah, here it is. Typically we would be going through Bridgeland and along the river, but given the construction that's going on at the zoo, we're avoiding the river this year, or not avoiding it, but it logistically made it a bit of a challenge to get back to the river and get the right distance for the race. So instead we decided to just keep it contained in the downtown core, or the Beltline area, I guess, and it still offers you a flat, fast opportunity to run a good race.
Well, as an athlete too, Trevor, I'm sure you concur, as we can see in both of these shots, you can see your competitors in front of you. So with a longer stretch, it's easier to gauge where you are in relation to everybody else. With the twists and turns, you lose sight of the person who's in front of you or even behind you, so you can't really pace yourself as well as you want to. But with this kind of visual room, this has definitely got to be an advantage.
For sure. When you have a race that has prolonged periods of just straightaway, you're able to gauge their pace, you're able to kind of close that window to say, and you're able to play out what your competitors are doing a little bit more than when you have like twists and turns. So if you have twists and turns, you don't necessarily have sight on your other competitors, so you can like put in surges and like sprint around corners. So then when your competitor behind you turns around the corner, they're like, oh my goodness, where did he come from? Yeah. Or where did he go?
Just noticing an observation here on the right-hand side. We're watching Madeline, who's the leader of the women's 10K right now. Now, the gentleman that she's running beside is just another racer, just another runner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could you be drawn into that and think to yourself, oh, I'll just pace myself with that person?
You could.
Because you don't want to do that. Mm-hmm. Right? Because you still have to run your race, but I can see where you'd be drawn into something like that.
Yeah, but even as, like in her case right now, this gentleman could have been with her for the last 2 kilometers or so, and she's feeling like it's a pace that she can sustain, or he's feeling like it's a pace that he can sustain. So maybe they're teaming up, and maybe they're working together to make it a little bit easier on each other. But if you're coming up to somebody and they're running slower, it's not necessarily the best strategy to slow down your pace to accommodate theirs when you're in a completely different race. Like, she's in a female race, he's in a male race. There's no incentive to actually work with him, but you can to make it a little bit easier.
So what would be the advice that you would give to the gentleman that's running beside her? Just let her go?
Yeah, or even 2 other guys just came into the frame. So if it was a windy day, she could be drafting on 2 other guys to make it easier for her. But if you're slowing down and somebody's about to pass you, traditionally you would be aware of that and you'd move over to the side.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get sucked into somebody else's pace. You want to be playing your game, and that's the danger of running beside someone. If they ease off and you're not paying attention to how you're feeling, then it could cause you problems in the end.
We've got a development in the men's 10K. Now the separation or the mind game begins. It's Matt Travellini.
Yep.
Matt Travellini, who is now taking the lead over Michael Nishiyama. And halfway through the race, and he must have felt that this was his point.
Yeah, so it appears that they're between about 5 and 6 kilometers now. So coming to this point in the race, you want to feel relatively comfortable at about the halfway mark, and then from there, just kind of empty the tank and let it burn out. So I think at about the 8 kilometer mark, or even 7 kilometer mark, if Michael were to come back in a frame and be a competitor in this race, then Matt could come back.
But the runners in this race, in a 10-kilometer race, would be a lot closer to the line than they would in a half, or particularly the full.
Yeah, because there's so much more of a blow-up factor in a half and a full marathon, because it's such a long race in duration. So that allows that race to be a little bit more spread out than this.
For the men, we're anticipating about a 31-minute pace. For the women, about a 35-minute pace. And again, we are about the 17-minute mark, 18-minute mark now of the 10K race. Here, live, the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. Numerous events. We've seen the half marathon, the full marathon, the 50K, the 150K in celebration of Canada's 150th, and now the 10K. We're still anticipating the start a little bit later in our show of the 5-kilometer family walk and run. Again, we see the ultimate runners to the very casual leisure runners.
And this is a situation where Natalie can take advantage of this other runner, because she's clearly not leading him. He's just either beside or just ahead of her. And either she lapsed and relaxed it, which it might look like she just kind of backed off for whatever reason, lack of focus, or just maybe a moment of fatigue. But with him being beside or ahead, she can use that to kind of key off of, and it just takes a little bit of pressure off you as a runner if you've got somebody that you can focus in on.
Right.
Yeah, but for the time being right now, they're definitely working well together. So hopefully it continues this way.
Yeah, that's a great point. Now, I'm sure this gentleman that's running beside her, she may or may not know him, but he should understand there's a pace car, there's a motorcycle with a camera. Wait a minute, she's probably in the lead. Again, what would your advice be to that guy? I mean, he's probably just going for a run, but should he slow down? Should he let her go by?
He's also a competitor in the race too, so who knows where he currently is in the standings overall, but he has his own race goals. Maybe he's going out for a PB, so for him, I wouldn't say slow down because she's right on him, but I would say continue to keep up his good work. Yeah.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that he might know her, and he might be just trying to push her along and keep her going, and keep her at the top end of her capacity.
Matt Travellini made a move I'd say a couple of minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, he made a move on Michael Nishiyama. Matt is in the dark jersey. You can just see slightly behind him Michael in the light jersey. This is the men's 10K running now through the downtown core of Calgary, yes?
Yeah, they're running down 9th Avenue. They're coming back towards probably at 6th Street Southwest. And yeah, he certainly has dropped the hammer on Michael.
Yeah, looks like
we also have the women's 10K finish coming up, and of course, as the men's 10K that'll be completed. A big kudos to our camera crews on those motorcycles, who have been giving us spectacular shots throughout the course of this morning and these races. They've done a magnificent job. Imagine sitting on a motorcycle for the last 4 to 5 hours.
Oh,
wow.
Can't be easy. And to be able to keep your eye on the running ball, it's not, I don't envy them.
There's something kind of, I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for here, guys, but when you're running beside cars in the middle of a street, commanding attention, there's a certain, I don't want to say maybe bravado, but man, what a cool feeling.
Oh yeah, I think it's pretty cool, and even for these people in their vehicles, maybe they're not participating in the race and they don't really have a frame of reference to put these athletes in regard to how fast that they're going. So for them to be driving next to them, maybe going 20 kilometers per hour, they're like, oh wow, this guy's running at 20 kilometers per hour. Like, this is amazing. But when you look at it on TV, it looks like they're going so slow, right?
Trevor, it's funny you say that. There would be a part of me that would just be yelling over to the cars, hey, how fast are you going?
Yeah.
Make it into a competition.
Well, Matt
Let's
has,
have some fun here.
Matt has his GPS watch, and he's been looking at it pretty frequently, so I think he's well aware of the pace that he's going. But yeah, definitely before GPS watches, that could have been the case. Hey, pal, how fast are you going?
Yeah, so they just went under the underpass or the plus 15 walkway of Bankers Hall, and they're closing in on the Stampede grounds very rapidly. So approximately probably 3 kilometers left to go in the race.
But Matt's looking pretty relaxed, and same with Madeline. They're both looking really relaxed at this point.
And if is there a moment that Michael Nishiyama needs to make a move, it's pretty close. He's got to do something pretty darn close. Now we take a wide shot. You can see him in the distance. It looks like a separation as the truck gets out of the way of about 20 seconds, guys.
Yeah, consider they're around the 8 kilometer mark right now. That's 6 more minutes of running, and if he's 20 to 30 seconds back,
he's got to make a move now.
That's a lot of time. That's about 10 seconds, 15 seconds per kilometer. So it would be difficult to make up that ground within the last 2 minutes of the race.
And even from this vantage point, Trevor and Dan, it looks like he's trying to do something. He's got more movement in his arms. I'm not talking about Matt you're seeing in front of you. I'm talking about right coming out of the shade right now in the white jersey. That is Michael Nishiyama, who at one point was running side by side with this gentleman. You can see his pace has actually kicked up a bit.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, like Michael could be picking up his pace, but Matt could be picking up his pace as well. And it's sometimes your stride will change, but for the most part, it's going to be the frequency that your foot hits the ground that's really going to increase.
I would wonder though, if I was looking at my watch that frequently during a race, it would have been I'm in trouble. And how far have I got to go?
Have I expended it too much too soon?
I feel fabulous, and if I feel fabulous, I'm not looking at the GPS more than every half mile.
Great point.
Yeah,
kilometer.
But just by looking at his face, he looks fairly relaxed. But I totally agree with you there. If if I keep on looking at it, I'm toast because I'm just waiting for the seconds to go down.
Yes.
With my pace, essentially. Right now, you're not like looking at it because you're like, wow, I'm doing so good right now. This is the best day of my life. I'm just going to keep looking at my watch.
Okay, so if I'm a competitor and I know that my opponent is just about 15 seconds ahead of me, and I see him glancing at his watch every now and then, am I saying to myself, I could get this guy?
Yeah, I would say that, but I would stick to my own plan and just continue to chip away at the time that has been separated.
But Trevor, the race is only so long. And at one point, some point in this race, you've got to make a move.
Yeah.
And even though you may have expended most of your energy, if you plan on winning the race, you got to do something right now.
Yeah, and that's typically at about the 8 kilometer mark. In a road race, 8 kilometers, that's where you really want to exert the rest of your energy and just put everything on the line.
And we're at that mark now.
Yeah, I would think so. His strategy might be, because at 8 kilometers there, you have to do that little loop and then come back down to the finish area. So his strategy might be hold on tight until he's done that loop and then just give it all down that stretch, because then he can visually see how much work he has to do to catch up to the leader.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game, because if you think you might have an opportunity to close on someone, and because if Michael comes back on him, it's going to be quite defeating for Matt. And
well, we're going to get a look right now around this corner, because we just saw Matt's in the screen right now, but we don't see Michael. We're looking around the corner. We still don't see Michael.
Yeah,
Boy,
so
I tell you, Matt's turned it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how about Madeline Cummings? Man, she has been by herself almost from the start of this race. What an effort by that young lady. But how about this gentleman here? He is currently in the lead of the men's 10K. You're watching live coverage on Shaw TV, the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. Numerous events. We followed so many for you. This is the 10K. As you can see, Matt looking over his shoulder. This is what we talked about, guys. Now we don't have the long stretch in front of you. We have the twists and turns, so you don't know as you come around the corner where your opponent is.
Yeah, well, possibly around those corners. I know that there's a lot of buildings in the way, but if there's a little open section, then you can see around that corner, right? So if it's a long stretch and you're just briefly looking over your shoulder, you might not be able to pick out a person behind you, whereas around those turns, it's easier to get that reference frame to see that other athlete.
Yeah, the corners are a little disruptive though on the running. It's not as easy as just running straight forward, but he's looking back now.
Understandably, yeah. Because with all the twists and turns,
there you can see right through the corner there's a parking lot.
And as we can see from our vantage point, I don't see Michael anywhere in the shot. Matt has either turned it up or Michael has just couldn't hold the pace.
Yeah. That's what happens when you go with the leaders. It's either you have it or you don't. And we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, Matt's looking fairly comfortable right now.
It bears worth repeating that the weather here on this particular race day has been outstanding on so many levels. And today it continues to prove itself. It's currently 17.3 degrees. I was going to say ideal, but probably not ideal, but it sure isn't bad. The weather sure isn't bad.
Who do we have as a weather reporter at Shaw? Because we need to thank them.
Yeah, no kidding. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing here too is that Michael, I should say, is going to have an indirect line of sight because of all the other slower runners. It's going to be a little more tricky if he is able to come back to be able to say, okay, well there he is, I got to focus in on him.
So the gentleman on the cycle, he's radioing ahead. What is he radioing ahead? That we're on our way, we're close?
So the cyclists at regular checkpoints will radio forward and just say checkpoint 8, lead cyclist, or kilometer 8, kilometer 9, lead cyclist, and just to give central control and understanding of where everything is and how things are unfolding. But one of the things we're doing this year is we've created an emergency management system, an emergency operations center here for the Calgary Marathon, and it's an endeavor to have a better sense of what's going on out on the course so we can better manage any kind of disruption or any kind of issues that unfold overall.
29 minutes into this 10-kilometer race, and that gentleman, Matt Travellini, in the dark jersey, is on the cusp of coming across the finish line in the #1 spot. The only gentleman competing against him. We saw him about 2 minutes ago, but now we don't see him anymore. So Matt has grown a lead over Michael Nishiyama. Will he be able to maintain it? Well, you're visiting the Stampede Park, and that's exactly where he wants to be. Follow those bright lights, and it'll take you all the way home. What a feeling.
Matt has about 500 meters left, and yeah, give or take a few seconds, probably around 31:10 would be a finish time. That's what he's on pace for.
Yeah, magnificent pace for this man. And also we were following Madeline Cummings. We'll get back to her in just a few moments. But the final few stretches, no doubt Matt will be looking over his shoulder a couple of times. Oh, there's he. Look at his watch again. Again, he's just saying to himself, okay, well, I paced myself to be probably sub 32. Maybe who knows what his strategy was. If we get a chance, we'll chat with him. But
yeah,
he is looking so good.
I think sub 32 is definitely in the cards. And at the Glencoe Icebreaker, he ran under 32 minutes there. So this is an easier course. It's flatter, it's warmer. So given those conditions, it should provide for a faster race time than that.
And he also has a bigger entourage here. He's got a police lead. He's got a lead vehicle in front of him. He's got a couple of cyclists leading him the way. So as a runner, when you've kind of got that theater and that kind of carnival around you, it's exciting. It gives you a bit of energy, I think.
You know, I want to give credit to the gentleman who's behind him as well, too, in the race cycle, who realizes what's going on here.
Yeah.
And he's actually been pulling back a little bit to give Matt his moment of glory. And so I want to give kudos to that gentleman behind him.
Mm-hmm. Most certainly. And that's part of the thing. You know, folks understand, hey, wait a second. This is a guy who's in it for the win, and you don't want to get in the way. You don't want to disrupt his flow or his stride as well. It's the same thing as other racers in the other races. You know, we often have the scenario where you're running, where you've got the multiple events going at the same time, so you have some slower runners. When they realize that one of the elites is coming by, they do their best to get out of the way.
Matt Travellini, this guy, he had an ambition to start strong, to finish strong, and to possibly win the 10-kilometer race. That gentleman will do it. Matt Travaglini making his final turn to the finish line in his sights. He is your winner of the men's 10K here at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. What a moment for this guy as he crosses the finish line with a little gesture.
He even outkicked the Centaur Subaru.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
That's a lot of horsepower. No, good race by Matt. Consistently. Yeah, consistently he went out at the start. He kept a good pace throughout, and he made some room on Michael, and he ended up taking the win home. So good race overall by him.
Well, you want to find out about this guy's strategy? Jess is with Matt.
I'm down here with Matt. Matt, you came cruising across that line. How are you feeling? What's the emotion right now?
Felt really good. It's a really fast course. There was good competition for the first half, and then just tried to carry it through.
So what do you think led to your success of coming across the finish line first today?
I don't know, I run a lot of mountain running. It's just that extra strength, but yeah, just like miles.
So 10 of miles. The week leading up to the race, what does that look like for you for training?
Well, this one I didn't really taper for, so just maintaining consistent high mileage, like probably like 130, 140K, and then just, yeah, this.
So not a lot of couch sitting right now is what you've been doing. You've been outside enjoying the beautiful weather. The sun was shining, amazing finish. You looked really strong. Congratulations. What an awesome finish. Go celebrate and enjoy your day. Thanks. Back over to you guys in the booth.
Excellent job, Jess. Somebody should have told him to move the spit off his face.
The unfortunate, not so pretty aspects of our sport.
Hey, but you know what? He finished number one. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
It's a fabulous performance, and he ran a good time, and he won handily. So it's a great day for him.
Will it be a great day for this young lady, Madeline Cummings, competitor number 6681. This young lady, from the start, took the early lead, maintained it, and now she is coming close to achieving something that she's been training for all year round, maybe even longer, as she makes the final stretch past the National Music Center just behind her. What a moment for this young lady. Oh, she's checking her watch. Got to make sure her time is good.
Yeah, she's looking a little tired, but she's put in a hard race. She's got less than a kilometer to go now, and there doesn't appear to be anyone in sight behind her.
Passing
Just
by a
this
few
one
stragglers,
last tough
but
hill.
Oh yeah, and right at the end too. Is that your doing, man?
Well. Yeah,
Madeline Cummings, the final kilometer for the completion of the women's 10K race here from beautiful Calgary, Alberta, Canada. What a spectacle that young lady has shown for us. She is laboring a little bit. She probably will admit that too. Her arms are getting a little sore. Her legs, the lactic acid buildup in her legs. But she knows she's close. As we look behind her as well too, we don't see any other female competitors behind her. So for the most part, she's probably on pace. Maybe not the pace that she wanted, but I'll tell you, so far it's taking her to the finish line in the #1 spot so far.
Yeah, and at this point, you just want to dig down.
You just want to be done.
Yeah, you want to be done, and the best way to be done is just keep your form, keep your focus, and get through the race.
And how tough that is, especially in the last kilometer.
Yeah, especially she's been running on her own for most of the race, so it's she did have a couple of guys around her, but that kind of gives you a false sense of security. She wasn't racing per se at that point; she was on her own, and as I said earlier a few times, it's always you want to be running alone when you're in the lead, but that's only half jokingly, because you can be running scared as well.
Oh yeah. We were anticipating about a 35-minute pace for her. We're now at the 36:30 mark as she makes her final way into Stampede Park, and you can see by her face, and she's actually checking her watch a few times, she is definitely laboring. She is definitely expending every ounce of energy she has left in her. And as she keeps looking at her watch, I wonder to myself if she's saying to herself, do I have enough to stay in the lead? So she's looking behind her now because you can tell that she is laboring.
Yeah. Yeah, it's she doesn't look anywhere near as relaxed as she did earlier, but she, hey, she's run a hard 9.5 kilometers at this point. Now she just has to hold it together.
And that's it. Will
it doesn't have to be pretty. You just got to get over the line first.
And I'm sure she's saying that to herself right now. When you're at that state of mind, though, Dan, walk us through this. That you know that you're just so close. What are you thinking to yourself? Just suck it up, princess? I mean, what are you saying to yourself?
Well, yeah, I think you do have to just, the best thing to do in this situation is say, keep my form straight, keep my form straight. And she, unfortunately, she's kind of wavering around the road, which is the worst thing you can do, because once your form falls apart, your efficiency falls apart, and when your efficiency falls apart, you have to put that much more energy into doing what you're doing. And you want to minimize the energy output at this point, not maximize it. And a straight line behind the lead vehicle is exactly where she should be, yet she seems to be going from one side of the road to the other.
The occasional glance over her shoulder because she realizes she's slowing down, and she's also hoping that nobody's catching up.
Yeah.
But she has been on her own for most, if not all, of this race. She's run a magnificent race. She expended a lot of energy at the beginning of this race. Does she have enough to hold on as she makes the final couple of turns in Stampede Park? She can hear the crowd. She can hear the music. She knows she is literally a couple of turns away. As we look behind her, there doesn't seem to be anybody even coming close.
Certainly no one in striking distance. She just literally has to, the way she went around that corner there, she's just not looking like she's very tired.
At this point, it's willpower.
Yeah, it's willpower, and if she does falter at this point and has to walk, it's entirely possible. She's still not out of the woods, even though she has only a couple hundred meters to go.
She has 2 turns. The first is a right-hand turn, and then as she comes around the corner, you will see her again in our shot. She'll be there in just a moment. As she comes around, there she is. Boy, she almost, she's still, with about 50 meters to go, she's still looking at her watch.
Yeah.
Come on, young lady. Madeline Cummings making the final turn, being pointed in the right direction. The only thing in front of her is the finish line. She is literally steps away. You can see it on her face. She cannot believe that she is about to be the next winner of the women's 10K. Madeline Cummings has done it.
Yeah. She's spent. She's spent.
She is spent.
A credit to her. She clearly was running out of gas, but she held herself together. She got herself to the finish line. That's all she needed to do.
Should she be walking around? Should she be sitting down? What should she be doing right now?
The best thing to do is not sit down, because you sit down, you start to tighten up. Walk as much as you can and try and keep up.
Maybe not doing that.
I've been there 100 times or more, but it's not necessarily the best strategy. But at some point, you don't really care what the best strategy is. You just care what's going to happen. Yeah.
She's being helped out by the medical staff here too, who understand what the runners are going through, and helping her giving her advice.
Yeah.
Helping her sit up, helping her to hydrate, chatting with her, making sure she stays lucid.
Exactly. And he's taking her pulse right now. Just want to check, if the pulse is faint, she could be over dehydrated. So you can get some fluids in her that way if you know that that's the situation. There's any number of things that these guys they're amazing. They're not only watching, but they're also doing whatever else they can do to figure out if there is any serious concern, or is it just extreme fatigue, and give her a few minutes, she'll be up and about. And yeah, it's the kind of thing, if you're pushing that hard in a race of this kind of distance, you will get to the finish line and you'll lie down for 2-3 minutes, you'll get up and you'll walk away. Yep. You'll be fine. But the other could be true too. They might need to carry you off.
This race, this marathon, these events are a true testament to what you can do and what you can accomplish. And sometimes you will surprise yourself. And sometimes you will do things that you never thought you could do before in your life. And here they are today, bearing witness we are to all of these incredible runners who are just making a staggering effort. Young and the young at heart, they're out there. They want to be a part of this moment. They have personal goals. So far, the scene has been overwhelming. And as we think about Madeline Cummings, who just came across the finish line, I know Jess, who's our sideline reporter, you have your perspective as well. Go ahead, Jess.
Go. Madeline's on the ground. She had an amazing finish. She wasn't even expected to place first here, and she pushed herself across the course. As you can see, she's feeling a little lightheaded, and as she came across, it was that final foot plant that really pushed her. The medics are going to get her up in a wheelchair, make sure that she's good. She's getting some water and getting hydrated, but she's feeling like wiped and worn out. I think she pushed. She wasn't even one of our elite runners who we anticipated to finish first, so clearly she had a goal in mind, and she went right after it. Over to you guys in the booth. The energy out here is crazy. How's it over there from your standpoint?
Jess, it's a great, we are in an amazing spot where we are a witness to these athletes, and to see them do what they do and accomplish what they've accomplished. We are truly blessed, Dan, to be a witness to this and to be able to talk to them. And it's always fun to find out what motivates these athletes to do what they do, and especially the elite ones who are willing to push themselves beyond what they're familiar with.
Yeah, it's funny though. As spent as she was when she crossed the finish line and sitting on the ground, lying on the ground, just trying to probably both recover but comprehend the fact that, yeah, I won the race, because she wasn't expecting to do it. And here, it's a fairly major race, and she won it all of a sudden. A bit of a surprise to herself. But the interesting thing is when they brought the wheelchair over, she's like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm happy on the ground.
I'm an elite runner, leave me alone. Well, speaking of elite runners, Jess is with a few more of them. Jess, go ahead.
I'm back down here with our two elite runners. Polly's a local Calgarian, and then we have Glennis all the way from Edmonton. These girls, first off, your physique is amazing. Your arms are stunning. You've got smiles on your face. I'll talk to you first. How was the course? What did you think of it?
The course was really nice. There wasn't a lot of elevation change, so it was great. It's hot out there, but the course is perfect.
Yeah. And for you, how did that delay in the time start? How did that affect your game and your mental preparation as you go into that, or did it not affect you at all?
Maybe a little bit. I think I was just kind of standing there worried about the sun getting higher in the sky more than anything. Maybe I wasn't quite as warm, but it's hard to say. Yeah.
And then was this the finish that you guys were both wanting and expecting?
No, I did want to run faster today, but it just wasn't in the cards. But it was a great effort nonetheless.
Always a great effort. I know when I did my first half, I went running across to the medical tent, and I was just thankful I finished. So you have a good day and you have a bad day, but running as fast as you guys do right there, that's an accomplishment. What was the training like leading up for you, Polly?
I've been training pretty hard. I had a baby 7 months ago, so.
Sorry, what?
I just had a baby 7 months ago, so I'm getting back into it this year. So it's been really good, actually. I'm really happy with how my training was leading up to here. It's just I couldn't run a time that maybe I wanted to because of the heat, but I'm happy.
Girlfriend, give yourself a break. This lady just had a baby 7 months ago, is out here it's hot, in the heat. She finished an amazing time. Give yourself a break, amazing finish. And just having a baby, that even in itself, just getting outside and taking the time to run is a huge accomplishment. Thank you guys for your time. Congratulations. Enjoy the sunshine. We're going to throw it back over to you guys in the booth. We've got the 10Kers now starting to stream in. It's awesome energy down here. The medals are being handed out, and it's just coming in streaming. We're going to try and follow up with the first place winner of our 10K, who was really unexpected, actually. And we're going to see if we can snag an interview with her.
Well, if you didn't have an appreciation for what runners go through, how about that? She had a baby 7 months ago, and she's out here running a 10K in great style.
Yeah, it's impressive without doubt. I can't imagine going through birth, let alone
That's right.
training
That's another
afterwards.
topic.
But you know, you look at some of the great performances of all times for women, and many of them who have had children have come back even stronger than they were before their birth. So it's maybe you know, the immense amount of effort it takes to have a baby is a good thing for training. If you can put up with that, then you can certainly run a 10K.
There's an aerial shot of our broadcast location. We are in the red tent just to the left of your screen. And we have a wonderful shot of Stampede Park here and the finish line of the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. As you see the runners coming across, you get a real feel in the top right-hand part of your screen as you can see how the runners snake through and around to the finish line area. So many stories, and earlier you may have seen a young lady who was on the course. We were talking about the different age groups of runners. Jess has one of them.
I'm down here. Nadia, I think you were one of the first to come across. You had an incredible time doing this in under 46 minutes. How old are you?
13.
And how much running do you do? Is this a regular thing for you?
Yeah, I'm in a track club and I train just at home as well.
And so how did the race feel for you today? Is it what you were hoping it would be?
No, I was hoping to go a bit faster because my PB is 44:22, so I was a bit slower.
A PB of 44:22. I can't even do a 10K in under an hour. And this girl here, if this doesn't inspire you, she's 13 years old. How much running do you put in each week? How much time? How many kilometers?
Well, it depends on what I'm training for. Like in the summer, I'm doing a half marathon in Edmonton, so I train longer for that, but not as much for this.
So lots of 13-year-olds are usually either on Facebook or Instagram or on Snapchat. What makes you want to get outside and run?
I don't know. I think social media is, it's kind of useless because you can just talk to your friends rather than post things.
So what do you love about running so much? Because clearly you're a natural.
I don't really know. I just started on a soccer team and then I just didn't stop. Just my mom signed me up for track, and so I just kept running.
Well, I think it's definitely a natural calling. What an amazing finish. We're going to be rooting for you as you go for your half marathon. A personal best, it looks like I definitely have some work to get to. A personal best of just over 44 minutes here at the 10K. Thank you so much, Nadia. We're going to go back over to you in the booth.
Well, there's motivation for you. Be 13-year-old with a personal best of 44 minutes, or maybe have a baby and 7 months later you run. What are we doing sitting behind this desk? We need to be out there, Dad.
I'm not sure we could keep up with them. Let's stick to what we can do.
Boy, isn't that the truth? As we watch the balance of the crowd completing their 10-kilometer race. Now, keep in mind, too, there's also some other marathons that are, marathoners rather, that are also on the course. And we also got word about a Centipede that is coming across this line soon. That is the group of 110 folks, but we'll get to them in a moment. But you know, many schools in Calgary are developing a culture of running at a very young age. Why? Because, as many teachers will tell you, an active student is an attentive and healthy student. This is the Monsignor Doyle School Run Club.
Our club meets 2 days a week, Wednesday and Thursday mornings. My name is Teresa Evans, and today we're at Monsignor Doyle School. This is our Monsignor Doyle School Run Club.
They arrive at school at 7:30 in the morning, and then we do a warm-up in the gym, and then after that we go out on our run. Usually we go outside, but today with the ice outside, we were running in the hallways. We find if students are active first thing in the morning, that it just energizes them for the rest of the day.
So when kids come out for Run Club, we notice a really marked difference in their behavior during the day. They're more focused, they achieve better, they have a more positive outlook on the day.
It's so fun to run around school.
One of our goals at our Run Club is to work towards our Calgary Marathon events. Many of our children do the 5K and the 10K events. Many also do the Calgary Kids Marathon, where they do their 42-kilometer kilometers before race day and then finish up on race day, and so everybody feels successful.
I'm just excited to run.
It's a wonderful experience on Calgary Marathon race day, seeing the kids run for the finish line. We have teachers come out, we have parents from the community come out, and to cheer them on and to see them with their medals is a wonderful experience.
After the race, they all wear their shirts on the Monday morning and are proudly wearing their medals, and so it's created a whole culture of activity in our school.
And I love how the teachers say there's a marked difference in kids' attention and learning by having a program like this, Dan. Again, further to what you were saying earlier in the show about the importance of just extracurricular activities, of exercise, of sports, and the difference it can make.
Yeah, there's both a physical benefit that's quite obvious, a lifestyle benefit that may also be obvious, but then there's also the mental benefit of providing, a variety of aspects to it. It provides a little better focus. It provides a little bit more mental strength for the tasks, for the life challenges that might confront them over time. But it also provides them tools to be able to get a little more control over themselves as well, and just be there and be present in whatever it is they're doing. And there's a community aspect.
Well,
it just goes on and on and on.
How about setting an example?
Yeah.
Setting an example to your peers, setting an example to adults who maybe are stagnant right now and they're trying to get over a difficult part of their life right now. Sometimes you just need to spend a little time by yourself, and running is a great way of doing it.
Without question. There's nothing more beautiful in my experience, in my mind, than running along a pathway and just having nature around you, having a good view, having fresh air, just listening to your breath and relaxing, and it detaches you from the electronic obsessions that we have today, and especially amongst kids. I would never knock a parent for letting their kids watch TV or play video games or that kind of thing, but you hope that they can at least have a bit of balance on the physical and exercise side of it, that they can get the kids out and experience the fresh air as well and have a bit of balance.
One thing I've always said to myself too, if I ever go for a walk or a run, I always leave the phone at home.
Yeah.
I want my moment to just spend the time by myself.
Yeah.
And I don't want to bring anybody in. Actually, speaking of which, there's a clown that we'd like to introduce you to. Jess?
I'm here with a goal that you set out to accomplish. That's pretty diaster top. And now we have Kent. You are head to toe in a clown costume, and I'm going to say...
Cirque du Sore Legs.
Oh, I love it. Team Cirque du Sore Legs right there. Sore Legs. You finished the final 30K of 150K in this ridiculous but fabulous costume.
Indeed.
Talk to me about the heat, how it was, and what it was like to come across the line.
Starting out, it wasn't too bad. It was, I think, 14 degrees. There was some shade you could go in and out of, and a little breeze. And as you sweat, the breeze kind of makes you cool. So it wasn't bad, actually, till about 32, 34K. And then it started to warm up. And from 40K in, it was dang hot. And I got my team behind me there, Wave Team.
Wave Team.
They fed me with watermelons and popsicles along Memorial Drive to keep me cool. That saved my bacon.
So
the last 4 was torture.
Did you have that plan in place that to have popsicles and watermelon, knowing that it could be a really hot day here?
Yes, absolutely. Our team was down there supporting everybody, not just me, handing out free popsicles and watermelons to anyone who wanted it.
And were you racing for anybody in particular today, or had you raised funds for a charity?
No, I haven't. We're just a bunch of runners that run together out of the running room in Glenmore Landing. And 7 or 8 of us put a team together. We got 4 more friends, team of 12, and we had some fun.
It definitely looks like you had some fun. I have a feeling hanging out with you is never a dull moment. He even included this big bow tie, which I absolutely love. Thank you, Kent. Congratulations on finishing the 150K as a team and then completing those last 30K in a ton of heat. You can definitely feel the heat. It's penetrating down. I'm starting to sweat. I might even smell. Who knows at this point? I'm going to tell you the runners don't smell that great either, but that doesn't matter because it's all about the amazing effort of movement, of running, and the finishing a goal that you set out to accomplish. Back over to you guys in the booth.
18 degrees outside. I'm surprised that his outfit hasn't melted on him. You want to talk about funny names? Check out some of these. What did we get ourselves into? That's the one I'd be in.
Yeah. The jogger nuts.
You whine some, you booze some.
Craziness. That guy's outfit looked like my golf pants.
How about we thought you said rum?
Nice.
Wait a minute, I came out for a rum, not a run.
I think I take issue with Jessica suggesting that runners stink.
No, of course not. No.
So it sounds like the human centipede is slowly making its way back to the Stampede grounds, and from the looks of it, I'm thinking that they're probably going to make it under their 6-hour window by a few minutes, with probably 10-15 minutes to spare.
All right, let's explain that human centipede, because no, it's not someone dressed up like a centipede. It's 110 people strong.
Yeah, yeah.
All intertwined.
Yeah, within 5 feet of each other.
Like a human centipede.
Yeah. How many? So a centipede's 100 feet. So there's what's 220 feet.
Wow,
Anyways,
get out of their way.
I have to get somebody to tweet that on and use hashtag Run Calgary.
By the way, that is the hashtag. Hashtag Run Calgary, if you want to follow along. But we found that they're about 4 kilometers out, that human centipede.
Yeah, it sounds like they're at Edmonton Trail and Memorial.
You can't miss them.
So yeah,
they look like a human centipede.
Yeah.
Green, and they're green. Team Mito in green.
Yeah, so hopefully they, it's you never know. It's still a big challenge. They've still got a little ways to go, and they've got about 45 minutes to do it. So it'd be wonderful if they can get the world record. But even without the world record, they've done a ton raising funds for Mito Canada, and much like all the other charities that have been here today. No matter what, if they didn't meet their time goal, so be it. But they at least got off the couch and got out here and did some good, both raising funds, but also just getting some exercise and enjoying the spirit of the community.
I have a feeling that Calgary is going to be alive tonight. The patios are going to be alive tonight.
Well, the weather's appropriate for it.
Stoked with runners from today.
Yeah,
having their stories to tell.
And about 60 ultra marathoners passed out in the chair with a beer sitting in front of them.
Well, there's another group of individuals that have stories to tell as well too, and these are the kids who are finishing their first marathon. Now, it's been over the course of a year, but they are putting conclusion of the 1.2 kilometers to come to an end, that they have actually completed that marathon. Have a look at this.
I'm down here at the kids start line with Alana, the Vice President of Scotiabank Calgary. How are you doing, Alana? Tell us what this event means to you.
We as Scotiabankers absolutely love this event. It's one of our favorite times of year. Who doesn't love being out here raising money for so many amazing charities? And that's what this is all about, is giving back to our community. We're hoping to hit the $1 million mark this year, which is just an amazing opportunity to give back to the community. And it starts right here with these awesome kids running.
What an incredible, legacy to leave and to inspire kids to start at a young age, not only physical fitness, but also that fundraising portion. It's Canada's 150. Tell us why this year is so important, and then how many years have you been involved with this exact event?
So myself personally, I'm so lucky that I get to be here and enjoy this. It's my 3rd year being out here. The year before, on the actual Big 50th, I was running in the full marathon. So the past few years, I've had an opportunity to be on the other end, and it's just so exciting to hold that banner. Again, why it's important to us is it's an opportunity to give back. It's about physical fitness and exactly what you said, kids at a young age learning how to take care of themselves and be healthy. It's just so important.
Fantastic. And I know that the marathon runners are going to be coming across, and you have to jet because you get to hold that banner and see that marathoner come across the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon finish line. So thank you for your time. Enjoy. We can't wait to hear and see who comes in.
Me too.
Have an awesome day. Thank you. Okay, so we're live here at the line. It's so exciting. We've got these little kids. Do you see the excitement in their face? So we've got this awesome Calgary Stampede mascot who's cheering them up. So that mascot is having a blast, getting everybody warmed up and stretching. If you're under 5, you're running with a parent, and then 5 and up, you're actually running on your own. They've set it up so that it's an amazing opportunity that everybody can go, and their parents will collect them at the end. I've got one of the parents here. Hi, Manny. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming down. How many kids do you have running in today's race?
One son.
One son, and how old is your son?
He's 6 years old.
Oh, and is this his first time running in it?
Yes.
Okay, and so what inspired him to want to run? Did you ask him? Did he ask you? How did it come about that you guys signed up for the event?
Yeah, we heard about the race, and then we decided that he would try and raise some money for Arby. And so, yeah, he started gathering sponsors, and is really athletic kid, so very excited to be here.
Well, that's fantastic. So he's raising money, he's involved in charity, and this is his first race, so thank you so much for your time. We're really excited. We're about to start in less than 30 seconds, and we're going to watch these kids, some of them for their very first time, go across this finish line, and you can see the excitement. Are you guys ready? Yeah! Look at the smiles in their faces. They're really looking forward to it. These kids look like they have a lot of energy, and they're pumped to get started. We're going to be taking off, and that horn's going to be blowing in just a couple seconds. Come on this way so we're not in their way. 2, 3. Very nice. We are very close. They're about to get started here, and you can see the anticipation and excitement. We've got a bunch of parents running in the back. So what's neat about this is if you're not in super great shape, you can easily do a 1K. You can run it as a family and join together, or you can sign up your kid individually. And then also it has an amazing focus about raising funds for 12 different charities, which is absolutely incredible. They're hoping to hit the $1 million mark, as you hear Alana said earlier. And it takes these little kids getting out into the community, asking for the funds and making it happen, and what a great age to start. I think we're almost ready. We're just waiting on the officials here on that final horn. We've got the bells going. We've got pictures all the way, parents lined up all the way down, ready to take pictures, which is so exciting. You can see the excitement in everybody's eyes. And it looks like kids are taking snap stories. I've never seen that before. Little 6-year-old boys recording his phone. I'm getting in trouble here for getting too excited. Here's our 10-second countdown. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. The kids are off, and it's absolutely amazing. You can see the energy. We've got strollers, we've got pregnant mamas, we've got families of all ages. It's absolutely incredible to see little 2, 3-year-old girls running, some little guys, and you don't even have to run. You can actually walk, and you can see they have families hand in hand. Hand in hand, and I'm going to interview Kirsten here. So this is your big event. This is your big day. I know it's exciting. Tell me about what happens with this event, because you've been seeing so many of this. The kids are amazing, right?
This is my 5th year directing this event, and my first time to the kids race, and I am just bursting. That is so fun to see all those little kids go out. And really the hope with the Scotiabank Kids Marathon is that we're instilling the value of health and wellness in these kids, and we're showing them what it's like to be part of a community event, bringing them out to the start line. They get a medal and a t-shirt and the big start line just like their mom and dad, and we hope that they come back year over year and make running a part of their life forevermore. And so how it works is they get this little kids click-o-meter, and back in January they're running in the snow, they're training, they're doing 1 kilometer loops every day, and then on race day they get to do the last 1.2. So they're actually marathoners. They stretch it over 3 months, but it's the Scotiabank Kids Marathon, and after they finish the cross line today, they'll be finished an entire marathon over the course of the 3 months.
And so that distance on a full marathon is 42.2 kilometers. That's a huge distance for kids to be doing over a 3-month period, but what a great thing to instill movement and to get kids active even in the winter and in the summer. And that's a great thing about running, is you can do it any time of the year, anywhere you are. How long have you been involved in running, and why are you so passionate about it?
Yeah, you know what? I actually have been running for about 15 years, and I started just really recreationally. I actually didn't do a race for quite a few years, and then I fell in love with the sport because it's free fitness. You can do it anywhere. It just feels so good to move your body. And it actually is kind of a funny story. When I was a reporter in my first life, I was interviewing Richard Branson, and he said, what's your passion? And I was like, I'm just in love with running. And he's like, find out a way to make that your job. And fast forward, I think 4 years later, I actually did. And I have to say it's a dream job. And race day is when it all comes together. Obviously, this is for everyone else. We work all year round for this, but seeing it all come together and how much joy people have on race day when they're going out and coming back, it's pretty special.
That's what I love. It's not an expensive sport to get into. Anyone of any age, you can even see some kids at the end there. They're really pushing it down. Yeah, they're pushing. So that's the thing. It's not a super serious. It can be involved for the whole family, and that's what I love. It's starting a tradition. I remember running my first race with my dad on Father's Day, so it really creates that family legacy. Talk to me about the amount of volunteers that you have here. Just even for this kids race, it takes so many people to do that happen.
Well, we're herding cats at the kids race. So yeah, it does take quite a few volunteers.
I think they're coming down here.
Oh, this guy is coming down. I don't know where he's going.
How exciting. So it takes a ton of volunteers. You can see the parents. I think we're going to move to this side here so we can let them cross that finish line nice and strong. We have Miss Canada welcoming them. What a beautiful lady. She's going to be crowning them. And we have our first guy running down, coming in strong. Way to go, buddy. Keep pushing. Nice work. You can just see the excitement in these kids. They're coming down, they're excited, and they've worked hard for this. They've been putting in the kilometers to train, and maybe sometimes it's for some of these kids, it potentially is their first time. This is our first female over here. Way to go, girl. You got it. Way to go. Awesome job, you guys. Way to go. What I love is seeing the joy on their faces as they've now accomplished a goal, and I think that is something amazing to instill, and what parents are teaching the value of movement here. As we're down at the finish line, you can almost see, let's go down there. Now you see the ton of kids coming through, running strong. What an incredible event. You've got brothers and sisters, cousins, family members, best friends running, and you see the energy as they sprint across the finish line, and they're getting medals from all of our amazing volunteers. They've got these cool shirts on. It's absolutely fantastic. Way to go, guys! Way to go! Way to go! Awesome job, bud. Yeah, girl! Oh, I'm going to well up because you can see how hard these kids are working and how much this means to them. It's absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see some of the younger kids. We saw girls as little as 2.5 and 3, which is pretty amazing. And now they're playing my favorite song, Can't Stop the Feeling, which I think you can see in these kids. They're really, really excited.
Way to run!
Way to run, guys. Can I interview you, bud? Hi, how are you?
Good.
How did that feel?
I felt great.
Did it? Are you big into running?
Yes.
Yeah, and have you been training for this since January?
Yes.
Yeah? And where do you like to run in the city of Calgary?
Mostly I just run in the sidewalks.
Oh, awesome. And do you have a favorite park that you like to go to and run?
I like to run in Martindale Park.
In Martindale Park? Oh, I bet you it's a beautiful park. And what got you interested in running? Why do you love it so much?
Because it gives you lots of strength and it pushes you and it gives you it is fun too.
That's great. I love that. He says it pushes you and gives you lots of strength. If you're looking at getting stronger, this is the event for you. You can see all these kids, all ages, all sizes. Oh, I'm going to tear up because you see how happy these kids are and how hard they've worked. You see parents running with their children, instilling amazing values. And the best part is that they've raised funds for charity. Way to go, guys. Way to go. You can be any shape, any size, any age, and this is a fabulous event to come. Way to go! Amazing work, you guys. We just had a pregnant mom cross the finish line with her daughter. How incredible is that? She's growing a baby and running with one of her other babies. You see everyone here coming together and having fun. Big smiles on all of the families' faces. Way to go, you guys. You can tell that this is probably this little girl's first run. She's so excited. Way to go! Daddy's helping her get across that finish line, and an emotional moment for sure. Absolutely incredible. We've got another guy coming over here. Come on over, guys. Welcome. Congratulations. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels good.
Good.
Does it feel good? How old are you, buddy?
4.
You're 4. I was going to ask you how old you are. We don't need to know that. Is this Rocco's first time?
It is his first race.
Awesome. And how did you guys do some training leading up to this?
Good.
Yeah? Where do you guys like to run at home, Rocco?
Outside.
Outside? I like that. Do you have a favorite park that you get to run into? I like it. That's awesome. And how did it feel, Dad, being able to run with your son?
Oh, it was good. We had a good time.
That's great. And will you guys do this again next year? Is this a new family tradition for you guys?
We've been coming to the Calgary Marathon for 3 years now.
Awesome.
So my daughters ran it twice, and we'll be back again.
That's fantastic. The whole family's into it, and it's an easy sport that anyone can participate at any time of the year. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations, buddy. Way to go. He's looking for all the party fun. We've got some strollers crossing across that finish line. The kids are getting their medals. They're really, really excited, which is fantastic. I think we have another interview coming over here. Hey, girlfriend, come on down. Hi, girl, how are you? Good, what was your name?
Raina.
Raina? And how old are you, Raina?
7.
You're 7? And how did it feel to cross the finish line?
It's kind of tiring.
It was tiring? Did you do lots of training leading up to this? Where do you love to run in Calgary?
I don't know.
Do you run outside or in a park?
Outside.
Outside? And did your little brother run with you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Hi, buddy. How are you?
Good.
And how old are you?
4.
You're 4. And how did it feel to cross the finish line?
A while?
It took a while. Were you excited to run across the finish line? No, I bet you really were. Can you guys show me your medals? How does it feel to have a medal? Is that pretty special? Yeah, and we ran together as a family? Yes. Awesome. And how many years have you guys been running this? Is this your first time here?
This is our first time.
Oh, fantastic. And what made you decide to get involved in this and to bring the kids out today?
Well, it's the 150th birthday of Canada. Of course we have to do it.
Yeah, I love that. So just a way to celebrate Canada, all of its goodness, the beautiful weather here. It's a perfect day to be out at Stampede Park. And again, like you said, a wonderful way to celebrate Canada 150. I love it. Thank you guys so much. Can I get some high fives? Yeah. Way to go, Mom. I love that you guys brought out the whole family. That's so, so special. We see the last one straggling in. We've got a little guy. It looks like this is probably his first time. He's more probably excited in his boomerang. Way to go, buddy. Come on, push, push, push. Way to go, Dad. He's got his Paw Patrol hat on, and he's excited. He's running with his dad. Fantastic to see. We've got a whole entire family running here now, crossing the finish line. It just shows you can start anywhere. This is a perfect one. You don't have to train months in advance. You can just come out. You can grab the stroller, and great news is if you want to walk it, you walk it. I know I haven't run in a while, so I might be walking a 1K too, but it's great to see the whole entire family. The shirts are almost as big as the kids, which is really cute to see them come over. I have Miss Southern Alberta. Hi, how are you, darling?
I'm great. I'm just enjoying this race.
That's fantastic. So tell me, what brought you out here today? You're just here to support the Canada 150 initiative?
Yes, I'm actually happy to see the little kids and promote a healthy lifestyle. And it's just wonderful to see the smiles on their faces at the finish line.
Isn't it great? Have you had a favorite moment with kids coming across the finish line?
Yes, putting the medal on them. They have the biggest smiles on their faces. They're adorable.
I was almost tearing up when you watched some of these kids just pushing and excelling in space. So you've been able to hand some medals, and let's see that medal there. It's absolutely beautiful, and a perfect way to celebrate Canada 150, which is great, and it says kids finisher on that. I think it's just amazing to set a goal for a child and then help them accomplish that. Tell me a little bit about movement in your life. Do you do any running?
I'm not a runner, but I'm into dancing. I like going to the gym, and I think a healthy lifestyle gives you a healthy mindset as well.
Which is totally true, and we love to see kids. Sometimes we can have a long winter, so it's always nice when you're on a day like today and can be outside in the sun enjoying. We've got another global Miss Canada over here. Let's see if we can grab a quick interview with her. Hi, I'm Jessica. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
You look absolutely beautiful. I'm gonna say those are not running shoes, though.
Actually, my marathon shoes. They're not my marathon.
No, I was gonna say, girl, if you can run 42.2 kilometers, you're doing good.
I wish.
Yeah.
I don't think I could do that in regular running.
Yeah. So the weather is beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
It's a perfect day to run. Tell me a little bit about your involvement with this event.
I'm so excited that I get to be involved in this. So I get to start the 10K race. We got to watch the kids take off a little earlier. So I'm just around mingling with people. I'm really excited to meet everyone and see all the runners, and it's really cool.
And are you into running yourself personally? Do you get out?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great way to stay fit. It's in Calgary, we have such nice weather. We have like the mountains and everything like that. You can go running out there. You can go in the city. It's awesome.
So talk to me about this. You're into running. Are you always running in heels, or do you own running shoes?
I do own running shoes. I promise I don't live in these. I don't. These are just for show.
Just for show. I want a crown and a sash.
We'll share.
I like that. I'll switch you when your feet get sore. You can wear my running shoes.
A great plan. I love that.
And we've got the 10K. It's the Jugo Juice 10K. A great start if you're wanting something with a little bit maybe more distance. What time is that race kicking off at?
That one's starting at 11. So yeah.
Awesome. So 11 o'clock, you can come down. We're going to have the Jugo Juice 10K here. The sun is shining. You can feel it really warming up. It's going to be perfect weather for everybody. We still have some more finishers. Again, a whole entire family crossing. I love it. And we still got a few stragglers coming across the finish line. Thank you so much, Miss Canada. Lovely to meet you. And enjoy your running, heels or no heels.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
We're still down here at the kids.
They're running. This is good news.
Well, that looked like a lot of fun. And how much fun is this? We mentioned to you earlier, the Centipede. 110 strong. It's Team Mito. But talk about strong. How about Madeline Cummings? Her first time ever running the Calgary 10K. You did it, and you did it in style, although it was looked like you were hurting a little bit near the end. Congratulations first.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So we noticed around the about 2 kilometers left, give or take, you seem to be laboring a little bit. Now we find out you had some blister problems.
Yes, I run on my toes, and when I land, my feet twist a little bit, so the moisture and the friction causes blisters. So the last 5 kilometers were on very painful toes, especially the last 2.
Well, Madeline, you were on fire. I think after the first couple of kilometers, Dan, it looked like she took over the lead, and she kept the lead.
Definitely. Tell us about the race. How did it go? You took over around 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, and how did it feel after that?
You know, it was really nice. The course was nice and flat, and I had no idea really what was in store during the course. I didn't look up the elevation or anything, so I was just praying there wouldn't be any hills, and thankfully there weren't really. It was flat, and I just tried to pick off some men, and I didn't catch many of them, but it was nice to have them around.
Now, you didn't meet your personal best, but at the same time, though, it was still a dominant performance. Do you think that the heat had a factor to play in that?
I think it definitely did, and I was really hot at the start line and really needed some water, so I bent over the line and asked the spectator to give me some of her water,
Oh, no.
and she did.
And here you are, you crossed the finish line. Congratulations on an amazing race, because as we were watching you, there was no one behind you.
Well, I had no idea if there was anybody. I was hoping to win, but a little nervous to look behind me, so I just hung on and kept running.
Well, go ahead, Dan. No. Madeline Cummings, even though you're from Edmonton, we still want to congratulate you.
Thank you.
There she is. She's the 10K winner of the women's race here at the Calgary Marathon. And there we see her coming across the finish line on her patented toes, something that she will live on and look upon for quite some time. What an amazing journey for that young lady. Thanks again, Madeline. All right, we're going to return back to another group of people that is quite impressive as well, too. And there they are. They are the group of 110. Now, to put this in perspective, earlier we saw a group of 10 women, Dan, who came across the finish line all tethered together. But this group, this marathon group, has been running for the last, 5.5 hours?
5 hours and 36 minutes out on course. And, you know, the difficulty of this is that if you're tied to somebody 5 feet apart, then you really need to, it becomes the lowest common denominator, so to speak, of running. And if somebody's having a bad day, if somebody's going a little slow, if somebody has to take a bio break, then all 110 of them need to slow down or compensate for it. And you can't just pick the other guy up or gal up and continue on. Everybody needs to stay together and run together. So you really need to work as a team, and it's not going to be a fast process when you've got 110 people tied together.
And we're watching this for the first time, but this is not the first time that they've run together as a group.
No, they've run together as a group before, but this is the first time that all of them have been together at one time. So this will be, there are some core of this group who have actually a core of them set the world's fastest men's time for the 10 runners tied together. But this group, the 110, this is the first time all 110 of them have been tied together and done this run. So it creates a lot of challenge when you're doing it that way.
In 5.5 hours you're running together, I'm sure you're going through a gamut of emotions, from exhilaration to exhaustion to frustration, because it's not your run, it's the group's run. You have to, as a team, be able to overcome all of these obstacles. I would suggest you're probably adding more of a challenge as a runner when you do it together as a group.
So yeah, without question, you're adding an added layer of complexity. The layer of complexity that you're adding is you could be having the best day of your life and it doesn't matter, because you're relying on 109 other people. And if one person's having a bad day, that's going to be very frustrating for you. If you're feeling good, if you're ready to go, if you're thinking, wow, this could have been the day that I had a great run. Right. But instead, in fairness and to their credit, these folks all decided to sacrifice their individuality. It's for a good cause, to be part of this team, to be part of a world record in the end. And it's not going to be easy. There's going to be some lows, but it's also going to be super exciting, and they're going to have some super highs when they cross the finish line together as a group.
And we'll be here to witness that as well, again, as we get a fantastic shot. The 150K women's finisher just came across the finish line a few moments ago. Yesterday evening, the start of this race was something that was unbelievable. When you think about what these folks had in front of them last night as they were to attempt this 150-kilometer course, it's something else. And actually, when you and I were there watching it last night, it was raining as they began. It was, I mean, you want to run a race, hopefully dry, but when the start of the race means that you've got all this rain, when you've got all of this rain, you think to yourself, wow, is this the way I really want to start this?
Yeah, and I guess, the big thing, if you're running and it's raining and it's cold out, then that's tough. If it's raining and you're going to get wet, you're going to be sweating anyways in a few hours. So starting off in a bit of rain, and it was more than a bit of rain, fairness, but starting off having been wet from a run is not going to be the end of the world. It's one of those things. There's so many variables, and if you let a little thing here, a little thing there get to you, then you're not going to be focused on what you need to do, which means putting your feet in front of each other and going forward. It's not. You've got to be able to roll with the punches, particularly if you're going 150K. If you want to finish that 150K, there are going to be problems along the way.
At one point in a runner's career, they say to themselves, the ultimate challenge for me is to finish a marathon. Then the Calgary Marathon steps in and they say, wait a minute, we want to challenge you a little bit more. So 3 years ago, for the 50th anniversary, a 50-kilometer ultra marathon. Then to add to that, the organizers, including yourself, say, hey, wait a minute, we want to do something that's even more outrageous, and we want to send people on a 150-kilometer journey. Now, athletes who participated in this, they were gung-ho and they wanted to do it. Last year, a gentleman by the name of Noel Darcy, a firefighter who actually completed the marathon in his gear, was actually going to participate this year. Now, he tried, but a guy even at that caliber, to give you an idea of the stamina of these people. There he is from last year. He said, I want to do it again this year. He was the first one to sign up for the 150-kilometer run.
Yeah.
But he didn't make the cut.
Yeah, and it's, there are so many variables, so many things you got to work on, and as I say, you got to try and dismiss the negative ones or things, curveballs that you didn't expect. But at some point, also, there's a certain healthy respect, and you have to have your own self-respect to be able to say, I'm done. And I think he was injured, but I'm not sure. I haven't had the full report. But some days you're on, some days you're not, and but he's a great guy. He's put in a monumental effort 2 years in a row now, and sadly he came up short.
Last year he was fighting the fires up at Fort McMurray.
Yeah.
That was 2 weeks before this run.
Yes.
His training basically thrown right out the door.
Yep.
But he said, no, I want to finish something that I said I was going to start. And that gentleman was an inspiration to a number of people. And who knows, maybe there's people here at this race this year who were inspired by his run last year that have said, I'm going to do it. If a guy can do this, why can't I do that? And that's one thing that we've realized throughout the course of the last couple of years that we've been doing this, the inspiring stories that keep drawing people to this hallowed event. It's people like Darcy, Noel Darcy rather, who inspire us to do stuff.
Yeah, and that's a fascinating case sample of what goes on at these types of events. From a physical nature, the demanding nature, people are talking about how hot it is today. It's not even, we just got to 18 degrees, and people are talking about running a race in heat. And this guy was running a race in fire gear, which is heavy and not breathable. And everybody else is in scantily clothed to run it, and they're complaining about the heat. And then on top of that, you look at the community around Noel, and he had a community of his colleagues and friends and family that were there watching him every step along the way, because what he was doing was, you could say extreme, because he was putting his body in a position that it would be very heated up, but he had the support crew there to help him get through it.
And we're not saying that you have to dress up in firefighters gear to do an event like this. You can also have some fun in the family 5K. Jess has more on that.
We're walking on our way to the 5K finish, or to the 5. We're walking on our way to the 5K finish, or to the 5K start line, and we couldn't help but stop and see these amazing costumes. They had a goal in mind for charity, which was so exciting, and it was, if you race 1,000K, you dress up in drag. 2,000K, Damon, you dress up in drag, and you just were like, I'm along for the ride, I'm gonna make this happen. You guys look amazing. Talk to us about your costumes and how you feel about running in the heat in these.
It's going to be something. We're not quite sure. We're kind of prepared for the heat. A lot of setting spray. We'll see how that goes.
It sounds like this isn't your first time wearing fabulous makeup and lashes.
No. This is all for charity. We do this quite a lot. We're part of an organization that's been around in Calgary for 41 years.
Amazing. So all for charity. How do you feel about running in sequins? I've never seen a runner in sequins before.
Sounded like a good idea until the running of the arms. So yeah, we'll see by the end of the race.
I'll meet you at the finish line with some chafing cream to heal that. I didn't even think about that chafing. And talk to me, your hair, your whole look, your lashes are fabulous. How do you feel about running in the heat, but with this outrageously fabulous costume?
Well, I'm walking. I used to run, but I have a bad knee, so I just signed up to walk. I'm okay with it. I'm hydrated, and I've done the half before, so I know what I'm expecting.
Isn't that the great thing, though? It's like whatever level you're at, you can enter into any race at any time, and if you've got an injury, you listen to your body and then go with what works for you. What was the total amount raised for the charity that you guys were doing?
$4,100 for the Sharp Foundation.
Amazing. And what does the Sharp Foundation, what is that all about? Can you tell us about that, Damon, or is Matt the best guy to ask?
Yes, they are local. They run several hospices in Calgary for HIV people, of women, men, everything. It's a great organization.
Amazing. So running hospices, which is an amazing organization to be able to give back to. Well, I can't wait to see you guys at the finish line. I'm going to try and snag you when your mascara has run down your face. You need more mascara is what you need. We're going to throw it back over to the booth. We're going to make our way to the 5K Good Life start. It's going to be amazing. Lots of families are taking place in this one, so make sure you meet us over there.
Welcome back to our broadcast location. It's a lot of fun here at this event, and it's very inspirational. May I please introduce to you, we have Olivia. Hi, Olivia. 6-year-old Olivia. We have Heather, who's the mom way back there, and we have Kate, who ran today. Kate, I'm going to put that microphone right up nice and close to you and say, so you're from Indiana.
Yes.
What's the story?
Well, I became aware about 1.5 years ago of a program called I Run for Michael, and it's a lot of runners who basically run for people, mainly kids who can't run. And so I signed up for the program, and they paired me with Olivia. I've been running for her for 1.5 years. I've done multiple marathons, but I really wanted to run one in her hometown. So decided a few months ago to come up and run this for her and get to meet her and her family, and it's been awesome.
So at the finish line, who was there waiting for you?
Olivia and her mom.
Okay, Mom, let's give the mic to you. So the story is this young lady is going through some challenges right now.
Yes, she has pulmonary hypertension, and so she is...
Which is what? Explain that to us.
It's a lung disease, and it's put her heart into failure, so she's got an IV pump that runs 24/7, and we were given 1 year to live, and we made it to 3, so we're doing really good right now.
Oh, Mom. My heavens.
So yeah, it was really nice. So we've always had Kate, who's been running races and sending Olivia medals and presents in the mail, and so it's been a neat experience.
Yeah, Dan?
I don't know what to say. What goes through your mind when you're doing an event of this nature?
Well, this was a little tougher for me because it's a higher altitude than I'm used to, so I train at sea level, very, very flat. But I was just thinking of what I was going through, and I'm like, it is nothing compared to what this little girl's been through. And so and I knew she was going to be at the finish line. And actually, I saw her about 15 miles, 24 kilometers, I think, into the race, which is usually about my toughest spot, like right in the middle.
Yeah, they're kilometers,
race.
Not miles.
Yeah, I know. Well, my watch said miles, the sign said kilometers, about 24K in, which is about when it still feels like a really long way to the finish. And all of a sudden I saw her, and I didn't think she was going to be there. And Olivia got to run with me for a minute, and I didn't expect that, so that was really
Olivia,
awesome.
what did you think about Kate finishing? Was it pretty cool? Were you happy for her? There's the shyness of a 6-year-old like I've never seen before in my life. I know she loves you dearly. I'm sure Mom does too as well. What a great thing you're doing. It's so wonderful to have you here, and thank you for bringing awareness to her condition, but also for being an amazing support. It makes you stronger, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and I tell everybody about her. I mean, during races, if I've been wearing a sign or all right, like I run for Olivia on my leg or something, and I've had people ask about it, so I've been able to bring awareness both to pulmonary hypertension, because I wasn't familiar with it at all until I met Olivia. And so I've brought awareness to her and to PH and to the I Run For program, which is a really awesome program. Anybody that runs can sign up for it, and you don't have to run marathons.
Yeah. Kate, Heather, Olivia, we want to thank you all for coming here, and you were talking about inspiring stories. There's one for you right there.
Definitely.
All right. Well, we're back to this incredible day and this incredible adventure and this incredible journey that we're taking together, and we appreciate you watching live on Shaw TV. Well, guess what? We've got another group of people that we're following as well too, and they're all dressed in green. We call them the human centipede, and why not? Affectionately so. They are part of the Mito group. We saw them earlier. We'll get a camera on them shortly, but don't you worry. When you see them, you'll realize that, oh my goodness, what an amazing spectacle this is all about. And as you'll find, inclusion into the sport of running is made easier with a number of run clubs in Calgary. Here is one of them.
I'm Ralph Lopez, and my run club is YYC Run Crew, and we're a community of people who love to sweat, and run is what brings us together. We're an all-levels crew, so we have distances from 5K to 10K, and we run every Tuesday night at 6 p.m. The YYC Run Crew has been running for about 5 years. We started it in 2011, and ever since then, we've been running year-round. Today, we're working on some speed work with the stairs. So speed work can be everything from 100-meter intervals to hill repeats to stair repeats. Key is to push yourself beyond your comfort zone, take a rest so that you're back to 100% before you start the next interval, and then go at it again until basically you've had a tough day. Speed work is really tough to do on your own, so doing speed work as a group really allows you to push it that extra little bit further, and that's what's going to create adaptations that's going to make you faster come race day. I've run the Calgary Marathon 3 times already, and it's a favorite for me, so I just keep coming back to it.
A live shot, a drone shot that we have here from Stampede Park, the finish line directly in the middle of your screen, our broadcast location just to the left of the finish line. More to come, including the 5K. This is live coverage on Shaw TV. It's the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon.
But skunks are an important link in our urban ecosystem and are champions of pest control by preying on insects and rodents that cause significant damage to homes and properties. The Calgary Wildlife Rehabilitation Society wants you to know that skunks are not aggressive to humans or pets and will give plenty of warnings before they resort to spraying. So take the hint and slowly back away. It's easy to coexist with these helpful and charming animals. Skunks, live and let live.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. But for many, just getting hold of a stick is the hardest part. That's why I'm a proud member of the Horatio Alger Association of Canada. Through generous scholarships, the association gives hard-working young Canadians who have faced great adversity a shot at a higher education. Beginning this year, our scholarships will be available to students in financial need in every corner of Canada. To learn more, visit horatioalger.ca.
What inspires me to get involved in my community is to be a part of something bigger than just myself.
It can be simply holding a door for an old person or taking a soup to a neighbor.
I sponsored a Syrian refugee family to come to Canada this year.
I mentor a vulnerable child.
I raise money for muscular dystrophy to help give back to the people who helped me.
This is our chance to share, because we are all here to do something for this country, and that is to make it as great as it should be.
So many reasons to be inspired by this amazing event that's happening today live from Stampede Park. It is the 53rd running of the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, along with Dan Ouimet. My name is Phoenix, and what a day this has been so far. We've constantly shown you some great aerial shots here, but we also want to introduce you to some amazing people as well too. Finisher of the 150K Ultra Marathon from Okotoks, Wayne Gaudette. What the heck were you thinking yesterday, pal? That's what we want to know.
I was questioning my sanity out there for quite a while, but you know, I think this is my 60th ultra marathon, and I'm 60 years old, so it just it seems serendipitous that it should work out this way. And I was telling some of the other race directors, it almost chokes you up, but I've done this race 11 times. I've got a lot of history with it. And my uncle was recruited for the very first Calgary Marathon 53 years ago. And it took me about 40 years to figure out that he finished 5th. That was the qualifier for the Olympic team in whatever year that was.
64.
1964.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's really cool to have so much history here, and I say it just. I was questioning my sanity for sure. I thought I'll never get this damn thing done. It's a tough way to do it, having to do 50K in 6.5 hours after you've run 100K in just over 10, or like some of my friends did in 8-9 hours.
Right.
It's tough.
Wayne, you mentioned that you've run some previous marathons.
Yeah.
How did you train differently for the 150?
Well, the funny thing is...
Running more often?
Yeah, no, the funny thing is that this was actually a training race for me. Dave Proctor, who finished first, and myself are on the Canadian 24-hour team that's going to Ireland for Canada Day, which again is a pretty serendipitous day for an event. So we'll be there representing, there'll be 4 of us, 2 from down east and the 2 of us from here in the west on the team. So this was a bit of a tune-up, trying to dial in dial in my food and dial in my intake of fluids and whatnot.
And how did, on that front, how did it work? How was the nutrition? Did you feel good through the race? Were there rough spots, good spots?
I tried something new. I tried these race balls. I got a Chinese friend of mine. Said,
in the race.
Yeah, these are the best.
Yeah.
So I ate 4 of them really fast, and it really gummed me up for a while. So I had a hard time getting anything in, but well, I don't know who the popsicle queens are out there. But
We heard about them, yes.
I had 3.
Angels, aren't
yeah, they were. I was so disappointed when they ran out the 4th time fast.
Yeah. You know, it's funny as we think about the 150K that you achieved, we direct our attention now to the 5K.
Yeah.
And for a lot of these families, for a lot of these folks that we see here on the screen, it's their first time.
Sure, yeah.
And one day they want to be sitting right where you are. And it's the love for the sport. It's realizing that it's more than just running.
Yeah.
It's a community thing, but it's also it's inspiring just to hear stories like yourself as well.
Yeah, there's lots of them out there. Everybody you talk to certainly has a story to tell. And and it's such a wonderful community to be involved in. Everybody's so positive, and it's just so much fun to hang around with, and it's particularly the ultra community. I mean, we just care a lot about each other, and it's pretty great.
But you and Dave being so close, you get into the race and it's a bit of brass knuckles, right?
Well, Dave's he's 25 years younger, and he is.
Well, he whipped off his shirt at the finish line, for heaven's sake.
He's elite. He truly is elite. I'm just fortunate to get it.
You're part of the group.
As part of the team, and he's a big fan. He likes to have me around to just bounce ideas off of the old guy. Although he did call me a crappy coach because I told him he should go faster than he did.
Well, Wayne, do us a favor. Wear that medal around your neck proudly because you deserve it. Congratulations again for this accomplishment and for being here today.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for coming out and making this just such a great event. It's really, and the more people that are involved with things like this, just the better it is for all. So thank you so much.
Our pleasure. Thank you. Wayne Goddard, he is from Okotoks, and as you can see on your screen, it is, we are moments away from the start of the 5-kilometer race. You want to get an idea of what this race looks like? I know you, Sir Dan, have been a part of this. Maybe just walk us through it.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty straightforward out and back course. You run downtown along to the riverfront and along the riverfront road, and then you turn around and you head right back. So it's pretty straightforward. It's fast, it's flat, and it's interesting because you always have people around you, both out and back. So it's great.
Yeah, is this more of a race or is it more of a leisure activity now?
It's more of a leisure activity. You know, people are still competing on every level. There are some folks in there who are shooting for a good time, but then there's a lot of people, families running together, fathers, sons, moms, daughters, that kind of thing. And there's no prize money, so whoever gets it's just they get to break the line and they get a medal for it. But it's not a big, heavy-duty professional competition. It's more fun.
As one of the organizers, Dan, what is it you want these competitors, these athletes, these moms and dads and brothers and sisters to take away from an event like this? What is it? What's your ultimate goal?
Enjoyment. We just want, we want to bring a venue, as with any other of our events, we want to bring a venue where anybody can feel welcome. It doesn't matter if you're high performance or you're the back of the pack person. We just want you to be part of the team. We want you to enjoy yourself, have a good time, challenge yourself a little, and enjoy the community.
And a lot of these individuals are doing that. It's the start of the 5K family walk or run. So of course the elite runners, if you will, the flags are being removed because yes, we are literally seconds away from the start of this race. Everyone gets into position. Again, there's about 10,000 total participants in the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. It's not just a marathon, as we've demonstrated or shown over the last couple of hours. It's a time for the elite athletes to go up against the best of the best, but it's also a time for mom and her daughter and dad and his son to say, hey, let's do something and let's do it together.
Yeah, it's an entire race weekend. We've got events for everybody, every skill level, every experience level. You want to challenge yourself to something more crazy like 150K, we got it.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to be just get out there and challenge yourself to a good 5K, then we've got it. And even as you were introducing a little earlier, the kids marathon. It's something that gets people into the sport, and we're hoping to keep them in by offering variety and entertainment and that community spirit.
Well, to give you a real feel for what it's like on the ground, Jess is there right now. Go ahead, Jess.
Hey guys, oh my gosh, again, amazing. They just started cranking the music, and you see families of all ages, people of all ages running. It's electric. You know, this is a huge race, so it's crammed with people. And so you're just starting to pick up speed right when you get to us. How's it over there at the grandstand, you guys?
Well, the energy hasn't left this place, I'll tell you. You know, when we look around, there's still a number of people sitting in the crowds, but I'm sure there's a lot of onlookers where you are too, Jess.
It's amazing when you see the support and you see all of the different ages that are running, and this is some people's first time. The 5K is a perfect race to get into, so if you're looking to get into running, 5K is a really realistic goal. You just see a mom that's pushing a stroller and her other little guys hanging on, so making it a family activity. Anybody can do it. We have people in wheelchairs, again, more strollers, and you can see this is the perfect race for the whole family, mothers, sons, girlfriends. It's a perfect way to get out, enjoy the sun, and the music's bumping. This is one of my favorite songs. We got people smiling, waving at us. You've got a group, Seek Justice. They're obviously standing for a cause. He's got the peace. We can feel the love, and this is such a special thing. I believe this is one of the last races of the day, so the energy's electric. People are excited. I'm hoping to actually spot those drag queens today that we were had in the full makeup and costume. I think they've got a hot run, Phoenix. How's it over there?
Yeah, it's a representation of the entire city of Calgary, and it's all right here in front of you. Thank you very much, Jess. The Scotiabank Calgary Marathon continues, and as we watch these fun folks who are just having just a blast being out there today, we also at the finish line are still looking at a number of folks who are finishing the marathons, the half marathons, the ultras, the 150. This is a day-long event that is well worth it, and I'm certain too, Dan Ouimet, who's sitting right beside me, that they will remember this for years to come. They'll tell their friends, they'll have stories, and a lot of them will probably say, I can't wait to do it again. Some of them might just say, I'm glad it's over and I'll never do that again.
Yeah, it's
a gamut of emotions.
There is, and it's a lifetime memory. Even though those who do it one time are going to have the story to tell, they're going to have the experience to remember. And those who come back again next year, we're going to hopefully make them feel at home again, and they're going to have a great time. And maybe they'll change events. Maybe they'll go from the 5 to the 10, or the 10 to the 21, or even up to the marathon or the 50. And who knows? Maybe at some point in the future we'll have maybe next year we'll do 151 kilometers.
Oh, stop it, Don! Don't be going down that road. Just
Kirsten will kill me.
I think it's still too early.
Yep, but yeah, it's great memories. It's great opportunity for an experience to remember. And another shout out again to our marketing department for the great job that they did on the T-shirts that so many people are the David Crichton T-shirts that so many people are wearing out there in the race, and the medals that they're going to be collecting when they get across the line shortly. So it's a whole experience.
It's an inclusive sport. It's a sport that you probably started at a very, very young age in elementary school, that your teacher said, come on, we're going to go for a little bit of a run. And then maybe it advanced to high school, and your PE teacher said, come on, we're going to go up for a run. And then finally, when you graduate from high school, you say to yourself, you know what, there's something in my life that I feel that I'm missing, something that I want to return back to what made me smile. And yes, there's an exercise component. There's a social component as well, too. Why not? Why not try it? And a lot of these folks at one point may have had those questions that they were asking themselves. Should I do this? Is this something for me? Well, this is an inclusive sport. Anyone can do it. And today, a lot of these folks have proven that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's quite a sight.
Yeah, and anyone can do it. And the best thing that people can do is just say, yes, you can. Yes, you can get out there and do it. Anything is possible. It's the kind of thing where, particularly at the younger ages, I believe anyways, it's incumbent on adults to say, yeah, why not? Get out there, try a 5K. Yeah, it's far. You're going to have to work a little at it. You're going to have to prepare yourself, but you can do it at the end of the day. It's doable.
And there's clubs out there. There's so many clubs that we have recognized over the last couple of hours here, but there are so many more here in this city. I remember the one gentleman that we were talking to earlier who is part of a running club, and he says, all you have to do is, if you want to start one, just start with a friend. And then so on and so on, and it builds to a day like today, where you can be out here and enjoying the moment. And it doesn't matter, you don't have to be super ultra competitive. Even if you just want to go for a walk in the afternoon with a number of people, there it is. This, by the way, is our leader for the female 5K. We'll follow her along. We'll let you know who she is in just a few moments. But again, you can start anytime you want, and you can start tomorrow. You can start this afternoon, for heaven's sakes.
100%.
Hopefully some event like this, watching this, will inspire you to get out on the beautiful streets of Calgary, or wherever you are, whatever community you're a part of, and just start with a walk.
Yes,
maybe a gradual walk. There's so many, and it's interesting too, with so many. We have the internet, and we have access to so much information that can get you on your way, even if you're just a beginner.
Most certainly. And we owe it to you and Phoenix and your team for allowing us to project this up on the air and expose it to people, because this is where it starts. Somebody sees this and they say, hey, wait a second, that looks like fun. I want to give that a try. And any aspect of it, we're able to promote the charities that we're supporting. We're able to support the people with challenges that they're overcoming them. We're able to support the elite athletes who are running fabulously. And anything's possible if you get inspired. And as far as the training goes, there are training groups everywhere. You can find them at running stores. You can find them online. You can find them. It might just be somebody you know who's a runner, and just ask them, hey, how do you do it? And it's the kind of thing that anybody can do, and they just need a little bit of guidance, a little bit of direction, and you're way to the races, so to speak.
Further to your point too, Dan, I also want to give a kudos to our brilliant Shaw TV crew here. Everywhere from the producers to the camera operators to our volunteers to everybody who puts production like this together. By saying it wouldn't be anything without all of you and all of your amazing talent, and you know how I feel about you guys. Know I love you all, and it's so great to be a part of this magnificent event and to be able to showcase the Calgary community as we've done over the countless years, and what another great way of showing this spectacle by offering this up to you. And I hope you again are enjoying our coverage here, live coverage at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, as we continue to watch some of the remaining runners here. This is the 5-kilometer run and walk, the final race, if you will, in this day that started at 6:30 this morning, as we had the opening at 6:30, and then of course at 7 o'clock we got underway, and even now as we're talking, it's 1 o'clock Calgary time, Mountain Standard Time, and we're still discovering and learning about stories of these talented athletes who are pushing their limits. I mean, at this point right now, it is almost 19 degrees. If you've ever run in temperatures like this, it's a challenge. But all of these folks here, you know what? Most of them that you see on your screen right now just want to be a part of something greater than themselves.
Yeah, and firstly, I just want to give a shout out to Dawn, the lady in pink on the right-hand side of the screen. Is been involved in our organization for years as a volunteer coordinator. For decades, she has been organizing our volunteers on race weekend and making sure that the people are at the aid stations, or at the right spot on the start chute, right spot at the finishing chute. She has done yeoman service, and she's also active in so many of the events that we put on. So thank you to Dawn and the other thousands of volunteers that we have. That
we could be here all day.
We
just thanking all these wonderful people.
Exactly, and again, I will reiterate to Phoenix and the Shaw crew for the work these guys on the camera, for example, who have been sitting on the back of a motorcycle for the last several hours, keeping us informed about what's going on in the race. It's just a phenomenal team that's enabling us to do what we're doing.
And the volunteers that we have mentioned countless times here, and they deserve the mention, because as we see here too at the finish line, handing out medals, helping out with water, helping out with first aid, making sure that the experience, as you mentioned earlier, is top notch That's why people keep coming back to this event. Scotiabank, thank you very much for being a major sponsor for this event, and well-deserved recognition to you and to, of course, the volunteers, the organizers, the planners, everyone who puts this together. In fact, it's interesting because next year's Calgary Marathon has already started. The planning has already started. That's how in-depth this event is. And after the end of this day, maybe we'll run into the executive director, Kirsten Ellen Fleming, and we'll have a chance to sit down with her and share a few stories.
Yeah.
Because the pride that young lady has for her crew and what they are capable of doing. She just glows about it, and well deserved that she should.
Yeah, she's been a phenomenal addition to our team, leading the team on a full-time basis. Since she's come on board, the organization's been on fire, and I've been involved in the organization for just over 10 years, and been very fortunate enough to be president of the society for a good portion of that. And we have a phenomenal volunteer board in place that work yeoman service, 30-plus race committee that work throughout the year, and Kirsten and her team. Gavin last night on the 150-kilometer race did a spectacular job bringing that to fruition, which was incredibly complex for our team. But we've got a phenomenal group of people here and a team that just works their behind off. And our aim, I'll be quite blunt with everyone, our aim is to create the best damn road race in Canada, and certainly be a leader in the world in road running. And I think on an operational basis, on a technical basis, we are there 100%. We haven't been exposed as much as we would like to the world, but we're doing our best to make sure that happens, so everybody understands that Calgary has the best to offer. Beautiful course, beautiful city, spectacular weather, and one day this is going to be the race that people around the world want to do, and we're proud to be a part of it.
And those thank yous are also extended to the members at large as we continue to watch the men's and women's leaders of the 5K walk and run. Susan Shuley, Georgie Islip, Sarah King, how about Jenny de Champlain? I mean, all of these, Jason Olendeska, Louise Taylor, Sherry McDonald, all members at large, and even mentions to some of the board members, including yourself, Dan, and how about Jeff and Barry as well, too. What a great crew, what a great group of people.
For sure, and we've had people who have been around, we've told the story about Doug Kyle creating the race in '63, and it was a bit of a scheme on his part. He wanted to host the national championships because he thought he would have an advantage to make the Olympic team in '64 if we could host the championship or the qualifications. Unfortunately, he didn't make it to the Olympics in the marathon, but he did in the 10K. But all of that being said, we've had volunteers like Doug and others around for decades, and they make the heart of this organization. And Jeff Dyer, who's been the chair of our board for the last year, has just been a spectacular, positive member of our team that's really done some amazing things, including on the charity front. And Blaine Penny is now on our board, also on the charity front. So we're incredibly fortunate. We've got a great team, and every year we hope to dial it in that much more so we can be that much more successful.
Further to a question that was asked of me on Twitter, the question was why? Why would anyone want to do some of the things that they're doing and push their bodies to this extreme? As we talked about a few times here, Dan, it's not just about running, whether it be a cause, whether it be a personal goal, whether it be just a sense of community or just a sense of belonging. We all have reasons why we want to do something like this. And again, it's unfolded right here in front of you. Yes, running is a component of this, but at the same time, though, these athletes, these individuals who are here today, who are part of this magnanimous event, realize and understand that it is more than just running. The training just gets them here, but being here is part of the experience. Just on your mark, get set, go, they're saying to themselves, yes, it was worth it. It was worth putting in all that effort, all that time, and all that dedication. And then again, it's so wonderful just to see as we watch individuals, big and small, and young at heart. It doesn't matter.
All sizes, and they're all making an effort. They're all working hard. They're all challenging themselves. It's easy to say, it's too hard, or it's too crazy, or it's too far, or this or that. But the bottom line is, if you don't challenge yourself, you don't grow. And that could be physically, it could be intellectually, but in life you just need to give yourself a little bit of a push so you can find out what it is you can do. Right. Otherwise you never find out.
Well, there's a final push here for the men's 5K. These two gentlemen, as we watch them make their way into the ground here at Stampede Park, and the conclusion of the men's 5K. The motorcycle crew is directly in front of them. The bike guide is in front of them as well too. This could be a really close finish right to the end. Do any of these individuals want to relinquish their lead? Absolutely not. To give you a feel, this is about another 400-meter sprint, one lap around the track, basically, to see who will win the title of the 5K race. Two young men determined. Looking at your watch, no, I'd be worried about the guy beside me.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Well, it's interesting too, because I just sit here in a giddy state wondering, okay, who's going to go? Who's going to go first?
Yep.
And whoever goes first, are they going to be able to sustain it? It's exciting to see that it comes down to this.
The final push here of the men's 5K. We're also following the women's 5K. I'm trying to read that shirt. It says, fine, I'll run, but I won't like it.
Fair enough.
Fair enough, but they made it this far. They made it this far. As now we try to clear the path for these two gentlemen with the final push here for the men's 5K. We got the guy with the ball cap and we got the guy with the sunglasses. Pick your favorite. Pick your favorite.
Yeah, they're rounding the last bend. One more turn and they're in the finishing chute. You know, one other thing that I'd like to just give a shout out as well to our sponsors.
Final push.
Just outstanding. They without their support, we couldn't do what we do in this community. So it's a huge, like Scotiabank, Centaur, Jugo Juice. There are 8,000 Jugo Juice smoothies around here somewhere today. So people are enjoying
I'll treat you
that.
later to one.
Exactly, yeah. Good Life Fitness, Ultra for our new Ultra Marathon. The 50K that is, or the 150K that is. Looks like we're getting a good kick here. The man in blue is pulled away.
Yeah, no doubt these two young men know each other as well, too. Your 5K winner here at the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. Just like that. Woo! Sense of relief? Absolutely. Spent? You bet. But boy, oh boy, first aid attendants are on the scene immediately. Again, they understand exactly what these athletes are going through. And what a great, great finish here. And what a great way to finish off this day as well, too. The final race of this day is slowly coming to a close as we continue to see some other athletes coming across the finish line, whether they be stragglers from the half marathon or the full, the ultra, or the 150. They still know that they want to achieve what they've been seeking out to do, is to come across that finish line. Nothing looks so greater than that beautiful red banner up ahead of you saying, this is it, you did it.
Yes, indeed. A welcoming signal after all that effort.
Yeah.
Knowing that the reward is waiting for you.
Absolutely. Well, that gentleman that we saw a few moments ago is exhausted. Jess is with him now.
Amazing race. How you feeling? You came across strong. It was like a fight right to the bitter end. Take a sip of water. He's breathless. You had someone right on your heels that whole time. How did it feel?
Oh man, it was tough. He just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. But yeah, I'm just happy with the result.
First place is amazing. What was your push? What was your strength? Where did you find that today?
I think my kick at the end. I didn't think I had any more in me, but I just found it, I guess.
Well, incredible finish. Congratulations. I don't think that he expected you to come out hot like that. You fought for every last foot as you pounded through the pavement. Congratulations. Enjoy your win. You can just feel the energy. It's electric and an amazing finish. He feels good. He's chugging some water, getting some recovery. That was quite a finish. You just were a nail biter there again. Phoenix, over to you in the booth.
Jess, may I say, magnificent job today as well, too, giving us firsthand coverage of these athletes who've expended all of their energy. Back in our booth here at the finish line, it's a pink chick. Dan, please explain this.
Well, Dawn has been a phenomenal member of our volunteer team for years, coordinating our volunteers, making sure they know where they're going to be or where they need to be, and so that they can take care of the athletes.
Actually, hold on a second here. We're going to get to Dawn in just a few moments, but here is our winner of the women's 5K. We want to give her just desserts as she's got a final push. Man, look at that arm strength. Look at that leg kick. Oh, that finish line didn't look so great. Looks so wonderful in front of you. Wow, here's the, oh, where's my banner? She's saying, where's my banner? Well, you know what? We know it's you. We recognize you. Congratulations to our 5K winner. Sorry, Dan, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that Dawn has been a phenomenal member of our team. She gets the volunteers where they need to be so that they can help the runners. There's nobody more critical in that regard in being the quarterback of the volunteer team. So she's been a huge member, and it's great to have her here.
Dawn, hold that microphone up a little closer to you. We saw you in the last stretch right by the Saddle Dome, and you were walking in.
Yes, I had knee surgery.
Explain that feeling to us.
Well, I had knee surgery in January, complete knee replacement.
My heavens.
So I actually haven't been able to run very well for the last 5 years. So I kind of did this with the team last year, and it took me over 3 hours. So to finish in right around 2 hours today was incredible. It felt really good. I'm sure my surgeon, he did an awesome job. I love my new knee. And I love the committee. I've been on the committee since actually 2003 when I did the marathon the first time. So, yeah, I love hanging out at this race and lots of races, actually.
Why should someone volunteer?
It's a great way to give back. It's a great way to experience the event, even if you can't run. And if you're a runner, well, you kind of want to share the other side and understand what all the other people are going through while you're out there running. It makes you feel a little more aware when, maybe you're having a good day or a bad day, and appreciate those out there that are helping you.
Dawn, I want you to stand by for a second because we have Jess, who's now with the winner of the women's 5K. Jess?
Awesome.
I'm down here with the 5K winner. Congratulations, strong finish. You had nobody on your tail. Tell me about your strength coming across the finish line.
Just felt the love of the crowd. The crowd here is really good through the whole thing. Even the other runners, they're so supportive. So you just get that feeling hearing everyone cheering for you, and even when you're tired, it comes through.
It pushes you through. Erica, that was a strong finish. Talk to us about the heat today. Did that affect you at all, or was that a pretty standard thing for how you rain and how you run?
It's pretty warm for a run like this at 1 p.m. Most people don't run races this late, so it's a good testament to all the character of people out here running today, because it is hot and there's a little wind, but there's so many people here and still positive about it. So
I love that. A testament about character. As people come out with support in the heat, you can just feel the love and the support of the crowd. I think Erica's testament to that. She's traveled for the race. We felt the energy down here. It's hot, but it's so much fun out here. We're going to bring it back to you over in the booth.
Next question.
So Dawn, tell us, what inspired you to get involved in FIRST, and why do you keep coming back?
Well, actually, the first year that I came out, the race director, Jackie, at the time, asked me if I wouldn't mind helping out, and I kind of just loved and enjoyed working with the crew, and it's such a great team to work with, and seeing all the other volunteers come out and seeing their happy faces when I'm out on the course as well, because usually my job ends on the Saturday, so on Sunday I either help out or I go run the route, and I thank everybody as I go by, and even all the cops today, because they were having a rough time out there in some of the traffic. But it's just a great feeling giving back on both sides, whether you're a runner or the volunteer, and I think everybody should experience it from both sides.
It takes a lot to put a group like this together, and a lot of people are inspired by a number of people. You're one of them, Dawn. We want to appreciate that. She is our pink chick. Thank you, pink chick. All right, we told you we're following other races as well, too, and this group is an amazing group. We've called them the Centipedes. They're 110 strong. They're part of Team Mito, and they're on the course trying to finish because I think they were shooting for a 6-hour time.
Yeah, they were shooting for a 6-hour time, and apparently they've got 7 hours to get the world record. So
they have 7 hours, 7 minutes.
7 hours, I think.
I see
to
what you're
get
saying.
the world record. Yeah,
there they are.
They're approaching the grounds.
Again, just to give you an idea, if you didn't hear us earlier, that group of green individuals you saw a few moments ago have been tethered together since 7 o'clock this morning, probably before that, and it's now coming up on approaching 1:30. So let's see here, for 6.5 hours, they've been close buddies.
Yeah, you've got 100 people tied together. You're 5 feet from your next runner, either direction if you're in the middle.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
You're at the whims of, if you're number 99 and number 1 wants to stop, you're stopping. And hopefully they didn't do the accordion thing when the front of the lane stopped, but they actually had planned that they were going to take regular breaks so that they could have some degree of relaxation for a minute before they got back into it.
Yeah.
But even with that, you've got with 110 different runners, you're going to have 110 different styles, you're going to have 110 different paces. So it's a huge amount of coordination, but it's for a good effort, and it's a fun event to do. So I think all the folks involved were quite motivated and excited to be a part of it.
Well, with our time winding down here, we've got about 4 minutes left in our show. I want to open up the mic to Jess, who is in the pit, if you will, and has been all day long. Oh, we're going to bring her over to our location. Okay, that's fine. But again, what a spectacle it is. These people are all tethered together, and what a day this has been. And Jess, as you come on over here, so Jess has been helping us out all day long as well, too. Here on just getting into the pit and just figuring things out. And Jess, we're going to hand you that microphone back behind you there. As we watch the group of 110, just some final closing thoughts from all of you. First of all, Jess, we'll start with you.
The energy, the sunshine, the people, honestly, today has been an incredibly, I think I cried 3 or 4 times, and I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah.
It was emotional. You saw husbands and wives running together. A guy could have broken a record. He chose to race with his wife instead because he's like, that's my favorite thing. Look, I'm going to cry right now. These guys coming in from Mito, Canada, over 100 people tied together, and then you see little kids. I saw 2-year-olds crossing the finish line. They're starting a race. Their families are starting traditions to keep them healthy and moving, and I just know the joy of movement, and so I have nothing but amazing things to say about today. The sunshine was perfect, the crowd amazing, and I just had a blast. It's such a fun event to do. It's on every year, and extra special with it being Canada's 150 Phoenix.
Dan?
Yeah, it's been incredible. The volunteers, the athletes, the participants, everybody having such a good time. The weather's been phenomenal. Everything seemed to go very smoothly out on course. The 150 celebration and the 150K race was spectacular. And it's kind of funny. Last year we finished with Noel Darcy coming in with his firefighter outfit.
Yeah.
That was the last few seconds. Now we're confronted with the same situation with the Mito team, the 110 athletes, who are reportedly dealing with cramps, so had to stop and walk on a more frequent basis than they wanted to. But they're getting close, and they're still gonna break that record. It's just a matter of whether or not we're gonna see them cross the finish line before we go off the air. But it's a huge credit to them, and it's exciting to see all of these different things going on and all the emotional stories.
It's about running, but it's more than running. And if we discovered anything over the last 6.5 hours here on Shaw TV, it is a message of community. It's a message about a community giving back, being a part of something bigger than themselves. And here at Shaw TV, we've echoed that sentiment over the years that we've been a part of your lives, and to be into your lives, we really appreciate that, and we want to thank you for being able to be a part of this and recognize all of the efforts by not only all the people that you see on the screen there, but by these folks in front of you who are coming to a conclusion of their journey, that they're challenging themselves to do something beyond themselves, like Team Mito, as we see coming around the corner. It has been a spectacular day. It's been a spectacular year to watch this all unfold in front of us. And thank you very much for being a part of our team, our community, and hope to see you sometime soon as we watch the final few seconds here at Shaw TV. But again, what a way to close out as we see Team Mito in the spirit of community coming together as one. What a fitting way to end this day.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see them. They're going to be across the line any second.
Yeah. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you. And thank you to Shaw.
And we're going to leave you now with the final few moments, and we'll turn on the microphones and let you experience the final few moments as this team comes across the finish line. On behalf of everybody here at Shaw TV and the great, great team here with the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon. Hands raised, community is one. Have a great day. Calgary, steeped in history, difference makers, motivated, and determined. Feel the energy of Canada's longest running marathon. Last year, the light shined brightly for a select few. Success for last year's half marathon winner, Thomas Toth. How about the determined presence from the men's marathon winner? The Kenyan's Jonathan Kipchirchir Chesu returns to defend his title. Then, the dominant Albertans. She blistered through the quiet and remote streets of Cold Lake and succeeded on the streets of Calgary. Emily Setlak, winner of the women's half marathon. Andrea Glover of Okotoks, capturing the women's marathon.
I did it! I finally did it!
When did you realize that you were leading the race?
Well, I passed the first place girl at about 11 miles.
That's all right.
And then I just knew I had to keep my pace so nobody caught me.
Daniel Kipkesh of Lethbridge with a brilliant run in the men's 10K. And Jessica Mueller of Calgary, capturing the staggering women's ultra marathon. So brilliant a venue. So brilliant the moments. They are stories that inspire. Chris Cook, overcoming personal challenges that continue to inspire others.
We were trying to do the LA half marathon relay, and it didn't work out. And then everybody here really awesome about giving me the shot to prove that doing it on the logboard was a viable option and a viable mobility aid.
They are superheroes, super women, superfoods, and superhuman. Oblivious to obstacles, whatever they may be. They're a hidden community of one, reaching for impossible goals, even if their goal is to run the marathon in firefighter gear. Impossible? Maybe. Achievable? Absolutely.
Well, Darcy, what a story that was. He fought some demons today. His wife was really worried. One of his co-workers from Wolds Fire Department, they were waiting at the finish line, but they knew what he needed.
This is where the passion for run begins. Kids of all ages are welcome, even if they may need a helping hand. This is the event and place where dreams are realized. The 53rd running of the Scotiabank Calgary Marathon begins now on Shaw TV.
Welcome to the pregame show, or the pre-race show, if you will. Live from Stampede Park. Yes, it's the 53rd annual Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, and an event like this doesn't just happen. Kirsten Ellen Fleming, executive director of this great event. Hey, the sun is out. What a great day for a race.
It's 5 years in a row, so I can't complain. We've had picture-perfect weather all day yesterday and today, because this isn't actually the pre-race. Phoenix, they've been at it since 6 o'clock last night.
Well, let's talk about that. The 150th running, 150 years of Canada's birthday, and here we are doing something very special. Explain.
Yeah, so the Confederation 150 started last night at 6 p.m., and we've already had some great success stories and a little bit of heartache, and you know, the 150Ks, they still have got half an hour to come in before the 7 o'clock race starts. And they're going to be going out for the last 50Ks. So the Ultra Confederation 150, we saw 63 solo athletes start and 36 teams. And they were having a party at Pump House Theater last night. So it was a pretty festive place. I had FOMO when I had to go home and get some rest. And they are already coming in here this morning, and runners are showing up, and everybody's got the pre-race jitters, and we are ready to rock.
It is just the start of what is going to be an incredible day, because not only is it the 150 and the 50 Ultra, but there's also other events as well.
Yeah, so we have runners of all abilities that are going to be taking to the start line here at Stampede Trail today, from the 5K, 10K. The half marathon is the national championship, so there's big prize money and glory on the line. And then, of course, we've got our marathon, our premier Scotiabank Calgary Marathon, and the 50K Ultra. And the little kiddies, you're going to see that later.
Which is always fun.
It is hilarious.